Order, it being Wednesday, we will now have the singing of the national anthem led by the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be opened. Qu'on ouvre les portes. À l'ordre. Order. Statements by members. Déclaration.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Order. Mr. Speaker, our friends from Alberta have the oil sands to increase their wealth. Quebec has a renewable resource of even greater value, forestry biomass, our Quebec green gold. A trip to the second annual Biomass Symposium 2010 in Lake Etchemin in May with over 250 people in attendance is enough to convince anyone of that. Produced locally, this biomass stimulates the local economy and helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We have an abundance of this resource, machinery, institutional and household energy needs, and the requisite technical expertise. I imagine that our major public and private institutions can see a time when they'll switch from oil to biomass, thereby promoting the true sustainable development. I'd like to take this opportunity to salute all these people throughout Quebec who live off the forest and its many products. Your work is a source of wealth and pride.
For St. Paul's.
I rise today to mark June as Canadian Wound Prevention and Management Awareness Month. This month promotes awareness of the importance of evidence-based wound prevention and management for all Canadians.
I'd also like to mention the tremendous work done by Dr. Gary Sibbald at the Wounds Healing Clinic of the Women's College Hospital in Toronto.
Risk of pressure ulcers, leg ulcers, and diabetes foot ulcers. Of these, 26% suffer from a preventable wound, and 3,750 Canadians with diabetes had a limb amputated as a result of foot ulcers in 2008, and 51% of those have had a high risk of a second limb amputated in the next 5 years. A new self-management tool called Diabetes Healthy Feet and You was recently developed by the Canadian Association of Wound Care. It is already published in French and English and will be soon available in at least a dozen more languages to ensure that all Canadians can learn about the importance of foot care in the maintenance of their health.
The Honourable Member for Willenhall-Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Gala of Agri-Foods Exports at the International Food Fair took place in Montreal in April. VegoPro International, a company in my riding, won the award for Best Canadian Exporting Business. Established in 1952, this Sherrington family business, which employs currently over 500 people, is a Quebec leader in market products and harvests in Quebec from May to November and in Florida throughout the winter. In addition to this prestigious prize, there was a second prize won in May at the Expo Congress of the Canadian Association of Distribution of Fruits and Vegetables in Vancouver. Indeed, VegPro International won a prize called New Canadian Product 2010 for its new ready-to-eat salads called Attitude Fresh. The recognition of this Canadian agri-foods industry highlights the innovative approach that they are putting forward in terms of market-based products. They've set themselves apart and distinguished themselves in a very highly competitive market. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Speaker, on Saturday, June the 5th, it was my pleasure to participate in the annual High Neighbor Festival and Parade in Transcona and to celebrate its 45th anniversary. It was also an opportunity to celebrate the new home of the festival's community mascot, High Neighbor Sam. High Neighbor Sam is an 11-foot statue that was commissioned in 1968 and built by local artist Giorgio Baroni, one of the many workers who helped build the National Railway system and moved here to establish the historic Canadian Railway settlement of Transcona. High Neighbor Sam now commands the central boulevard of Regent Avenue, greeting citizens as they cross the traditional boundary of Plessis Road into what was once the official town of Transcona. Congratulations to the people of Transcona and to the members of the Transcona Business Improvement Zone who led the search for High Neighbor Sam's new home and for their good work in organizing a wonderful High Neighbor Festival.
The Honourable Member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the early morning of Sunday, June the 6th, a Category F2 tornado ripped through the community of Leamington, Ontario, leaving behind structural damage and a cleanup estimated in millions of dollars. Thankfully, not a single life nor injury was reported. What has transpired in the days following is a community pulling together, neighbors helping neighbors, municipal employees and volunteers working around the clock, churches and organizations preparing meals and places to sleep. I'm also proud to say that our government has taken swift action to offer assistance where possible. I would also like to commend Mayor John Adams, the administration, police and fire departments, as well as the entire emergency response team for their first-class handling of this disaster.
Great job.
Finally, and most importantly, to the residents of Leamington, the resilience you have shown through these tough days makes it an honor and a privilege to serve as your federal representative.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
As you know, Mr. Speaker, I am a proud first-generation Polish Canadian. On June 13th, I was honored to welcome to both my riding of Brampton West and Church of St. Eugene de Mazenod, His Eminence Joseph Cardinal Glemp of Poland, His Grace Thomas Collins, the Ambassador of the Republic of Poland, Mayor Susan Fennell, my Liberal colleagues, the MP for Etobicoke Centre and former MP Jesse Fliss, and other dignitaries. We celebrated the laying of the cornerstone at the building site of our new church. This cornerstone is an actual piece of St. Peter's tomb in Rome and was blessed by Pope John Paul II, adding to the significance of the occasion. I would like to express my congratulations and thanks to everyone involved in making the building of this church, of which I am a proud member, a success. Special recognition must go to Father Provincial Janusz Blazek and the pastor of St. Eugene de Mazenod, Father Adam Filas. Without their dedication, this project would never have happened. I would also like to wish both Father Adam Filas and Father Andrzej Sowa, the pastor of the St. Maximilian Kolbe Parish, congratulations on the 20th anniversary of their ordination, which also took place this past Sunday. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Bakerville, Wainwright.
Mr. Speaker, Parliament has been damaged recently by certain members of the opposition who ignore the truth and make over-the-top statements. As well, many members of our national media routinely inaccurately report because they won't take the time to seek out the truth. This irresponsible treatment of serious issues may score cheap political points, but it also lowers unfairly the public's view of our Parliament and parliamentarians, even those who diligently work on behalf of their constituents. Wouldn't it be better if the opposition criticized government based on truth and reality? And wouldn't it be better if more of our national media did their homework and improved the accuracy of their reporting? This inappropriate behavior on the part of the opposition and the media hurts Parliament and it hurts democracy in Canada, Mr. Speaker, all for the sake of cheap political points. Sad, Mr. Speaker, and it's just plain wrong.
The Honourable Member for Unsik. Mr. Speaker, there is the commemoration of numerous events in Montreal. Gilles Miassier introduced this. The artist Dalit was involved. The artist is using Dalit in one of the 22 letters of the Phoenician alphabet, one of the ancient peoples that provide the origins of the Lebanese today. It focuses on the Phoenician boat. They've achieved so much since the 19th century. The Lebanese have, in fact, contributed greatly. They've carried out all professions so that their families prosper in peace. They are artists, police officers, judges. These men and these women 130,000 of which have helped to build Montreal and Quebec. For them, Montreal and Quebec will be part of their soul and their heart, and they are a rich part of this fabric. The Honourable Member for South Shore St Margaret's.
Monday, the Parliamentary Secretary asked for unanimous consent to pass Bill C-23 to ensure this legislation applies to criminals such as Karla Homolka, who becomes eligible for a pardon this summer. Our party has sought to fix the pardon system. On Monday, the opposition parties, led by the NDP, sought to ensure that it remains broken a little while longer. Let me be very clear. Mr. Speaker, victims can't wait any longer. This legislation is needed to ensure other notorious criminals do not receive pardons. It is urgent to pass this legislation before the summer. There is overwhelming support for this legislation amongst Canadians and victims advocates. Canadians want a justice system that puts the rights of victims and law-abiding citizens ahead of the rights of criminals. Why won't the NDP allow this bill to be passed at all stages and give unanimous consent? Mr. Speaker, we call on the opposition parties to support speedy passage at all stages of this urgently needed legislation. When we ask again, don't say no.
The member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Speaker, no government can succeed in the implementation of its agenda and legislation without a dedicated public service. Canadians have, in the federal public service, a tremendous force for public good. Our country has and continues to enjoy the benefits of a professional, honest, loyal, and efficient public service. The National Public Service Week is the annual occasion when its best and brightest are appreciated for their dedication above and beyond the call of duty. La fonction publique est une formidable...
The public service is a formidable source of know-how, which is largely responsible for the success of the Canadian public service and government. On this week, the National Public Service Week, we must highlight the fundamental role of the public service in the past, present and future.
Learn to work with the public service in a respectful, open and trusting manner. In this respect, the current government is too often unsuccessful.
The Honourable Member for Lobinière Chute de la Chaudière. No, the order has changed. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, once again the RCMP has highlighted the illegal activities that directly linked to the sponsorship scandal. This morning the newspaper La Presse revealed that a manager of the Everest Group paid for Chuck Guitte's cosmetic surgery in 1997. He was the former senior official responsible for the sponsorship program, and with the purpose of getting more federal government contracts. This is the most recent example of a bribe which has been revealed and is a terrible example of the sponsorship scandal. Mr. Speaker, these are millions of dollars of taxpayers' money that could have been used for better purposes, and it's egregious. The Liberal Party leader wants to increase taxes, and I wonder if his real desire is to help the cronies in his party. I'd call on the leaders of the Liberal Party to tell us where the $40 million are that are still missing from government coffers.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
This year marks the 40th anniversary of the Royal Commission on the Status of Women. After 40 years, we still have not implemented many of the recommendations. In fact, we have a government that is turning back the clock. While this government claims to be concerned with women's equality, let's take a look at what they've done. Cut funding to Status of Women Canada, closed 12 of 16 Status of Women regional offices, ended independent research and advocacy, abandoned the Court Challenges program, nullified pay equity, jeopardized the reproductive health of women, denied funding to countless advocacy and equality-seeking organizations, and on and on. Mr. Speaker, today the Standing Committee on the Status of Women will table its report on the study conducted on maternal and child health. With the G8 and G20 just around the corner, I hope the government will take note of the recommendations in the report and take this opportunity to make an essential change in the lives of women and children in the developing world. This government has had ample opportunities. It's time that it listened to Canadian women and takes action.
The Honourable Member for Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, every time the Liberal Party thinks Canadians have forgotten the sponsorship scandal, their seedy past keeps coming up. Today we learn of bribes of cash and cosmetic surgery in order to ensure government contracts. But no amount of plastic surgery can repair the damage done to Canada by the Liberal sponsorship scandal. Until the Liberal Party repays the remaining $39 million stolen during the sponsorship scandal, these stories will continue to haunt them. Until they repay the stolen money, we will continue to remind them that it was taxpayers' money that was abused. No matter what the Liberals think, new members, new staff, new leaders, or even a new coalition won't change the fact that the Liberal Party spent 13 years in government nurturing a culture of entitlement that has been rejected by Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians will not be bribed. It's been too long. When will the Liberal leader instruct his party to repay the money stolen at the sponsorship scandal?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute today to an organisation from my riding, the HoC. The HoC organisation is celebrating its 25th year. It's a self-help and resource organisation comprising over 400 volunteers and providing over 30 highly diversified activities and services to a large clientele from the Longueuil area. It provides social support services, collective food preparation, food, school supply and clothing banks. These are a couple of examples of the services offered by the Volunteer and Community Centre, whose mission is to strengthen the social fabric of the great Longueuil area. I congratulate the founder, who's today a municipal councillor, Monique Brisson, the Director General, Danielle Lavigne, and of course the whole team and all the volunteers. I'd also like to congratulate the winners of the poetry competition, Des mots en partage, organised as part of the 25th anniversary activities.
Cancel.
Mr. Speaker, the Commonwealth Stadium in Edmonton, the Calgary Saddle Dome, the Richmond Speed Skating Oval. What do all these places have in common? Well, they're all real legacy projects that have remained after Canada hosted major world events. And not only were they related to those events, they were actually completed in time to welcome the participants to the event. Unfortunately, the same can't be said about the pork barrel spending for this G8 summit. How about the $2 million park improvements in Port Severn, 135 kilometers from the summit site? It'd be nice if it had some grass. Or the G8 washrooms in Baysville, 30 kilometers away. They're calling it 30 Ks of grief for a little bit of relief. Or my favorite legacy project, the restoration of the bridge to Kearney, 42 kilometers away, that hasn't even started yet. The summit starts in 9 days, boys. Maybe get somebody on that. What Canadians know, Mr. Speaker, even though the lake is fake, the misuse and abuse of their money is real.
The honourable member for North Vancouver.
Mr. Speaker, in another example of the Liberal leader blaming Canada, this week the Liberal leader compared our free and democratic Canada to a communist dictatorship in Cuba. But he wasn't finished there, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday the Liberal leader called on China to criticize Canada's human rights record. Mr. Speaker, it is clear, given the chance, the Liberal leader's strategy is to blame Canada. How could he? While the world faced the global economic recession, he talked down Canada's efforts. While his members called our soldiers war criminals, he sat silently. He's even said he's embarrassed Canada is HoC.
Member knows that personal attacks are not permitted in Standing Order 31 statements. Order. Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the G8 has become completely hypocritical at the very time that the government is turning its back on Africa. It nonetheless has the courage to invite African leaders. What hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. So how can the Prime Minister explain the inconsistency of its summit preparations and the hypocrisy of his foreign policy? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that is not true. Africa is very important for our government, and we have over half of our aid development budgets devoted to this continent. Canada is the first country to uphold its promises to Africa, and that is why we continue to invite African leaders to the G8 summit. Honestly, Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that the Liberal Party is against that. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker, they're going to cut off funding to Africans. They're going to cut international aid to Africa, but they don't have the courage to admit it, even to the African leaders who will be in Toronto.
Question of them changing the venue at the last minute, splurging on decorations, inviting the half the guest list with 10 days left, and then he's going to shut down the entire neighborhood. Mr. Speaker, you wouldn't run a bake sale like this. You wouldn't plan a children's birthday party like this, and Canadians have to pay the bill. How's he going to explain to Canadians that he's lost control of Canada's summit?
Order, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I know, of course, that the Liberal Party seems extremely angry that Canada is leading the world right now in terms of the economy, not just Mr. Speaker, through chairmanship of the G8 and G20, but also, Mr. Speaker, obviously through the strong performance of the Canadian economy, some of the strongest job creation in the advanced world, the lowest debts, the lowest taxes, the strongest banking system, the strongest balance sheets. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party should be cheering Canada instead of insulting it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, we always cheer Canada, but we cannot cheer $1.3 billion in waste. The Prime Minister has not only lost control of the cost, he's lost control of the agenda. He wanted to talk about women's rights, not providing any protection for women's rights overseas. He wanted to talk about the economy, but there's no progress on banking reform. He started calling climate change a sideshow and then was forced to put it back on the agenda. Anyone looking at this thinks this is chaos. How can the Prime Minister explain that Canada has lost control of its own summit?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this sounds to me more like a leader who's losing control of his own party. Mr. Speaker, fact is, Mr. Speaker, this government identified child and maternal health as the major development priority of the G8. That initiative has been warmly embraced not just by our G8 partners but by others around the world. Mr. Speaker, if you talk about things like the banking system, Mr. Speaker, of course, Canada has the leading banking system, and Canada is the model. Canada is the model, Mr. Speaker, to which many are looking in terms of financial...
Shameless! Order. The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
A fake lake, fiddlers, and landlocked boat was just the beginning. A drive around the industry minister's riding reveals a tour de port. $50 million dumped on distant gazebos and goodies under guise of a day of G8 meetings to re-elect a minister. Even if the delegates wanted to drive 80 kilometers away to see it, they can't. Most of it isn't finished. Some of it hasn't even been started. This isn't a G8 legacy fund, it's a slush fund for a minister gone wild. Did they refuse to move both summits to Toronto and save $500 million so they could give cover to this port?
Let me be very clear. All of the G8 projects, Mr. Speaker, have already been completed or expected to be completed in the coming weeks. We're proud of them. They're creating jobs as part of Canada's Economic Action Plan, and that's good for this country. What I can say this, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberals' repeated attempts to mislead and to say untrue things and spread falsehoods will not work, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Maybe you should take a drive around because you'd see they're not done. The nearby riding of Nickel Belt got $2.8 million for infrastructure. Altogether, the industry minister's riding will get almost $100 million. Wow. What is he building with it? More gazebos per capita than probably anywhere else on Earth. From nearly $1 million bridge to nowhere, 42 kilometers away that hasn't even been started, to $2 million for park improvements 135 kilometers away that is currently mud. It was approved in the name of Summit, but has a better chance of being visited by aliens than Barack Obama. How do they justify this port?
the Honourable Minister of Transport.
Very directly to the project, the member opposite. He speaks about a bridge in Kearney. This is not a G8 Summit project, has nothing to do with the G8 Summit project. And just because the member opposite wants to spread mistruths doesn't make it true. I do have, Mr. Speaker, a list of literally dozens of projects amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars in the riding of Ajax Pickering. And these dozens of projects in the member's own riding all have one thing in common. Their local member of parliament had nothing to do with them getting them.
Order. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Order. Mr. Speaker, the Legislative Advisor of the Parliamentary Committee on Access to Information was very clear. The ministerial responsibility does not limit the power of parliamentary committees. Members of these committees thus have the right to summon political staff if this is required to help their work progress. So why is the Prime Minister continuing to support his Director of Communications, Dimitri Soudas, who is refusing to testify before the Parliamentary Committee? Is he above the law? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The position of this government is clear, Mr. Speaker. We are following the line of ministerial responsibility. We are responsible to Parliament. That is the position of our government, and our employees are responsible to us. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. The government's position is clear, but it clearly contravenes parliamentary powers, Mr. Speaker. Dimitri Soudas is refusing to testify in committee, and he could thus be found in contempt of Parliament. Does the Prime Minister realize that by supporting his Director of Communications, he is also showing contempt for the Parliament and for democracy, which makes him unworthy of acting as Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and ministers are responsible, and this government's position is clear. On another subject, the pardon system needs to be stronger. The Canadian population thinks that this is much more important than vacation, and I hope the Bloc Québécois will work in order to help reform this system. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, like yourself, the parliamentary advisor to the House stated that parliamentary committees have the power to summon whoever they want to help carry out their work. Today is the deadline for Dimitri Soudas to appear before the Ethics Committee. Does the Prime Minister intend to maintain his irresponsible position and continue to order his Director of Communications not to testify before the committee? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the tradition is clear. Ministers answer to Parliament, and their staff answer to ministers.
Parties do not want to ask questions of the ministers because they don't want the real facts of this great country to come out. They don't want Canadians to know that through the universal child care benefit, 56,000 children have been lifted out of poverty, that 5 million Canadians have registered tax-free savings accounts, up to $16 billion in new investment from that. The coalition parties don't want Canadians to know about the 300,000 jobs. That's the real Canadian story we're telling you.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. The Prime Minister truly believes that he is above the law. Does he realize that his continued refusal to allow his Director of Communications to testify means that the Ethics Committee will have no choice but to draft a report triggering a process of contempt of Parliament against himself and Dimitri Soudas, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois and all the coalition parties have the power to ask any question to the minister. We are prepared as a government to respond.
Canadians to know that this government is succeeding. We've, through our economic action plan, created 300,000 new jobs, 5 million Canadians invested in the tax-free savings accounts. That's $16 billion in accumulated savings for the future. 56,000 children lifted out of poverty by the universal child care benefit. We're getting the job done, and we don't want Canadians to know it.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth. Order.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the leader of the Liberal Party flip-flopped once again. This time on the Afghanistan file. The Liberal leader wants to prolong the presence of Canada's military in Afghanistan. This is a position that runs counter to the will of this House. Can the Prime Minister confirm that Canada will indeed withdraw all of its troops from Afghanistan as of July 2011? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, I am very surprised that the leader of the New Democratic Party is trying to criticize another leader after his actions. His deputy, his parliamentary leader, denied the right of Israel to exist with extremist declarations, and he has not reprimanded her, so he is in no position to criticize the Liberal leader or any other leader, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
The Speaker is not prepared to confirm that Canadian troops will no longer be in Afghanistan after 2011. The cost of Canada's involvement in the war is $20 billion so far, and the NATO costs on training are $1 billion a month, and that's exactly the approach that the Liberal leader wants Canada to continue with. Can the Prime Minister tell us if he agrees that the Canadian money would be better spent on humanitarian aid, on development assistance work, on justice, on human rights and peace negotiations in Afghanistan? Can he confirm that, please?
Honourable Prime Minister, order.
Mr. Speaker, successive governments, both Conservative and Liberal, have worked with our international partners and with the Afghan people to try and bring peace, security and development to that country. We are extremely proud of the work that our men and women in uniform have done, that our diplomats and development workers have done, and that they have done with their international partners, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think, quite frankly, a leader who shelters an MP who makes anti-Israeli extremist statements, shelters that person without repercussions, should be making any criticism of policy.
The honourable member, order. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth, order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the faulty deal that the Prime Minister signed with the coalition of the unwilling shows why only a judicial inquiry is ever going to get to the bottom of the Afghan torture scandal. The government tried to silence diplomat Richard Colvin, who was trying to blow the whistle on torture. DND officials were sending memos begging to silence him. Why did the government reassign people who were trying to raise the issue of torture? And why did they want to stop Richard Colvin from exposing the truth and reporting on what he saw?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, three political parties worked to get a responsible resolution of this question. Unfortunately, the NDP did not. But why would we be surprised, Mr. Speaker? The deputy leader of the NDP makes statements, and she knew full well what she was saying, makes statements that could have been made by Hamas or Hezbollah or anybody else with no repercussions from that party whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, I hope the leader of the NDP will come clean, will actually face up to his responsibilities on that question. I hope also, while I'm on my feet, that it'll help us actually pass a reform of the pardon system, which Canadians have been waiting weeks for.
The honourable member, order. The honourable member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Yesterday, we asked the government how much of its out-of-control G8 and G20 spending is being splurged on untendered contracts. However, we only received an answer from the Minister of Public Works, who would only talk about her department. The vast majority of the G spending spree is being done by public safety, health, Industry, and Foreign Affairs departments. Can the government tell us how many summit contracts for those specific departments were untendered?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I say very directly to the member opposite. Does she have a specific example that she's concerned about?
Order. The Honourable Member for St. John, South Mount Pearl. Order.
The truth is out there, Mr. Speaker. It seems that everything from GA catering to building projects have been sole sourced to firms friendly with these Conservatives and their Harris buddies in Toronto, all in the name of security. It's a little wonder why they're wasting more than $1 billion. Will the government release details on how many contracts were sole sourced due to special security circumstances? Will they agree to allow the Auditor General to immediately review all contracts?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
The member opposite is from Newfoundland, and I think she's going fishing. I just challenged the Liberal Party to name me one single contract that caused them concern. They're saying 85% of contracts are untendered. That is false. It is not true. More than 90% of public works contracts have been tendered. The Liberal Party can't name a single contract that wasn't because they're making it up, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer. À l'ordre.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Infrastructure just said a few minutes ago that the project for the bridge was not part of the G8 fund. I have in front of me the press release of June 25, 2009, saying the contrary.
The Minister of Infrastructure said that this was not part of the G8 funds. The press release of June 25th, 2009 says the opposite. Will the minister apologize and withdraw his statement because it was in the press release? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Falsehoods, untruths, and mistruths, Mr. Speaker. That is not the case. We're very pleased, Mr. Speaker, to be spending money on some 12,000 projects on infrastructure in every corner of the country, some even in the member for Hull-Elmer's own constituency. We've been fair, open and transparent, ensuring that every region of the country gets their fair share, Mr. Speaker. We've done a good job, and we've seen more than 300,000 net new jobs created. That's good news for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, the press release says the opposite, and the minister should apologize. The Minister of Industry has scattered his riding with gazebos and sculptures that have nothing to do with the G8. The minister has taken part in a veritable pork barreling exercise. Why does the Prime Minister insist on tarnishing Canada's international reputation? What proportion of the Conservatives' $1 billion boondoggle went to these partisan and useless projects that show utter disrespect for Canadian taxpayers? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
The bridge in question is not a G8 legacy project. Let me be clear. It is not true. It is a falsehood, and the Liberals should stop their fear-mongering. I can say this, Mr. Speaker, that this government is spending hundreds of millions of dollars in the great riding of Hull-Elmer, and Mr. Speaker, all of those projects have one thing in common. They have the hard work of the member for Pontiac, my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, because he's worked hard to ensure that the Outaouais has got their fair share of infrastructure spending.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources has pointed out that the regulation of offshore drilling is a shared jurisdiction and that it's necessary to respect Quebec and the province's jurisdiction, and we agree. But offshore drilling in the Arctic falls within federal jurisdiction, so I ask the Minister, within his exclusive jurisdiction, is he going to make it such that construction of relief wells will be mandatory for all offshore drilling? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, on May 11th, we announced that all rules having to do, we announced the rules that have to do with infrastructure. There has so far been no authorization for drilling in the Arctic. And Mr. Speaker, let's be clear, No project will be approved until we're convinced that workers' health is assured and the protection of the environment as well. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, realizing that it's up to Newfoundland to regulate drilling off its coast, I ask the Minister of Natural Resources if he intends to do as the Government of Ontario and as the Government of Quebec has asked Newfoundland to declare a moratorium on offshore drilling. The Minister. Mr. Speaker, offshore drilling off the shores of Newfoundland falls within their jurisdiction, which is an independent regulator. They have their own independent regulatory office. They have their own criteria for assessing projects. They do have an emergency plan. Now, here again, I find it deplorable that my colleague is trying to discredit independent bureaus that do their best work. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the Ministers of Finance of Quebec and Alberta have roundly condemned the idea of a pan-Canadian regulator, and they point out that the present system works very well. And by eliminating it, the government would be counting on bickering among financial authorities. How can the government claim that Quebec and the provinces are free to keep their regulator while they are forbidding the passport system? Why undo rather than perfect? The Honourable Minister of Finance. The provinces can continue with the passport system if they wish. It is a clearly voluntary system, and it's up to the Government of Quebec. They will decide. The other provinces will decide. We will continue forward with the 10 provinces and territories that want to work with the federal government. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, during a press conference, he said the opposite. Mr. Speaker, about passports, he said the opposite. Minister Morton says that federal institutions tend to be centralized, so they will be empty shells. Why? It's the old dream of the Minister of Finance, the federal minister. Why is his dream becoming a nightmare? Why does he want to dispossess Quebec business people of a regulator that is familiar with their concerns and that can communicate in French? Why replace it by an answering machine? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
The model that's being proposed for a Canadian securities regulator is a highly decentralized model that will rely on the expertise that exists in the various provinces and territories in Canada in various areas of stock market, capital market expertise. So that will be respected. That is part of the model. As I say, Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only major industrialized country in the world without a national securities regulator. We want to move forward to make sure that that pillar of our financial system matches the strength of the rest of Canada's financial system, which is the strong.
The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, today we learn of yet another example of the abuse of power under this government. The Chief of Staff, the HoC Minister, has made clear the Minister's plans to deliberately hold up funding for infrastructure projects in New Brunswick in order to influence the upcoming provincial election and benefit the federal Conservative candidate in New Brunswick Southwest, who happens to be the Prime Minister's former Director of Communications. If this government is as accountable as it pretends to be, will the Minister stand and explain his deplorable actions in withholding funding for infrastructure projects that have been approved?
Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Absolutely ridiculous statement by the member opposite. I know that all members of this House has respect for the member from New Brunswick Southwest as both a former minister and a colleague. And I look forward to continuing our working relationship over the course of time, as is clear through funding announcements made as part of the Canada's Economic Action Plan. The needs of all New Brunswickers, in fact, all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are put well before partisan politics. We'll continue to work with our colleagues in the provinces and municipalities to announce projects as agreed upon. Thank you.
Honourable member for Moncton Riverview DF.
Mr. Speaker, he seems to be calling in question the credibility of the member from New Brunswick Southwest, and the ACOA minister has stated that he would take his time to reach a funding agreement for the toll bridge in St. John. Meanwhile, he is holding up a funding project in New Brunswick Southwest while we wait for the Director of Communications formally of the Prime Minister to get the nomination in that riding. This morning, the Premier was forced to call the Prime Minister over these political backroom games being played by that minister's office. Have they no shame, Mr. Speaker? Why are they punishing the people of New Brunswick? Why this culture of deceit?
Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, the member opposite is totally off base and incorrect in the tone of his question. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we're moving ahead with projects. I can tell you in the province of New Brunswick, since elected in 2006, we have 26 projects under community adjustment, 57 projects under recreational infrastructure, 73 projects under innovative community funds, 39 projects under the Atlantic Innovation Fund, 50 projects under Innovation Stimulus Fund. Mr. Speaker, totaling $273 million. In fact, I'm making an announcement with the Premier this afternoon.
The Honourable Member. Order, please. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker? Yes, according to various sources, since February 8th, Shell has hired 8 lobbyists in Ottawa to make sure that the Shell refinery file is perceived as a problem unique to Quebec. This is scandalous. Does this explain the timidity of the Conservative government, why they don't want to upset Shell or its headquarters in Calgary? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague who lives not too far from there could have talked to them. I think that they are very happy with the government's involvement trying to save jobs. I think that there's been another offer that's been put forward, and hopefully they'll look at it. Mr. Speaker, well, Shell Canada of Calgary has been asserting since June 14th that the matter is closed, but there are 2 buyers who are interested, Delek US and another holding company based in Israel. They have doubled their offer for the refinery from $75 to $150 million. I'm asking the Prime Minister, is he ready to intervene and call Peter Voser, CEO of Shell in London, to consider the offer of Delek US to save the petrochemical industry in Montreal? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning, the workers have welcomed the intervention of all levels of government. I think that this is good news, this offer, and we'll do what we can to save jobs. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
NDP refused to support the speedy passage of Bill C-23, meaning notorious criminals would remain eligible for pardons. Now I understand they have introduced their own bill, which is a far cry from our legislation. Neither victims or law-abiding Canadians think it's acceptable for notorious criminals to be pardoned while the opposition continues to play political games in Ottawa. Can the Minister of Public Safety update this House on the latest move by the NDP?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP proposal doesn't do what they claim it will. The NDP proposal will allow dangerous criminals to apply for pardon. The NDP proposal will require the National Parole Board to issue a pardon to an individual convicted of a sexual offence, even if the victim is a child and the individual has been convicted of multiple offences. Canadians won't be fooled by that proposal, neither will this government. We call on opposition parties to support speedy passage of urgently needed, principled legislation at all stages immediately.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, it's false to say that workers have welcomed what the government's doing. There's nothing to welcome because they haven't done anything. Shell is still refusing to negotiate in good faith concerning its refinery in Montreal, and if it closes, 3,500 indirect jobs and 800 direct jobs will be lost, and the entire petrochemical industrial cluster in Quebec will be greatly affected. And what does the Conservative government do? Nothing. While business groups, unions are working and trying to do something, the government just says it's following it. When will it start following the file and act? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I said that the workers welcomed the intervention of various levels of government, but Mr. Speaker, what about with that party, as soon as you start talking about oil or petroleum products, they say it's poison, and we shouldn't have anything to do with it. But now when it comes to saving a refinery, they're telling us that we have to act. Completely contradictory, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, I can hardly take seriously a Minister of Natural Resources that comes out with this kind of nonsense. If the refinery closed, we will have to import petroleum products via the St. Lawrence to Montreal. So they want to export our petroleum products in bulk without value added. Entire families will lose their living. Have they not understood the social dangers as well as the ecological dangers? They seem to have given up on this. Mr. Speaker, the government can't invent a buyer, but there is now a possible buyer, and we say we're very help, and as soon as we have the offer, we'll look into it. And as far as that party, look at the declarations of one of the members of that party concerning Israel. The Honourable Member for Enchanté-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, while he was Leader of the Opposition, the Prime Minister had tabled a motion on November 30th, 2004, asking for the resale of 11,000 acres of farming land to families that were expropriated for Mirabel. Conservatives have reiterated this promise during the 2006 election campaign. How can they explain that to this day only 8 files have been settled or are being settled? The Honourable Minister of Transport. I completely agree with the Honourable Member. Our government has decided to settle these historic problems committed by a Liberal government in the 1990s. I would be happy to go, or rather in the 1990s, I'd be happy to go and talk to people in his riding about settling this problem as soon as possible. And I appreciate his question. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for his openness, because we'd like to see the negotiating process simplified, and we'd like to see it completed between now and the end of the summer. Because the problem now is the negotiating process. The Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will be working very quickly to deal with this problem. We'll try to deal with things over the summer. We'll be working with officials. I'll be working with my colleague to deal with the problem and settle it as soon as possible. It's a historic fault, and we're going to correct this Liberal mistake.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative arrogance has stuck Canadians with an absurd price tag for G8, G20. Shoddy planning and mismanagement have run up costs well over $1 billion. Meanwhile, Canada's agri-retail sector has pleaded for help to secure tons of explosive fertilizers that sit without proper security, unprotected from the dangerous plans of terrorists and drug dealers. We've raised this issue for months and still no action. How can the Conservatives spend over $1 billion to secure and promote just 72 hours of meetings while completely ignoring for years this most obvious security threat?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to highlight that our government is committed to protecting the safety of Canadians and our agricultural industry. In 2008, Mr. Speaker, we consulted with the fertilizer industry and we brought in new regulations under the Explosives Act to protect Canadians. And these regulations reflect our commitment to ensuring public safety and security while minimizing the cost of Canadian industry and end users. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Guelph.
They're asking for help, Mr. Speaker, not regulations. These sites remain unprotected. Meetings They spare no expense to build a ridiculous monument to the Prime Minister's ego. Money blown on a phony stock exchange, fake lakes, sham lighthouses, and boats that don't float. The Conservative principles are phony, but the cost to Canadians is real. Mr. Speaker, Conservative priorities are misplaced, and their hypocrisy is stunning. When will the government actually address the security threat posed to Canadians by these dangerous materials?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As this member knows, I personally have met with the agri-retailers on at least 2 occasions. They've also presented themselves in front of committee. We are aware of their concerns, but as I also said, Mr. Speaker, in 2008, our government consulted with the fertilizer industry and we brought in new regulations under the Explosives Act to protect Canadians. And we're finding a balance, Mr. Speaker, between public safety and security, which is extremely important, while minimizing the cost to Canadian industry and to end users. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Chevron is currently operating an offshore oil rig in the Gulf of Mexico that is tragically named Blind Faith. That could also be the name of this Conservative government's approach to offshore safety. Yesterday at committee, an oil cleanup expert testified that there is no known way to get oil out of ice-filled Arctic waters. We've known this for years, but this government insists on selling off more and more exploration rights in the middle of ecologically sensitive areas. When will the minister admit his mistakes, change course, and start protecting instead of endangering our environment?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, on May 11th, the National Energy Board announced that they will review their entire regulation and the public will be invited. This is what we learned last week, Mr. Speaker. The public will be invited to submit their recommendation. And we enforce world-class standard, Mr. Speaker. And let's be clear, Canadian regulators will not allow any offshore activities unless they are convinced that the security of the worker and the protection of the environment is ensured, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing the NEB is going to monitor is itself. This is like asking a student to mark their own exam paper. Parliament unanimously passed a new Democratic motion calling for a complete review of all federal laws, regulations, and policies. President Obama has put a suspension on all deep-water drilling and further boosted U.S. spending on alternative energy. The fact is, this government is pushing for drilling in even deeper and more dangerous water. The fact is that this government has cut all funding to green energy solutions. Unlike the Conservatives, Canadians won't put its trust in blind faith. Will the minister stop carving up the Arctic and restore funding for the green energy solutions we so...
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, that's sad to hear this member discredit the National Energy Board, which has a track record of 50 years, Mr. Speaker. President Obama split the mineral management services to get where we are now. We ensure world-class regulation, Mr. Speaker, and there will be no project approved unless we are convinced of the safety of the worker and the environment protected, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberal member from Ajax Pickering once again revealed his agenda when he said prisoners' rights are a real priority. This is the same member who delayed the vote on the bill to end the wasteful long gun registry and refused to support a bill that would ensure one of the country's most notorious killers does not receive a pardon. Can the Minister of Public Safety explain to the Liberal public safety critic what it really means to stand up for victims?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the member from Ajax Pickering, real Canadians understand the consequences of not passing our pardons legislation. That is why we will do what it takes to prevent notorious criminals from being pardoned now. Mr. Speaker, enough gains from the opposition's again. We call on the opposition parties to support speedy passage of urgently needed principled legislation at all stages immediately. We are committed to preventing the pardoning of notorious criminals now. Why won't the Liberals support us?
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, earlier the Prime Minister wrongly argued his case for denying his chief spokesman appearance before a committee. In fact, yesterday at committee, the distinguished law clerk said, and I quote, "The Prime Minister and any minister has no authority to prevent someone from appearing in front of a committee. End quote. Why does the Prime Minister continue to order Mr. Sudas not to appear in violation of parliamentary authority? Just what, Mr. Speaker? Just what does this Prime Minister got to hide?
The Honourable Parliament recesses to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, ministers respond to Parliament, and parliamentarians respond to their constituents. That's a basic lesson in parliamentary democracy 101 for the Member of Parliament, who should understand that he works for the constituents of Malpeque, to whom he promised year after year that he would vote to scrap the Liberal gun registry. But now, under orders from his leader, he has reversed course, just like he would have to follow the Liberal leader if they ever got a chance through their coalition to raise taxes and undermine the enormous economic success that this government has built.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Rivière. Mr. Speaker, according to an analysis by PricewaterhouseCoopers, the forestry industry is showing signs of recovery, except in Quebec, where it's still struggling. Does the government realize that by refusing to implement concrete measures, such as the Blocs bill on using wood in federal construction, they're abandoning workers and communities in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, as this member knows very well, the government has done a lot for forestry in Quebec. On May 31st, 2010, and in fact, since the beginning of the year, we've been supporting the forestry industry with funding of over $4 billion. Or rather, 230 million for woodlots and wood products. We've been supporting them very well, Mr. Speaker.
New Westminster.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives sold out the softwood industry in the infamous softwood sellout. They sold out our shipbuilding industry in EFTA. The witnesses at the Trade Committee state that now our key supply management sector has been clearly put on the table as part of the Canada-EU trade negotiations. So why is this government so eagerly and irresponsibly willing to sacrifice Canada's supply management system? And why is this government ready to sell out the thousands of farmers and hundreds of communities in this country that depend on supply management for their economic well-being?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, our government is clearly committed to defending and protecting our supply-managed industries, but we're also committed to creating trade opportunities for our farmers and workers around the world. That's why we want an agreement with the European Union that will deliver a $12 billion boost to the Canadian economy, and that's why that member voted against a boost for our farmers in the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement just the other day. We're on the side of workers and farmers. They clearly are not.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
The NDP refused to support the speedy passage of Bill C-23.
Why?
Meaning notorious criminals would remain eligible for pardons.
Shame.
Neither victims nor law-abiding Canadians think it is acceptable for notorious criminals to be pardoned while the opposition plays political games in Ottawa.
Unbelievable.
Can the Minister of Public Safety update this House on this critical issue?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government seeks to reform the pardon system in Canada. The opposition parties want to wait. We are committed to preventing the pardoning of notorious criminals now. We will also ensure that dangerous criminals have to wait 10 years before being able to apply for a pardon. Enough political games from the opposition. Will they finally do the right thing and support speedy passage of urgently needed principal legislation at all stages immediately?
Order. Je voudrais souligner aux députés la présence.
I'd like to draw members' attention to the presence in the gallery of Mr. Yvan Valliere, President of the National Assembly of Quebec, or rather Speaker of the National Assembly of Quebec.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Oh, we have points of order. Point of order? Point of order first, haven't Who's got a point of order? Okay, order. Order. I have 2 points of order. I've had notice of one. I'll do that first. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to rise on a point of order resulting from question period. In question period, the issue of the Kearney Bridge project that was originally included in a press release was raised. This project could not be completed before the G8, and as a result, it was not funded. It did not get a single dollar of federal government funding. Let me repeat, it was not funded. Mr. Speaker, if the Liberal Party would only have checked with Infrastructure Canada or with the town of Kearney, they could have discovered that, Mr. Speaker. So I have a suggestion. The next time the Liberals go to get in the car for one of their drive-by smears, they get their facts straight.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer.
On that same point of order, to start with, Mr. Speaker, there was a press release issued by Industry Canada on June 25th, 2009, saying that the Honourable Tony Clement, Minister of Industry and Member of Parliament for Parry Sound Muskoka, announced 4 new projects, and these 4 projects include the bridge. Now, a picture is worth 1,000 words. I've got a picture here, Mr. Speaker, that's worth $730,000. This picture showing a G8 sign was taken over the weekend 3 days ago.
Order. I think we're getting into a debate here rather than a point of order. It seems to me the Honourable Minister of Transport and the Minister for Hull-Aylmer have a dispute concerning the facts. I'd suggest that they arrange to have a late show or something and settle the matter there. But I don't believe it has something to do with the rules of the House. I've heard nothing here that suggested that the rules of the House have been impeached in any way. So I think we should move on. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer, has he got some rule issue?
Mr. Speaker, it's a question of somebody wanting to mislead the House, so I ask for unanimous consent to table the pictures.
Here. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to table the photograph? No? Yes? I'm afraid there's no consent. Now, the Honourable Minister of Transport, is he seeking consent for something?
Mr. Speaker, I am not seeking consent. I can inform the member for Hull-Aylmer and the House that the federal government has funded some work on Main Street and some sewer work in the town of Kearney in the amount of $730,000.
Order.
It's all expected to be complete, but we're not funding any work.
Order. This is a dispute as to facts. I don't think this is a matter of point of order. Consent was refused for the tabling of the pictures. We're going to have to move on to tabling of documents. And I therefore call upon before I do, pursuant to paragraph 91B of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House the annual report of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner in relation to the Conflict of Interest Act for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2010. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under Section 32 of the Standing Orders of the House of Commons, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the treaties entitled Amendments to Annex A, B, and C to the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants, done at Geneva on May 8, 2009, and Convention between Canada and the Republic of Namibia for the avoidance of double taxation and prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income and on capital, done at HoC on the 25th of March 2010.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the provisions of Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table in both official languages copies of the 2004 to 2007 annual report of the Yukon Land Claims and Self-Government Agreements.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke is trying to table a document.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 documents to table. First of all, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following report of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association, NATO-PA, respecting its participation.
Order. The Honourable Members, I think on reports on interparliamentary delegations, we're still on tabling of documents, so she'll perhaps wait for a moment. We'll get to that. Okay. Introduction of government bills. Ms. Abloncy for Ms. Finlay, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish National Seniors Day. This motion is deemed adopted. Madame Abloncy, pour Madame.
Mrs. Ablonsky, on behalf of Ms. Finlay, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed.
Adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Ce projet de loi.
When will the bill be read a second time?
Mr. McKay, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Defence Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur McKay.
Mr. McKay, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When will the bill be read a second time?
Sitting of the House. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Honourable Member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following 3 reports of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association, respecting first its participation in the 3rd Strategic Concept Seminar, NATO's Partnerships and Beyond, held in Oslo, Norway on January 14th, 2010. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, the 4th Strategic Concept Seminar held in Washington, D.C., United States of America, on February 22nd and 23rd, 2010. And finally, Mr. Speaker, regarding its participation at the meeting of the Standing Committee and Secretaries of Delegations held in Memphis, Tennessee, the United States of America, from March 27th, 28th, 2010.
The Honourable Member for Leeds Granville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House, of course, in both official languages, the following reports of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group respecting its participation at the following 3 events. Firstly, the Pacific Northwest Economic Region at the Economic Leadership Forum and Legislative Academy, Regina, Saskatchewan, November 4th to 7th, 2009. Secondly, the National Governors Association Winter Meeting, Washington, D.C., United States of America, February 20th to 22nd, 2010. And thirdly, the U.S. Congressional Visit, Washington, D.C., United States of America, February 23rd to 25th, 2010. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 34, it's my honour to table before the House in both official languages the Canadian China Culture Association with respect to the conference that will be held in September 2010.
Delegations. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 2 reports. 1, the visit of the Defence and Security Committee for the Parliamentary Association held in Washington, D.C. and Florida, United States of America, January 25th through the 29th in 2010. And the joint meeting of the Defence and Security, Economic Security and Political Committees held in Brussels, Belgium on February 14th to 16th, 2010, and the annual Economics and Security Committee consultation with the OECD held in Paris, France on February 17th through the 18th, 2010. Thank you.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from parliamentary delegations.
Not from. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two reports. It's my honour to table in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology concerning Canada's foreign ownership rules and regulations in the telecommunications sector, in accordance with Standing Order 109, the House of Commons. And this committee is calling on the government to table a response to the current report. Mr. Speaker, secondly, it's my honour to present the sixth report in both official languages of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology concerning the consideration of supplementary estimates, A 2010-2011.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 108-3A3 and the motion adopted by the committee on Thursday, April 15, 2010, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the use of new technologies and their impact on the House and committee proceedings.
Présentation de rapport de comité. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
All that stuff. To present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women in relation to maternal and child health, which the government has indicated will be a priority issue at the upcoming G8 G20 meeting in Ontario. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 109 of the regulation, the committee asks the government to table a response to the present report.
From committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Ms. Davies, Mr. Davies, Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Mr. Adamanenko, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act, Voting Hours. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill to improve the accessibility of our voting system and to promote the ability of all British Columbians to exercise their democratic rights. Here, here. My bill would change the voting hours in British Columbia in a general election. Currently, the polls are open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. My bill would set the hours at 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. This would bring BC closer in line with other provinces where voting is open until 8:30 or even 9:30 p.m. There are many working families in my riding. There are many single parents. Many people work long hours at multiple jobs to feed their families. Closing the polls at 7 p.m. prevents many of these people from voting. Everyone in this House has experienced Election Day, and we know that voting places are always busiest in the hours after work. In British Columbia, where the polls close at 7 p.m., there are long lineups. Many people can't make it in time, and those that do are often discouraged by the lines and leave without casting a ballot. With voter turnout declining in the last several elections, I believe it is the responsibility of politicians to make sure that the voting system is designed to be accessible to everyone. Mr. Speaker, this bill is simple, it is reasonable, it wouldn't cost one penny, and it addresses a very real problem in our community. I hope the government will realize the importance of this proposal and work with all members of the House to make it a reality.
Hear, hear. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Mr. Adamanenko, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When will this bill be read a second time?
Sitting of the House. Mr. Adamanenko, seconded by Mr. Alan Welland, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Health of Animals Act and the Meat Inspection Act, Slaughter of Horses for Human Consumption. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This private member's bill would amend the Health Animals Act by saying that no person shall import horses for slaughter for human consumption, and also that no person shall export from Canada or send a convoy from one province to another horses for slaughter for human consumption. Also, there would be an amendment to the Meat Inspection Act to add that no person shall import or export a horse meat product for human consumption or send or convoy a horse meat product for human consumption from one province to another. Mr. Speaker, the main point here is health. What we're seeing is that there are anti-inflammatory drugs, namely phenylbutazone is one example which was quite likely to be prevalent in horse meat. It is a known carcinogen, and it is illegal to ever use it in any animal that enters the food supply. What my bill would do is prevent these drugs that are in horses that are given to horses from entering the food supply, and therefore I would ask all members to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Adamanenko, seconded by Mr. Allen, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est
This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Martin, Sault Ste. Marie, seconded by Mr. Savage, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Eliminate Poverty in Canada. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I supported in this work by the member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, and Chambly-Bourdois as seconders. Also MP from Toronto Danforth, Vancouver East, Winnipeg Centre, and Halifax. The purpose of this act is to impose on the federal government the obligation to eliminate poverty and promote social inclusion by establishing and implementing a strategy for poverty elimination in consultation with the provincial, territorial, municipal, and Aboriginal governments and with civil society organizations. This act is an opportunity for real nation building where no one gets left behind to build healthy communities and strong economies by taking advantage of the momentum created by the work being done at the Human Resources and Social Development Standing Committee and by the Dignity for All campaign.
Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie, seconded by Mr. Savage, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Monsieur Mulcair, appuyé.
Mr. Mulcair, seconded by Mr. Thibault, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bank Act, Compensation for Investment Advice. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill seeks to avoid a flagrant conflict of interest that costs a lot of money to Canadians every year. So it is prohibited to banks and its subsidiaries and employees to accept remuneration from a person or an entity for having recommended to clients of the bank or its subsidiaries to buy an investment product as sold by that person or that entity. And we seek with these investment vehicles, we mean bonds, actions, shares, hedge funds, and derivatives such as swaps. There's severe punishment for individuals. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that all the members will support me. Mr. Mulcair, seconded by Mr. Thibault, that moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Volpe, seconded by Mrs. Crombie, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Arrest by Owner. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to introduce a bill that would amend subsection 494, subsection 2 of the Criminal Code, where a citizen's arrest is only permissible if a perpetrator is in the process of committing a crime, a very short and often impractical window, even if the proprietor knows the individual, saw the individual, and the perpetrator has already committed the act. I thank my colleague from Mississauga Streetsville for seconding this. Now, can you imagine, Mr. Speaker? Imagine you're a homeowner and you witness an individual vandalizing your home or property. Under the current act, you have no legal right to detain a perpetrator because by the time you reach him, the act has already been committed. Or take, for example, if you're a shop owner who has been repeatedly robbed by a known career criminal, and yet one day, an hour after stealing something from your store, the criminal comes back for more. You catch him and call the police. But under the current law, you're charged with assault, forcible confinement, and are thrown into jail. When just such an incident occurred last year in Toronto's Chinatown, the Minister of Immigration vowed to change the law, as did the Parliamentary Secretary for Justice. A year later, all they've delivered is false hope and disappointment. Our laws should attack criminals, not the victims. So here's my solution in this bill, but now it's up to the Conservative government. So I ask them, are they going to stand up for victims or aid criminals?
Mr. Volpe, seconded by Mrs. Crombie, move that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est reprise.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
Quand ce projet
When will this bill be read a second time?
at the next sitting of the House. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Ms. Neville, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Wheat Board Act, Increased Democratic Producer Control. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce this bill today, which would amend the Canadian Wheat Board Act in 4 ways. First, to increase the influence of Western farmers in selecting independent outside directors to serve on the Canadian Wheat Board's Board of Directors, and correspondingly reduce the role of the federal government. Secondly, to limit the government's authority to give orders to the board to those cases where the government's financial guarantees or Canada's international trade obligations might be affected. Thirdly, to strengthen the rules for a fully democratic vote among grain producers before any legislation could be introduced to change the Canadian Wheat Board's single-desk marketing system. And fourthly, to require the federal government to conduct itself in a more consultative and collaborative manner in dealing with the board. Mr. Speaker, this is a piece of legislation that pushes democratic producer control over the Canadian Wheat Board, and I'm pleased to note that last week there was a survey of farmer opinion in Western Canada that indicated 80% of Western Canadian farmers would support legislation that moved in this direction. I want to thank the member for Winnipeg South Centre for seconding the motion, and thank also our agriculture critic, the member from Malpeque, for his encouragement and support as well.
Mr. Goodale, seconded by Ms. Neville, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est reprise.
This motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Le projet de loi.
First reading of
bills. Motion.
Motions.
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first, before I get to my motion, perhaps with the indulgence of the House, I'd like to table a memorandum of understanding, Mr. Speaker, between the Right Honourable Prime Minister, the Leader of the Official Opposition, and the Leader of the Bloc Québécois. This memorandum of understanding, Mr. Speaker, deals with the issue to strike an ad hoc committee of members of Parliament from signatory parties that will review government documents related to the transfer of Afghan detainees from the Canadian Forces to Afghan authorities, Mr. Speaker.
Has the floor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, under motions, there have been the usual consultations between all political parties, Mr. Speaker, and if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent for the following: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-13, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, be deemed to have been amended at the report stage as proposed in the report stage motion in the name of the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development on today's notice paper, be deemed concurred in as amended, and that the House be authorized to consider the bill at third reading later today. When the House begins debate on the third reading motion of Bill C-13, a member from each recognized party may speak for not more than 10 minutes on the motion, after which the bill shall be deemed to have been read a third time and passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed? La Chambre entend.
The House has heard this. Does it please the House to adopt it? All right. I declare the motion adopted.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-23 be deemed read a second time and referred to a Committee of the Whole, deemed considered in Committee of the Whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage,
and deemed read a third time and passed.
Did the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in his motion say that the bill be deemed read a second time?
Be deemed read a second time.
Already has, that it's in committee, so that part of the motion appears to be a bit superfluous. But in any event, I assume the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is seeking unanimous consent for this motion.
Yes.
Because he hasn't given notice of it, is that correct? Okay. Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? There's no consent. Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present two more petitions regarding the decision in Budget 2010 to cancel the exemption for postdoctoral fellows. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that has brought a lot of attention from the research community, certainly from young researchers. Their view is that this decision is very harmful for the research environment in Canada, particularly for encouraging young researchers, and what they're asking is that the decision be suspended until the government is able to meet with the National Working Group on Postdoctoral Fellows to establish a course of action. So what they're asking for is simply a little bit of notice before their lives are turned upside down, and this is I've presented this petition in a number of other formats for other petitioners as well, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present it again today.
The Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I table a petition signed by 65 people in my riding who are calling on the government to support a universal declaration on animal welfare. This is because animals can feel pain and suffering, and that it is therefore important to fight against cruelty in their regard. Several thousands of people throughout the world need animals to survive, and animals are living beings. It is important to respect them and treat them well. On November 6th, we voted in support of motion M364, the Universal Declaration on Animal Welfare. Although there are amendments made to the criminal code, the maximum sentences under the criminal code are still not harsh enough for the acts committed. We need to go further and see a veritable reform of the provisions concerning cruelty to animals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Presenting petition.
Back to Quack. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise on behalf of over 1,500 people from across New Brunswick who have signed the petition, bringing attention to the House of the situation with bullying in Canada, and given internet, email, cell phones, how this has become a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week problem. And they're calling on Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to consider introducing legislation that would target that problem of bullying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Pleased to present two petitions. The first one by 1,600 petitioners through Vancouver Island who demand that Canada Post maintain mail processing services on Vancouver Island. Mr. Speaker, they say that the proposed move will negatively impact Vancouver Island communities and cause job losses. They ask that the economic impacts on the negative economic impacts be considered on the communities before a decision is made in consultation with local communities. And, Mr. Speaker, they demand that the government release its operational plans to Parliament and to the Canadian public with respect to Canada Post. And finally, I'm presenting yet another petition to ban cosmetic pesticides. Mr. Speaker, the residents of Victoria call for an immediate moratorium on cosmetic pesticides until they're proven safe and until long-term health and environmental consequences are known. We're witnessing the collapse of the bee population. We're witnessing increasing allergic reactions in our population, and these petitioners recognize that while pesticides may continue to play a role in insect infestation, the cosmetic use of pesticides does not warrant the risk that we are taking. Victoria has beautiful gardens without pesticides, and the petitioners are calling on the government to enact Bill C-368 for an immediate federal moratorium. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would just I'll go now to the honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to present an 83-page petition, 83 pages, on behalf of hundreds of Ottawa residents. The petitioners draw to the attention of the government that nearly half of the world's population lives today on less than $2 a day. That the United Nations has stated that if wealthy countries were to donate 0.7% of their gross national income to official development assistance, basic human needs could be met for all. That since 1970, Canada has pledged many times to donate 0.7% of that income to development, and that Canada currently only donates 0.34% to development. Therefore, the petitioners call upon the government to put in place a timeline to donate 0.7% of gross national income to development assistance, that this be delivered and administered according to the Official Development Assistance Accountability Act of Canada to ensure ethical donation procedures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There are still quite a few MPs indicating their desire to present petitions, so I'll ask members to make a very brief summary of the petition so we can try to accommodate as many of our colleagues as possible. Not having a deputy de Manicouagan.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the standing order, I am tabling a petition containing many signatures from voters in Manicouagan. They are calling on the federal government to adopt Bill C-452, which would allow the Competition Bureau to have oversight of the fluctuation in gas prices. My second petition, Mr. Speaker, concerns the tabling of a petition of Bill C-429. I am pleased to table a petition with several hundred signatures of residents from Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean and the North Shore who are calling on the House of Commons to swiftly adopt Bill C-429 on the use of wood in federal buildings, which seeks to amend the Act on the Department of...
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise on behalf of the constituents of Fleetwood Port Kells to present two petitions. The first petition deals with an issue debated in this House earlier this week in a take-note debate. The petitioners call upon Parliament to recognize venous anomalies to be a separate and distinct health issue that may or may not be related to multiple sclerosis, and to immediately apply the principles of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and release a statement supporting the rights of persons with MS to receive diagnostic services and recommended treatment related to impaired cerebrospinal venous return by a qualified medical practitioner. The second petition, signed by dozens of Surrey residents, calls upon Parliament to support a universal declaration on animal welfare. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions to present today. First, from hundreds of residents of the Conservative ridings of Caribou, Prince George, Kootenay, Columbia, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, Mission, and Surrey North. And these petitioners call upon the House of Commons and the Government of Canada to pass my motion M507, which requests that the government prohibit the payment of old age security and guaranteed income supplement payments to serial killers, and that those proceeds be allocated to a victims' compensation program administered by the provinces. Mr. Speaker, from those ridings in those areas of British Columbia, I so table. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from dozens of residents of the Kootenay area of British Columbia, and they call upon Parliament to reject the Canada-Columbia trade deal until an independent human rights assessment is carried out. Now, as you know, Mr. Speaker, both Conservatives and Liberals betrayed the public, who had said in tens of thousands of times not to say yes to this agreement. These petitioners say no.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, I am pleased to present a petition signed by students of the Women's Studies program of the University of Waterloo. These students are mindful of the fact that violence against women is often motivated by gender-based hatred, that half of Canadian women have experienced at least one incident of physical or sexual violence, that Canadians continue to be horrified by the hate that motivated the 1989 École Polytechnique massacre, and aghast that the glorification and incitement to similar acts of violence by misogynists is currently legal in Canada. For these reasons, the petitioners urge the government to adopt my private member's bill C-380, which would add sex, the legal term for gender, to the list of identifiable groups in relation to hate propaganda provisions in the criminal code. Hatred and incitement to violence based on ethnicity, race and religion and sexual orientation is prescribed by Canadian law. Why not misogyny and all gender-based hate crimes?
Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased today to table 2 petitions with several hundred signatures on the same topic. They are people from my region and many regions of Quebec to call on the House of Commons to swiftly adopt Bill C-429 concerning the use of wood in the construction and renovation of federal buildings. In this respect, the petitioners are calling on the government to convey a very clear message to the Canadian public and to the government to use wood, and that this use of wood be considered a solution in construction projects. So the petitioner calls for this bill to be adopted in order to respond to the needs of forestry workers and their communities and families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Will be very quick. I have 4 petitions here. The first one calling on the House of Commons to have a free vote to pass legislation that would see the long gun registry cancelled and streamlining the Firearms Act. The second one is on skin cancer. They're calling for a national skin cancer and melanoma initiative to provide much-needed access to newer drug treatments and funding for research and educational programs. The next one is on life, Mr. Speaker. They're calling on Parliament to pass legislation to protect human life from the time of conception until natural death. And the fourth one, Mr. Speaker, is regarding medical benefits. They're calling upon the House of Commons to adopt specific and precise legislation to provide additional medical EI benefits to at least equal to maternity benefits for people who find themselves in situations with very serious medical problems. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to submit a number of petitions on behalf of hundreds of petitioners from Nova Scotia who are concerned about a proposed convention centre in downtown Halifax. The petitioners noted that 800,000 people annually enjoy the view of George's Island from Halifax Citadel National Historic Park, and that a development of 2 towers will block that view. They ask that the government refuse to provide public funds for this or any development that would block the view of the Centre, Harbour, and George's Island from the Citadel.
Présentation des pétitions. L'honorable député.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table a petition signed by more 2,000 people in my riding. They're asking the government to make the Jacques Cartier Bridge accessible year-round and to make it accessible to pedestrians and cyclists. This would give the citizens of Montreal and the South Shore, a very effective way of making their contribution to cutting down on greenhouse gas. So I would also like to thank some of the petitioners for their tenacity in fighting for the accessibility of this bicycle path.
Wild Rose. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise today to present several more petitions on a topic that's very important to me and to this government, and that's the issue of pardons. A number of constituents and people from all across the country. Matter of fact, I've got well over 1,000 signatures here who have signed the petition and are basically calling on the government to make some changes in regards to pardons. Of course, they were very happy when the government announced that we would be making those changes, but they are also concerned that the opposition parties are not going to see those go forward. And so what the petitioners are calling on is on the House of Commons and Parliament assembled to change the Criminal Records Act to prohibit the granting of pardons to convicted sexual offenders. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions. The first is quite significant. It has thousands of signatures on behalf of thousands of residents of Thunder Bay Superior North in support of restoring vital passenger rail service to the North Shore that was cut in the early 1980s. It would be environmentally friendly, it would be efficient, and it would be a big boost to the hard-done communities of Marathon, Terrace Bay, Scriber, Nipigon, and Thunder Bay. So these petitioners are asking for parliamentarians to support motion M291 to return passenger rail service to the North Shore. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is a petition from many residents of northwestern Ontario on food security and food sovereignty. They're concerned that with millions of people struggling with hunger and poverty around the world, our current policies encouraging industrial agriculture and production of agri-fuels can do more harm than good. Therefore, our petitioners argue that these policies will worsen population displacement and raise food prices around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There are 35 seconds left for presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present a petition that's signed by dozens of Canadians and calls on the government to reverse Health Canada's decision on March 19, 2010 that beverage companies will be allowed to add up to 75% of the caffeine allowed in the most highly caffeinated colas to all soft drinks. These soft drinks have been designed and marketed towards children for generations. Canadians are very concerned about children drinking coffee and colas as they acknowledge caffeine is an addictive stimulant. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for...
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration of third reading of Bill C-13, the Fairness for Military Families Employment Insurance Act.
Ms. Yellick for Ms. Finley, seconded by Mr. Kent, moves that Bill C-13, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, be now read a third time and be passed. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's always valuable when we're discussing any piece of legislation before the House of Commons to inquire as to its origins. So if you'll permit me, Mr. Speaker, I will expound upon the origins of the Fairness for Military Families Act. Some time ago, I was knocking on doors in the South Ottawa village community of Osgood. I ended up on the doorstep of a Canadian soldier, Mr. Duquette, who, along with his wife, was just heading out on a date, only to be interrupted by a visiting member of Parliament. And he told me the story of his service to the Canadian Armed Forces in the Golan Heights. He served there for roughly a year. And when he went into service, he left behind a 4-day-old child to whom his wife had just given birth. Only one day after they were able to bring their young boy home, he was sent by order into the field on our behalf. One of the things that helped him get through this time away from his family was the notion that he would take advantage of his rightful benefits under employment insurance for parental benefits. He, like all members of the armed forces, pay into the employment insurance system and thus have every expectation that they should be able to draw parental leave just like the rest of us, Mr. Speaker. Now, when he returned, he was startled and deeply disappointed to learn that he would not be able to spend time with his son because the eligibility period during which a person can collect their parental benefits had expired. It lasts only for the year immediately following the birth or adoption of the child. Given that this soldier had been serving us overseas for over a year, that entire period of eligibility had gone by. And sadly, he would not be afforded the benefit for which he had been paying for many years. He opened up the legislation to find out if it could really be true. And not only did he learn that it was as bad as it sounded, he learned that it was even worse. He found that criminals who were serving prison sentences are able to defer their benefits until after they get out of jail. But soldiers who are serving our country on order from their government cannot. I told him that I would work hard with this Prime Minister and the Minister of Human Resources to fix the injustice, and that's what I've been doing for some time now. I'm very thankful that this Prime Minister and his Minister of Human Resources agreed with me and with the Duquette family, introduced in this House the Fairness for Military Families Act in order to redress this injustice by allowing soldiers to defer their parental benefits until after they get home from service. This bill will have an impact on countless soldiers, Mr. Speaker, who serve us and put themselves in harm's way even though they have small children waiting for them back at home. It's a sacrifice not only that the soldier makes, but a sacrifice made by the entire family. The Fairness for Military Families Act recognizes that sacrifice and helps soldiers to acquire the benefits for which they paid. When the bill first came through the House of Commons, it was passed rather quickly, and then it went to the Human Resources Committee to be studied further. And we invited the Duquette family to testify. There was one logistical problem that all members in the committee will recall vividly, and that is that Mr. Duquette is currently serving us in Kabul in Afghanistan, so he couldn't be there in person. His wife, who's still here in Osgood, came downtown and testified in person, and he by teleconference from all around the world. It was the first time they'd seen each other in months, and it was a real delight to see their faces light up when, via teleconference, in a parliamentary committee room, they were able to connect. I was also heartened as a parliamentarian to see members of all parties come together in a spirit of nonpartisanship to do the right thing, support the Duquette family and thousands of military families just like them. Not only did we have a great session, hearing from the family, understanding their concerns and the trials and tribulations of families that sacrifice so much, do so much good, but we as a parliamentary committee unanimously passed the bill and sent it back to the House of Commons in just one meeting. That illustrates the power of all parliamentarians to work together and get things done for our citizens, our families, our soldiers. And so allow me, on behalf of my constituents, to commend members of all parties who participated in making this happen. It's been a real honor to work on behalf of this family and to partner up with parliamentarians of every color in order to get the job done. Now, I understand, Mr. Speaker, we're getting close to the day when this bill will pass through the House of Commons. I'd encourage all members to keep up the very effective work they've been doing to move it forward. And I will be encouraging our friends in the other place, the Senate, to move with equal haste so that this bill can become law and families can begin to benefit from the fairness that they deserve and for which they've paid. Mr. Speaker, we have a duty to all of our citizens, but perhaps a special duty to ensure that the soldiers who are protecting all of us get the benefits that they deserve. It's been my honor to play a small role in making that happen. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to speak to C-13 on its last part of its voyage through Parliament here this afternoon, the so-called Fairness for Military Families Act. Now, what this Act does is amend Part 1 of the Employment Insurance Act to extend the period during which employment insurance parental benefits may be paid for Canadian Forces members whose start date of parental leave is deferred or who are directed to return to duty from parental leave. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is an act that will help relatively few Canadians. We're told by the Department about 50 to 60 people a year at a cost of about $600,000, but nonetheless, It is important for those that will assist, and I think that it assists Canadians that we all agree are entirely worthy of that assistance. As my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, referred to, we heard at committee from Major James Duquette, who was posted to the Golan Heights just 4 days after the birth of his first child. And as such, he missed his opportunity to take parental leave. And it was very nice to hear from him from Kabul, and his wife, whose name I think was Anne, who testified as well. They made very compelling witnesses in support of this bill. Now, there's a sort of a curious factor here, though, Mr. Speaker, which is the timeline of this bill is that on April the 5th, the government had a press release about C-13 indicating they were going to introduce it. On April the 12th, the legislation was introduced, and then it was almost a month before it was debated in the House. It very quickly was passed by the House and went to committee, but it wasn't until May 26th that actually the Human Resources Committee had this testimony, went through clause by clause, everything passed, but then it's now another month since it came back to the House, and Mr. Speaker, I don't know that even it would have come to the House this week if it hadn't been for the Liberal Party inquiring about its status, because it makes sense. As the Parliamentary Secretary suggested, all parties support it. Let's get this through, but it has been a kind of a case of hurry up and then wait, and hurry up and wait on this bill. But it's important. And, Mr. Speaker, I can talk from a personal point of view. I come from a military area. Dartmouth Cole Harbour is the home to many serving members of the Canadian Forces and many more veterans. I think we have one of the highest populations of veterans in Canada. It wasn't very long ago that I attended the funeral for Petty Officer Second Class Craig Blake, who was the 143rd Canadian killed in Afghanistan. He was killed in the Panjwai district in Afghanistan. He was a member of the Fleet Diving Unit Atlantic. He was defusing IEDs when he lost his life. He has a wife and 2 sons. He was a hockey coach, and he was remembered at his funeral for the wonderful community work that he took part in and the great loss that it was to his family. I remember having a connection to one of the earliest deaths in Afghanistan, and that was Corporal Paul Davis, who died in March of 2006. I've spoken in the House before about flying home from Parliament on a Friday with a number of other parliamentarians, and when we arrived in Halifax and turned on our Blackberries, we'd heard the awful news that Corporal Paul Davis had been killed in Afghanistan. And his father, Jim Davis, is a dear friend of mine and has been an eloquent and passionate spokesperson on behalf of military families who have lost loved ones. Of course, I have many constituents who served in Afghanistan and come home. Even if they've come home relatively unscathed from their service in Afghanistan, their families have paid a very significant price. They made great sacrifices. To go months without seeing your family is a very difficult thing, even if you do return home safely. Those of us who sit in this place, most of us travel from somewhere else in Canada, and we find it difficult, especially with young families, as is my case. It's difficult to be away for chunks of life. It's very difficult for military families to be away for months at a time, and as in the case with Major Duquette and others, especially around the time of the birth of a child or shortly after, it makes no sense that we should compound the sacrifice of that family by not allowing those families to have parental leave. So this is a bill that will make a difference for those families. I think it could have been stronger, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate the amendment that the government promised us. When I spoke to this, when it first came to the House, I indicated that we should make sure that we cover as many military families as possible. The government, and through the Parliamentary Secretary, indicated that the government would do that and that they would assure that that amendment would be in place. There are others who are serving abroad that could have been included in this bill, and where the cost of the bill is only about $500,000 a year, it wouldn't have been very much to add others. For example, those in police forces who serve overseas. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when Major Duquette appeared from Kabul by a video conference at committee, he was asked by an opposition member, and I'm quoting the question now, should we be amending this bill, in your view, to include those people as well? And they're talking about police and RCMP.
The question was, should we be amending this bill, in your view, to include those people as well? And Major Duquette, in his answer, said, yes, I definitely think that applying it to police serving internationally would be very important. That was his comment specifically. So, Mr. Speaker, we have the government witness on this bill saying, yes, I think you should go further. Even departmental officials indicated at that same committee that this wouldn't have been such a terrible hardship. I asked Mr. Louis Beausejour, a fine bureaucrat in the Department of HRSDC, I asked him at that same meeting, quoting, how much of a problem would it be to have this bill apply to other personnel beyond serving members of the Canadian Forces? I said, and his answer was there was no reason other than to determine what the underlying reason for the amendment was. So we could have amended this bill. It could have been a much stronger bill, I believe, but nonetheless, it is what it is. It will assist a certain number of military families, and I want to indicate my appreciation to the Parliamentary Secretary and to the government for providing the amendment that is part of this bill today. Mr. Speaker, when we look at employment insurance, we need to look at the big picture. This has been a topic of much debate in this House and across Canada in the last couple of years. Our social infrastructure is not suitably designed for the kind of recession that Canada has undergone in the last couple of years. After the economic update of 2008, Mr. Speaker, there was an outcry from people across the country to say, look, if we need anything, it is we need to provide support to people who actually need help the most. And among the most vulnerable people were those who had lost their jobs and those who were going to lose their job. At that point in time, the recession was just taking hold. The government was very slow to act. Then the issue of stimulus came up over Christmas in January of 2009, and the new budget came in January of 2009. And everybody assumed, it seemed, Mr. Speaker, that the government would seriously address the issue of employment insurance, that they would look at particularly the issue of access to EI, and the fact that depending on where you live across the country, many people simply don't have access. That access could be denied in a lot of cases. Quite often it's to women who've lost their job because they tend to work part-time hours and may not have had enough hours to qualify for employment insurance. But, Mr. Speaker, when the government brought in their plans for employment insurance in the budget of early 2009, they didn't address that issue at all. And it brought cries of protest not only from who you might expect would be opposed to their inaction, such as labor unions and public policy people, but just about every province, including provinces who were led by spokespeople like Premier Brad Wall and Gordon Campbell and Premier Dalton McGuinty, who all said, look, one of the loopholes, one of the gaps in the employment insurance system is this issue of access. And still we had no action from the government. In fact, at one point in time, we had 1.6 million unemployed, and almost half of those people had no access to employment insurance. There have been changes made to the EI system over the years, and some of those changes have been made by varying governments, but they have always reflected the fact that employment insurance should be there for those who most need it. So, Mr. Speaker, there could have been a lot done. C-13 to me is a very worthy improvement to EI. All parties here have indicated their support for this bill. We do need to do all that we can to support military families, to recognize that they have a particular burden, that those who serve, but also the families who serve those who serve, have a special and significant sacrifice that they make on a regular basis. This bill does do something to alleviate that. It's a limited bill, Mr. Speaker, and it's a bill that could have been made better. I think it has been made a little bit better. There could have been more done, but nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the Liberal Party support for this bill. We think it's a worthy initiative and a recognition for those who serve this country valiantly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Chambly-Bordois.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise, just like my colleague, on this bill, Bill C-13. It is a bill to make things fairer for families when it comes to parental rights and parental leave in particular. This bill will extend the eligibility period for parental leave for servicemen and women as my colleagues indicated earlier. So when the military are called back to the theatre of war, then they can come back to their leave period when they return to Canada or Quebec. Now, the serviceman or woman will therefore be able to take advantage of this right for an extended period. We wanted the government to make this 50 weeks retroactive to ensure that those troops that have already been called back will be able to not lose their parental leave. I also believe, I agree with what the member just said, that this piece of legislation is a piecemeal one. It is only one of the many improvements that needs to be made to the employment insurance system. This system needs to be completely overhauled, in my opinion. As far as Bill C-13 is concerned, we're in favour of it. We believe that it's a simple matter of fairness, especially since these troops are being called upon to risk their lives, not only in tough and difficult situations, but very dangerous ones as well. So we have nothing but the greatest respect for the military. And as parliamentarians, it is incumbent upon us to not impose additional risks on these servicemen and women. We need to ensure that they are as accommodated insofar as is possible when it comes to their careers and family life, and we want to make sure that their return home is made as smooth as possible and that they can slip right back into civil society in a seamless and smooth fashion. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, this bill, however, should have been more comprehensive when it comes to troops. The initiative is necessary, but the Conservatives are only plugging holes rather than really overhauling the employment insurance system and really providing support for our servicemen and women. Most servicemen and women come back from their missions with post-traumatic stress disorder and other troubling issues. And I think that they're very much neglected in this respect, and this bill neglects that fact. Should also remind you that troops, just like any other employees, receive employment insurance, and they pay into that system, so they're insured. Now, this brings me to what I have to say now, Mr. Speaker. We've just made good on what I would consider to be a self-evident right for servicemen and women. We're talking about a right that they weren't entitled to previously because of the nature of their work. Now, I think that there are other aspects to servicemen and women's lives which aren't covered by this legislation. The Governor of Canada is good with rhetoric when it comes to the military, but when servicemen and women come back with post-traumatic stress order and so on, the government is reluctant to speak about it. There's a high rate of suicide. There is a flagrant lack of psychological and financial support when the troops really need it. I'd remind you, Mr. Speaker, that the armed forces should be supporting these servicemen and women that come back from their missions abroad, like the mission in Afghanistan, especially since we know that 4% of soldiers that come back from Kandahar end up having suicidal tendencies. 4.6% of them have major symptoms of major depression, and up to 15% have mental health issues. In its parliamentary work, the Bloc Québécois has always considered extremely important the support that is afforded to our troops. Now, there is a petition being tabled in the House of Commons to call, or a motion rather, calling on the government to change the way the servicemen and women are compensated when they leave the forces. In 2005, the Government of Canada adopted rules for the compensation of veterans of the Canadian Forces, which is commonly called the Veterans Charter, which came into effect on the 6th of April 2006. Since then, National Defence hasn't guaranteed lifetime pensions for its troops. Rather, in 2006, it introduced a flat rate, a single payment. The cheque is issued one single time, and troops have to manage these financial resources. The Canadian Forces Veterans Ombudsman in 2006 criticised this new compensation system for servicemen and women. Unfortunately, since it came into effect, the Army has given troops far less in terms of income. The Ombudsman says that he's not in favour of this lump sum because someone with psychological issues could waste the money and spend it all at once and would have a cent left to ensure his or her financial stability. Veterans quite easily may become homeless, according to the Ombudsman, who was he himself a veteran from Bosnia and Afghanistan. Many of these veterans in fact find it difficult to keep housing. They would prefer to get their benefits monthly. They're often, when they return, in a fragile state. And Mr. Speaker, I think that we really need to listen to the Armed Forces Ombudsman and his concerns. We have a new way of compensating our servicemen and women. These troops are often without sufficient income, and oftentimes it's entire families who are financially strapped for the reasons that have been explained by the Ombudsman. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I'd remind you that the Bloc is going to vote in favour of C13 with the amendment that the Bloc has put forward, and we hope that in the fall there will be other legislation in order to support our troops who come back with various forms of injury, be they mental or physical, from the field of combat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak on behalf of Bill C-13 on behalf of my party. And I want to say at the outset that a lot of the people who join, I guess just it's the definition of the job, I guess, that the military look for young people as recruits. They're not looking for older people my age. And so they attract and they advertise to a younger group of people who are not really joining for the benefits and don't necessarily understand what they're getting into at the end of the day, and think perhaps wrongly that they're going to be taken care of fulfill their mission, and something should befall them in the process. And so I think it's a positive sign that, unlike World War I and World War II, where you had cases of post-traumatic stress issues and suicide issues, these issues tended to be ignored and covered up and downplayed as a sign of weakness on behalf of the individual. And so in today's environment, certainly since the Gulf War, the end of the Gulf War, we're seeing more interest in post-traumatic stress disorder issues, and I think that is definitely something we have to look at, and I think the military personnel have to be made aware that we are prepared to look after them a little more than we have in the past. I mean, I have a 23-year-old son in the reserves. As a matter of fact, he moved to Kingston on the 1st of June, and he will be going to Afghanistan in November. And he's not, concerned about these issues. And even though he's aware of the statistics and so on, but they don't. I mean, people in his position don't necessarily get preoccupied with what could possibly happen. But we know that historically, and those of us who have been around for a while know that there's a certain percentage of people who will develop problems in a war environment, and so we have to prepare ourselves to take care of those instances. And I know that the bloc member who just spoke gave some statistics about 4% of soldiers have suicidal tendencies when they come back from Kandahar. The 15% have mental health issues, and of course he is one who wants us to look at perhaps a more comprehensive approach to the EI program. And since the unemployment insurance system was set up in the 1940s, we have seen a positive progression of the system to the point where in the 1970s the system was very open, and many people were able to take advantage of it. But it got curtailed and cut back somewhat in the last number of years, and we saw for the first time, I believe it was the first time, a sitting government, taking money from the surpluses from the EI system and using to pay down the deficit. And we saw that to the tune of $57 billion. And you might add, well, what's wrong with that? Well, what's wrong with that is that money does not belong to the government. It is money that is raised from the workers themselves and matched by the companies. And so it is not right for the government to be using the money as essentially a source of revenue to pay down the debt of the country. You're essentially robbing the workers and the employers of these contributions. But now that we have gone through a very large recession over the last year, it's become very focused that there are some problems with unemployment insurance that need to be fixed. And we have seen some measures here on the part of the government. Last year we had $1 billion, last November, December, agreed to by the government and the NDP, and we had measures brought in for self-employed people, Bill C-56, dealing with self-employed people. We've had several bills introduced in this House. And I guess the question is, why are we doing this in a piecemeal fashion? It's not dissimilar from the crime bill approach or the crime agenda of the government, where we've said, well, why don't you, rather than introducing these bills on a one-off basis in a boutique sort of fashion, why don't you simply, like you did for the budget implementation bill, which, by the way, we didn't agree with, Why don't you put all these changes in an omnibus bill and bring them to the Parliament, and we will make up for 100 years of inaction on much-needed reform to the criminal code. The same approach should happen here. We should deal with all these issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We should deal with all of these issues in one big bill. And you know, my friend, the member for Winnipeg Centre, pointed out initially when this bill was brought in, and this bill is, of course, being supported unanimously in this House, but he observed that this was something that probably could have been done through simply an administrative measure, perhaps through an order in council. It affects, Mr. Speaker, perhaps 50 to 60 soldiers a year. The cost of the program is around $500,000 to $600,000 a year. And basically what it's doing, Mr. Speaker, it's amending the Employment Insurance Act to extend the benefit period and the period duration which parental benefits may be paid for Canadian Forces members whose period of parental leave is deferred or who were directed to return to duty from parental leave. So that was certainly an oversight in our system in the past, and the Conservative member who introduced the bill was certainly attentive to that missing part and introduced his bill, and that is very positive from his point of view. Now, our critic, the member for Acadie Bathurst, brought in an amendment, and we thought it was a good suggestion, and we still do, to allow it to apply to the RCMP and police forces, because, Mr. Speaker, there are several people from the police forces and the RCMP who are embedded with or who travel with our forces, our reserves, and our regular forces when they go into the theater. And also there are some who are in Haiti at the moment. And we feel that they should be covered, Mr. Speaker, under this bill as well. And the Liberal members also seem to be agreeable to that. But for whatever reason at committee, that particular amendment was not adopted at this time, and I'm really not sure why that would have been a problem. But nevertheless, it was not adopted. And the fact of the matter is that it is time for us to sit back. We have to proceed, obviously, and pass this bill today. But what we have to do is we have to look forward to introducing or get the government or a new government, get a government at some point in time to do a comprehensive study, not one that's going to take a decade, Mr. Speaker, but at least do a comprehensive study of the EI program, get input from all of the interested parties, and bring in a comprehensive approach to EI so that we can get away from all this piecemeal approach to EI reform, which is basically more predicated on the basis of what sort of a press conference can we have, what sort of press coverage can we get on a limited measure on a certain day. That is not what the public of the country sent us here to do. That's not the way they want us to approach the legislative agenda of the country. They want to see a comprehensive plan for EI. They want to see a comprehensive plan for other sectors of our country as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to an order made earlier today, Bill C-13, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, is deemed read a third time and passed.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Orders of the day, order du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate as second reading of Bill C-22, Protecting Children from Online Sexual Exploitation Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-22, an act respecting the mandatory reporting of Internet child pornography by persons who provide an Internet service, or the Protecting Children from Online Sexual Exploitation Act. The bill, C-22, brings back to life a bill that was killed in the last session when the government prorogued Parliament. It's maybe a tired line to hear from me or members over here, but the fact is the former bill, C-58, an act respecting the mandatory reporting of Internet child pornography, by similar title, received first reading on May 6, 2010. In short, this bill makes reporting child sexual abuse images mandatory for all Canadians, including Internet service providers, or ISPs. And the tragedy here, of course, is that every day that goes by, more of these offenses take place. It's a scourge on our society, and we could have probably done something earlier, but the P word stood in front of that. There was prorogation, and the bill was not passed. As the Parliamentary Secretary noted yesterday, government has an obligation to protect the weak and vulnerable in society, particularly our children. Debate on this bill is long overdue, Mr. Speaker, and I am honoured to rise and speak in support of legislation that seeks to defend the rights of children in Canada and around the world. While this bill is technical in nature, its purpose is a moral and praiseworthy one that ought to have been adopted long ago. At committee, I know this bill will be examined closely before any final decisions are made, such that this House can ensure Canada no longer lags in its responsibilities to protect our children from sexual exploitation. I have a number of statistics that I'll get into at the finish of my speech, but the preface for them are this, Mr. Speaker. Canada does not lead in the prevention of child Internet pornography or sexual exploitation. I'd like to express, how troubled I am that it has taken this government so long to do something about this important topic. It's been almost 4.5 years that this government has been the government. And legislation to update criminal laws so that they better reflect the modern technologies and modern conveyance of information, bad as this is, have not been brought forward by the government in a timely fashion. The victims of these crimes cannot wait, Mr. Speaker, and the government's tactics have deprived many children the free and happy lives they deserve. Many of us have children, and many of us provide the best we can for them and think that we're providing for them a free and happy life. They are. Sometimes I say to my children, they have too free and happy a life. But let's be clear. There are many children who are in captivity. They are captivated. Their freedom is taken away, and they do not live free and happy lives whatsoever. They are children who have been exploited and continue to be exploited every day. To begin, allow me to discuss the current legislation governing child pornography. There are sections in the criminal code that exist, particularly in 1993. The Liberal government introduced section 163.1 of the criminal code, which prohibited the production, distribution, sale, and possession of child pornography. Let's all of us think back to 1993, where it sounds like the Diet Pepsi ad, but where were you in 1993? Well, you didn't have a BlackBerry. Your portable computer was the size of this podium, probably. And technology was certainly not as advanced as it is today. So the Act, while good at the time, is woefully inadequate. It describes child pornography as visual representation of explicit sexual activity with a person who is depicted as being under the age of 18. The visual representation for sexual purposes of persons under the age of 18, or any written material advocating or counseling sexual activity with a person under the age of 18. All very good to have been introduced in 1993. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have a clear understanding of the illegality that is child pornography. At present, it's a criminal offense if one makes available, as I just defined child pornography, distribution of it online. This is very straightforward, and Canada continues to condemn the production and accessibility of online material depicting the sexual exploitation of children. So if society stopped there, if modern technology stopped there, if it was just a matter of stopping the production of child pornography and distribution of it online, well, I suppose we would be doing our job, and maybe in 1993 there are some members who have been there that long, been here this long, and they remember probably with some pride that was adequate at the time. Under our present laws, if there are reasonable grounds to believe that child pornography is accessible through an Internet service provider, ISP, a judge may order the provider to supply the information to aid in locating and identifying the person that posted it. Judges may also order the removal of the child pornography if its source can be identified. These laws are both valuable and necessary, though, as I will highlight later, further action is needed on the part of this government. Right now, in cases involving the online sexual exploitation of children, a prosecutor may choose whether the accused should be charged with the serious indictable offense or be liable for the less serious summary conviction offense. Cases of this nature ending in indictable offenses are punishable for up to 10 years in prison. They're very serious. And summary convictions are currently punishable up to 18 months. Let us be clear, Mr. Speaker, that viewing or possessing child pornography is punishable as well. Distributing child pornography online is as illegal as viewing it, and this is a punishable offense. A maximum 5-year sentence exists for indictable offenses, while a maximum of 18 months remains for summary convictions. Needless to say, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are well aware of the horrible continuation of child pornography around the world, and they want to bring it to an end. And they don't want Canada to be laggards. They don't want Canada to be behind. They want Canada to be ahead of this issue. We are not. Canada's current legislation clearly hands down harsh consequences for those who break the law regarding the online sexual exploitation of children, but more must be done to prevent these awful crimes. As I briefly mentioned, Bill C-22 will implement rules that require Internet ISPs, Internet service providers, to report images of child sexual abuse. This measure is a welcome change if Canada is to directly combat the rise in Internet pornography exploiting children. The legislation says the enactment imposes reporting duties on persons who provide an Internet service to the public if they are advised of an Internet address where child pornography may be available to the public, or if they have reasonable grounds to believe that the Internet service is being used or has been used to commit an offense. Now, this is a bit of the calling on the public, calling on third parties, calling on the outside to notify the ISP that they have knowledge of child pornography on sites carried. Think of the ISP as the carriage or the distribution conduit for child Internet pornography. And this is a good thing, because I don't know that there's any one agency, one government, or one agency in the whole government, in the whole world, that can adequately survey, adequately police, patrol, or give watch to everything that's happening on the Internet with respect to child Internet pornography or sexual exploitation. So having members of the public, third parties, perhaps interested groups, there are many across the country who are mobilized on this issue, they will be given the opportunity to report them to the ISPs, and now, because of this legislation, the ISP provider will have the duty to report. I'd like to also highlight a couple of the sections that are interesting and important in this bill. Section 3. If a person is advised in the course of providing an ISP to the public of an Internet protocol address or a uniform resource, a ULR, uniform resource locator, where child pornography may be available to the public, the person must report that address or URL to the organization designated by the regulations as soon as feasible and in accordance with the regulations. Section 4 says if a person who provides an Internet service, an ISP, has reasonable grounds to believe that the Internet service is being used to commit a child pornography offense, the person must notify an officer, constable, or other person employed. This is the addition. One would think that the notice would be given to a peace officer. That's how the criminal code has been written for centuries. But this act, written by the Department of Justice, says officer, constable, or other person employed for the preservation and maintenance of public peace of the fact of the offense as soon as possible. It widens the scope to whom the reporting can be done. So in a clever way, it widens the scope of who can report, it narrows the scope of who is responsible, that is the ISP provider, and broadens the scope as to who should be informed. Because we expect that persons employed for the preservation and maintenance of the public peace could include people under the Municipalities Act for bylaw enforcement. This could, under the person power of the Municipalities Act across this country, perhaps in an uninvaded territory and let constitutional talk, give municipalities or regions the power to be firmer on issues of internet child pornography distribution. Section 5 talks about a person who makes a notification under the previous section must preserve all the data. So it's not good enough. Everybody knows that in a court of law you have to have the evidence. It's not good enough just to have a whole bunch of people watching, make the ISP provider basically liable to report, and having the report done to a wider audience or a wider array of public police officers. The person reporting must also preserve the evidence, the electronic data, because without that there can't be any convictions. There must also, by the further sections in the Act, Section 7 does not require anyone to authorize a person to seek out child pornography. In other words, the Act stops in making ISP providers or anybody under this Act a peace officer for the purpose of investigating or going further than what is on the ISP or the URL. It talks finally in sections 8 and 10 about some civil liability and some limits of liability, that a civil proceeding cannot be commenced against a person for making a report in good faith under section 3, and this goes to libel, defamation, and slander. So you can see a good-natured citizen makes a report of a site that's questionable. It is reported by the ISP to a peace officer. There's no conviction. Maybe there's no, but in the course of this, maybe it leaks to the public that this is being done, and it might harm someone's reputation. So you could see a litigation chill effect, that if this section, the hold harmless clause, essentially, if this wasn't in this Act, maybe it would clamp down on the reporting, which would be against the purpose of the Act. So, Mr. Speaker, in September of 2008, federal and provincial ministers of justice, attorneys general, those responsible for justice in Canada agreed that the federal legislation to establish mandatory reporting of online child pornography by internet service providers was necessary. So this has come from a long line of meetings with comparable justice ministers and attorneys general, and it's a good step. It's just, you wonder why it wasn't done earlier. Now before the House, we have this legislation that would apply to suppliers of the internet to the public, those who provide electronic mail services, internet hosting services, and operators of social networking sites. Mr. Speaker, there may be some concerns that the net's too wide, but let us take it to committee and examine that. Let's have the Privacy Commissioner in. Let's have the major internet service providers into the House of Commons committees and explain why it isn't their job to report incidents of the production or the distribution of child internet pornography. Why don't we do that? Why haven't we done it sooner? As I've demonstrated in the duties implied in Section Bill C-22, the legislation would require groups to report tips they receive regarding where child pornography may be available and notify police and safeguard evidence that is involved with the offense itself. Those providers who do not comply, this is the penalty aspect, will be faced with offenses of graduated fines. For individual, the maximum first fine would be $1,000, second offense $5,000, and subsequent offenses $10,000. Remember, these are for the reporting agencies. They're quasi-criminal, they're fines, they're much structured, very much like environmental offenses, and they're a good start, Mr. Speaker. I think at committee I might push for some criminal negligence provisions that might strengthen this Act, make it even more deleterious for companies and their directors who knowingly and repeatedly fail to comply with the law, which I think is fairly reasonable. As I stated when I first rose on this issue, child exploitation is a scourge in our community, and action is long, long overdue. The delays because of prorogation, the delays because of other quasi-justice issues being put in the storefront first are inexcusable. Let me just say, however, that all the proposed changes that I've just covered in detail, while unexamined yet by the committee, certainly appear to ensure the future safety of children and aim to eliminate the online sexual exploitation of minors. Evidence is clear that action on the part of the federal government is essential to address growing sexual exploitation of children. The government has touted its whole law and order agenda, but it's been 4.5 years to get to this most egregious part of criminal activity, and one area of criminal activity that has seen an exponential growth and therefore an exponential increase in the harm to the community. The time to act is now. In June of 2008, waiting for federal direction and leadership, provinces took the lead. Manitoba, for instance, passed a law requiring all persons to report to cybertip.ca, say it again, any material that could constitute child pornography. Ontario now has followed Manitoba, waiting for the federal government to catch up by passing a similar law. In 2002, the United States adopted laws imposing reporting requirements on ISPs, and in 2005, Australia passed laws for the same element. So 2002, 2005, Manitoba, Ontario, we're not leading here in Parliament. The government's not leading on this issue. We're following. While taking action is evidently the right thing to do, I'd like to share some statistics with the House in closing that convey the utter urgency with which we must protect our children from online sexual exploitation. StatsCan, in talking and reporting on child pornography, says clearly it's an increasing problem. With 55 offenses in 1998, 10 years later, the amount is 1,408. 55 offenses to 1,408. Estimates from the Federal Ombudsman for the Victims of Crime, when we had one, would indicate there are over 5 million child sexual abuse images on the Internet. This is inexcusable for a country that's wealthy, inexcusable for a country that pretends to care about the rights of children, inexcusable for a government and a country that is a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. The crimes continue, Mr. Speaker. Between 2002 and 2009, the aforementioned cybertip.ca analyzed that 57.4% of child pornography images were that of children 8 years and under. 83% of the images were of girls. 35% of the images depicted severe sexual assault being inflicted on children. The Internet, as I said before, Mr. Speaker, is a difficult domain to govern. It's probably impossible, but we must make better efforts. Child pornography sites are hosted in roughly 60 countries, and the rankings are alarming. We all have an idea how big Canada is in the world. We're a small country in population. The country hosting the most child pornography sites is the United States. Again, a wealthy, northern, industrialized country that would seem, by all its political rhetoric, to care about its children. They host 49% of these websites. These are child pornography sites, and 49% of the world sites are in the United States. Second is Russia, with 20%. Now remember, the United States is a very large country, a very wealthy country. Russia is a very large country. Now, where would you expect Canada to sit? In terms of its population? In a small ranking? Let's pray? No, Mr. Speaker. Canada hosts 9% of the child pornography sites in the world. And that is not a good statistic. That is why we've got to pass this law, but it's why it ought to have been passed sooner. And it's why the government has to do more about clamping down on Internet child pornography. It's a crime we all agree should be clamped down on. It's a crime that we realize the government should do more about, and it's a crime that has so far been untended to by the communications industry, which is why I said all parties should be amenable to having all the ISPs, all the big names, say them, Google, say them. They should all be in here, and they should be defending why they haven't done anything sooner, why they haven't on their own cut back on their inherent knowledge, their implied knowledge of the existence of child Internet pornography sites. The figures are all from the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, and anybody who doubts the urgency of the issue should understand Canada must act immediately. It's very difficult to determine where the images and websites are hosted, but they can be supported from all different locations in the world. As such, oftentimes each photo and each site must be individually tracked, something highly difficult to achieve. C-22 goes somewhere towards that, but more work must be done. For one website depicting the sexual exploitation of children, cybertip.ca tracked it for 48 hours, and the site went through 212 different Internet addresses in 16 countries in 2 days. ISPs running the networks which these computers are connected to should be able to suspend service for those computers. We need legislation to do that. That's not in this legislation. That's not even a justice issue. That's an issue that the government, with its various departments and ministers responsible, should be concentrating on. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, it's important to note that the bill does not require anyone to seek out child pornography in an attempt to shut it down, though if an internet service provider becomes aware and notifies the police that one exists, they will not be subject to civil proceedings, as I mentioned earlier. Child sexual exploitation is one of the top 3 concerns regarding children and society. We must support this bill, but we must do more.
Before moving on to questions and comments, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra, Forestry Industry. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway, Justice. Non-abited Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert, Arts and Culture.
Questions et commentaires. Non-abited Deputy de...
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Well, I'm rather surprised. I was told that there were 20 minutes for speaking each, but without a question period. So if there's a question period, well, this is the question and comment period. It's considered part of the time.
Bon, très bien. Alors,
Okay, well, I will put a question. I imagine, after listening to his speech, that he has read the legislation and will be dealing with it in committee. There are certain provisions. Now, I don't know if he knows the Internet very well. I use it a lot myself, but I don't understand necessarily what's behind everything that has to be done. For example, have you understood why, when an ISP is warned that there is an Internet site, well, when they know that when an ISP is aware of a site with juvenile pornography, with child pornography, they have to find the material and then they have to get rid of it. I mean, have you understood what this means? I understand what's in the bill, but it's very poorly put. Now, it's like people have to incriminate themselves, and as a lawyer, there is protection against self-incrimination. And people would have to refuse to answer, and then they would need to be the honourable member.
J'ai beaucoup de respect pour.
I have a great deal of respect for my colleague. I know he's a member of the Justice Committee, but if I don't understand the question, I'd like to know. I think that if there's a specific site with disagreeable material, well, this bill deals with the obligation on someone to report on this to the ISP or to the police. It's clear to me, and perhaps in committee we will be able to look at protection against self-incrimination. And I have to admit that I don't know if this is in compliance with the Charter, but I believe that all government bills, justice bills, have been vetted and are in keeping with the Charter. I take that for granted, but we can ask our friend the Minister of Justice. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for another excellent speech on this bill. I think I heard roughly the same speech last November, and I do want to ask him, because last November the member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe, did talk about how Brazil had set up an ethics rules basis for ISPs, but more importantly, he talked about how Germany and Sweden actually just blocked the child porn sites. And it seems to me very wasteful for us to spend now 5 years, it'll probably be another 5 years before we get this legislation through the House, And then the minister announced she was putting $42 million into more police activity to play cat and mouse with a bunch of criminals who are simply going to move to another jurisdiction when they get close to being caught, when we could solve the whole problem. If in fact Sweden has blocked it, Germany has blocked it, why wouldn't we simply short-circuit this whole tortuous route that we're following here and simply do what they're doing and block it? So I'd like to ask the member, you know, is their program of blocking it, has it been successful? When did it start? What can he tell us about what's happening in Germany and Sweden?
The honourable member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Well, indeed, as I mentioned in my speech, there are countries who have done much more than we have, and I did review my speech from last November and thought I felt guilty, in fact, Mr. Speaker, that it was so strident in criticism of the government's inaction that maybe I felt responsible for the prorogation and the lack of achievement here. So, as my father used to say, half a loaf is better than none, and let's get this act. And my speech was therefore less critical of the government. Let's get the act, and then let's get on the government's back about, and really not the Justice Minister's back, but the Minister of Industry and Trade, about what are we doing about controlling the Internet while providing safeguards for free speech and safeguards, as the member from Marc-Fontaine said, against self-incrimination. There's got to be a broader review of the criminal and quasi-criminal nature of the Internet service providers nationally, internationally, as they pertain to Canada. But let's get this bill, and I'll say it's a quarter loaf's better than none, and get it passed.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member will know that the bill also provides for a number of areas where regulations have to be promulgated for this to come into force. This is always, for me, a signal that this is an opportunity for the government, in fact, not to enact the legislation. Even one of them on Section 13 A for the regs, designating an organization for the purpose of Section 3, or the reporting agency. And then you get on in B, 13B, respecting the role, functions, and activity of that organization. This bill hasn't even been vetted out properly. It's not efficient. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, it appears to me that the government has been negligent in providing a bill to this place that can effectively deal with the situation before us, and in fact give us an instrument which can be dealt with the urgency that it requires. We've been here, Mr. Speaker, in this Parliament so long. We've dealt with car racing, and we've dealt with other minor amendments to the criminal code. Mr. Speaker, there's no question in my mind that a bill to do with the protection of children deserved some urgency better than this bill has demonstrated by the government at this time.
Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Well, I know that the member's long service to the much coveted on the Hill the Committee on the Scrutiny of Regulations has come to bear on that question. I was on that committee for 6 months, felt like 12. And it was a very important question, because regulations are either a real incentive and a prize in a piece of legislation, because it allows some flexibility with the naming of authorities, naming of quasi-criminal power, as long as it's not delegated too much. So there can be some good aspects to regulations not yet promulgated to a bill, and we just have to, and the ones that are deleterious, the members as canvass, but we just have to take the government at face value and on good faith that they do want to fill the Act with cogent and efficacious regulations that put the spirit of the Act into compliance and go after the goal here, which is not to be 9% in the world of sites being provided from Canada. It's remarkably bad, and the government can't be proud of it.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Boulogne-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is a brief one for my Liberal colleague, because he seems to have properly read the legislation. So I'd like to ask him if he understands Article 7, which says that the present legislation will not authorize or oblige anyone to look for child pornography. Can he explain the meaning of this particular point?
The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Well, very simply, tout simplement, c'est le limite.
Quite simply, this is the limit of the legislation.
Quasi-criminal statute, and it says basically that there's a limit to the duty on the ISP, and that limit is basically reporting, and it's a step forward. It's not saying that ISPs have a duty to go out and seek out where exactly, and basically be the investigator of where the sites are, who provides them, but to report them to the authorities. I would think that that's appropriate, and it's a great question for committee, but it seems to me that you would want police officers, constables, and other persons as defined in the Act to do the investigations. I don't think you want the ISPs doing the investigation for a number of reasons. One is that they may not have that authority. They're not peace officers under the law, under the criminal code. Secondly, they might screw up the investigation leading to acquittals. And thirdly, they might charge more to all of us for that service.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I believe that what we have to say about this in our party is, what we have to say is, finally the government has acted on a subject where it was simple to act, where they should have acted far sooner, a subject upon which they knew they had the unanimous consent of the House, and they did nothing for 4 years. And now they're doing something with this bill. And they had another bill which died on the order paper. And there was another bill that died at prorogation. And now we have a bill who could be passed very easily. It's a very important piece of legislation, so let's hope that the government will get this through. Now, you never know with a minority government, but there's a suggestion that the first thing the government should do, a minority government should do, is to bring forward bills on which there would be a consensus and start to actually achieve and accomplish things in a minority government. But that's the way this government works. It saves some things for the last, and it's really strange because when they tabled the bill, and I happened to be speaking to a legal advisor to a police force, and I said, what do you do with these clauses? One of them will be, there's a clause that will be replaced by something in this legislation, 45 or 46. So obviously this bill has to be studied in committee as it's a short one. I read it, and I hate the way federal legislation is drafted, but I guess these are traditions. They make things almost incomprehensible to people. And in this way, they can claim that the bill says one thing or another. And so it's impossible for the average citizen to follow things and to be well informed. I think that poorly drafted legislation is not understood legislation and will therefore not be properly enforced. And I think that that's the case we have before us here. We need greater clarity. Apart from that, the legislation is good, and that's why we'll be voting for it, but we'd like it to be much more clear so that people can act effectively, and it can do what we want it to do, so that an ISP, an internet service provider, when it gets signals respecting child pornography, that they will have to take it away.
So that's basically what we're calling for. Everyone agrees that this is a good principle. We give free rein to the freedom of expression, but there are limits. child pornography is one of them. We need to apply this constraint to this extraordinary medium that is the internet. Now, from Section 3, it states that a person providing an internet service and an IP address where there is child pornography available to the public must, according to the regulations, advise the regulatory body set out in the regulation. Now, let's say someone blows the whistle. That's quite clear what happens. But basically it says if someone in the public advises the service provider there is child pornography, that service provider has to do something. And they have to advise an organisation that's going to be created. But that's tough because given how slowly the cogs of government turn, I don't know how quickly it's going to happen. My grandchildren are just having their first birthday, and I'm sure that by the time they're grown up, they won't have to deal with that kind of thing on the internet. But I'm just saying that I don't have much confidence in this government. When they see this consensus and urgency, they put things off to as late as possible. But it continues. If the individual who provides the internet services to the public has reasonable grounds to believe that these services are used in perpetrating a child pornography offence, according to the regulatory statutes, a law enforcement officer must be advised as soon as possible. Now, this is a server. This is a service provider that provides the services to the public. The service provider, I would have thought before advising the organisation that we're going to create, when someone advises the service provider there is child pornography on a particular link, the IP address must be handed over to the regulatory body. Section 4 enables the police officer or law enforcement officers to track down exactly the IP address and make sure that it is taken off the internet. Now, there are some things on computers that I don't understand, but in the following section it says the individual that has given the notice to the police officer in Section 4 keeps this data in his possession for 21 days before the issue of the notice, or after the issue of the notice, rather. So this material has to be kept for a certain period for investigative reasons. In the next section, it says that the service provider must then destroy this data, and that this data, once the 21 days has gone by, unless there is an order to keep the material, must be disposed of. So I think that what we're wanting here is for the server or service provider to stop making this material accessible or available. The regulatory body will determine whether it is really child pornography. I think that it's a bit optimistic thinking that a new organisation that hasn't been created yet will be able to handle all of this. Many new organisations don't respond quickly enough because they're slow in getting off the ground. Now, we also in an investigation want to determine who put the material on the internet so that they can be tracked down. But I'm concerned that, well, obviously the material, I think that the material should be taken off the server immediately. And anyway, I must say that then if you turn to another issue, and this is really particularly intriguing to me, Section 7, that the member from the Canton de l'Est, the eastern townships, referring to. It says, nothing in this act requires or authorizes a person to seek out child pornography. This means that no one would feel obligated to blow the whistle on this kind of activity. It's not an obligation on any particular individual. However, people will be encouraged to report this information to an organisation which will seek to have the material withdrawn. I think that these are appropriate. Section 8 says a civil proceeding cannot be commenced against a person for making a report in good faith. Of course, we don't want the individual who's reporting to be faced with criminal or civil charges as a result of the notification. Now, Section 9. For greater certainty, nothing in this Act affects any right of a person to be protected against self-incrimination. Well, for those people who don't understand what that means, what it means is that when you are a witness, you have to disclose information which may be relevant, which may be incriminating. But we want these individuals to be protected, to feel that they can speak their minds with no fear of retribution. Now, I don't understand how there might be any sort of self-incrimination. Perhaps the person reporting the incident said, well, I went onto a website and I didn't pay for that website, so perhaps that's a crime. I don't know why the individual would need protecting, but I guess it's a good idea to have the individual protected so that they are encouraged to report the material. This kind of protection against self-incrimination has existed for quite some time in English law. I've never quite understood this mechanism. It's a bit of a funny mechanism. You're asked a question, you say, well, I refuse to answer the question. You say, well, because it might incriminate me. And the response is, well, okay. But you're supposed to be telling the truth. You can object, although you have this protection written into the law. So this is a really complicated mechanism in a trial. We're talking about criminal activity here, so there are shortcuts that have been taken by who, for example, seek the protection of the court or seek the protection of the legislation. When you seek the protection of the law, you're saying, well, I'd like to tell the truth, I want to tell the truth, but there are things that might be incriminating, and I want to make sure that you don't use the things that are incriminating because they could come back and hurt me. So in any questioning, this has to be taken into consideration. So the protection against self-incrimination allows these individuals to not answer questions. But we're talking about someone who of their own accord is coming to report an incident. And I agree that that person might say, well, I used someone else's credit card to pay to use this site, but we protect that individual because the individual is serving the public good by reporting the incident. And I think that Section 9 is a positive section, but it should be better explained. There should be a more modern way of explaining this statute, which has always been explained in a bit of a complicated way. So now, if we could just turn now to the offences that are created under this legislation. And I think we need to explain this. the legislation has already previously been amended. Child pornography is a crime. And I know that immediate notice is important. Putting child pornography on the internet is a crime, and that's the way it should be. But it says anyone who knowingly contravenes any of sections 3 to 6 is guilty of an offence and liable on summary conviction. But I look at that and I think, well, how do you contravene those sections? The individual isn't obligated to advise the server or ISP, or perhaps the person would be contravening the sections 3 to 6 because he or she doesn't provide the address in short order. But it is, regardless of this, an encouragement to individuals to take off child pornography, take this off the internet. Now, we're at the end of the parliamentary session. The Bloc Québécois is ready to support this to an extent. We have supported many of the Justice Minister's causes. But if the Minister wants to have an understanding of why we are against some legislation and for some legislation, he needs to understand the following principles. We are in favour of legislation that will reduce crime. We are in favour of legislation that will enable us to prosecute guilty parties and to track them down. We're not standing up for criminals' rights. The rights in the courts don't belong to criminals, they belong to everybody. Should individuals be accused unjustly, well then that's when they can take advantage of their rights. But everything is based on one single philosophy with this government, and that is fear of punishment. I am convinced from my own experience, and I've had quite some experience with Mr. Duchesneau and Mr. Barbeau, and I can tell you that the notion of having a visible police force has done a great deal to reduce crime. I do think it's important to have fair legislation, but we must also avoid copying the United States when it comes to the fear of punishment. Fear of punishment is a deterrent. If it's an effective deterrent, then the United States would be the country where there's the lowest crime rate in the world. The United States, however, have the highest rate of self-incarceration. Now, in the United States, they applied minimum mandatory sentences for all kinds of offences. They were convinced that it would help reduce crime rates, but it didn't do so. Mandatory minimums are all well and good. And I'd be happy to have members sit an exam to tell us how many mandatory minimums there are in Canadian law. Well, there are 27. And I'd ask them, what is a mandatory minimum for a firearm-related offence? And people just wouldn't know. People aren't aware. Now, if most of us in the House of Commons don't know what these mandatory minimums are, well then how would the public know? Especially those individuals that commit the most dangerous crimes. I can tell you they're not very well educated necessarily. And do you think these people calculate this? They do the math. They think, well, if I do commit such and such a crime, I'll go to prison and I'll because there's a mandatory minimum, and so I think I'll commit a different type of crime because then I won't go to prison. That's not how they think. And I think it's important to look at how other countries use imprisonment. The United States are the main advocates. 700 out of every 100,000 Americans are incarcerated. There are others that I've taken from this list that was drawn up by the King's College. In Australia, 127. In China, just over 100. I don't know if they're reliable figures. In Canada, 116 inmates per 100,000 inhabitants. In France, 96. Belgium, 93. Switzerland, 673. Sweden, 72. Japan, 63 per 100,000 residents. So quite clearly there is no relationship between how tough the sentence is and the crime rate. In Canada, you're 3 times less likely to be the victim of an homicide than in the United States, and 5 times less likely in Quebec. So we're against mandatory minimums because they don't work and they force judges to hand down sentences that they consider to be unfair.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his input here because he made one statement which I think is quite true, that we tend to write sloppy legislation federally. It's not very readable. It's not understandable. We have a small bill. I think we understand the intent of it, but it has several places where regulations are required. We haven't even designated what an organization would be. It hasn't been created yet. We don't know what its functions or duties are. We're not very sure. In fact, in my case, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure why we have provisions in Clause 3 and 4, one of which is a person who is aware of an Internet protocol address or a URL must report to this undesignated agency. But then, if a person who provides Internet service becomes aware that there may be pornography passed through his site, he has to report it to a police officer. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've never drafted legislation, but I could tell you one-stop shopping where you have a funnel and where you have a place where all Canadians can participate. We should all be part of the solution. This is a punitive bill in some strained types of languages, which I don't think would stand the test of scrutiny in court challenges. So I wonder if the member from his experience would advise the House whether or not this bill really is going to be a good starting point in terms of dealing with the serious issue of protecting children from pornographic use, and that we should maybe reconsider an instrument in which we can have this some sort of an agency set up so that all Internet service providers and all Canadians can access to report any information to do with such nefarious activities.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. With all due respect for the speaker before me, I think it is a good starting point, but that's all it is. It is clear that we will have to go further. It's a good starting point because it makes people understand that if they see child pornography on the internet, they can do something, and it's not a bad thing to inform people, because sometimes they might not know where to go. They will naturally turn to the police. Now, there are good results in many provinces right now, thanks to the collaboration of citizens who see sites that show young people who are crazy about weapons or who talk explicitly about plans that include murder, for example. Now, further to certain events, some people saw certain sites, They told the Sûreté du Québec, the Quebec police force, and then they were able to contact the people in question and seize their weapons. So here at least the door is open to collaboration with the Canadian public, and that is a good starting point that we should not delay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to ask the member about the offences in this Bill C-22. Seems to me that under the, as an individual, the offences are $1,000 for first offence, $5,000 for second offence, and evidently $10,000 for third offence, or possibly 6 months in jail. And then when you go into the corporate side with companies, it's $10,000 for the first offence, second offence $50,000, and $100,000 for 3 or more offences. Seems to me that that most of this these child porn sites will be run by corporations and probably underworld figures. That would be my guess. And it seems to me that these amounts of money are not going to deter organized crime. That these sort of $10,000 for an offense is just nothing more than the cost of doing business. So I'd ask the member whether he has the same sort of concerns about the offenses in this bill, and whether or not at committee we might look at perhaps increasing those penalties.
Non-Honorable Deputy Marc-Aurèle.
The Honourable Member from Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Well, this bill does not provide for any offence concerning the manufacturing of pornographic material. The sections 3, 4, 5, and 6 provide for the possibility of people denouncing people who commit crimes, and it also provides for the preservation and later destruction of this material. But that is the section that should normally apply if we can discover what the source of child pornography on the internet is. As concerns sections 3, 4, 5, and 6, I think that the sentences or the fines are adequate for the crimes committed, because we talk about the crime of placing child pornography on the internet. So the idea is to notify people that child pornography is on its site and should be removed. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would also like to thank my colleague from, what's the name of that artist? Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, thank you very much. I would like to thank him for having analyzed this bill very thoroughly. And we in the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker, are very focused on preventing crime rather than punishing people thereafter. I just was wondering, I know that Statistics Canada show that parents do not put enough emphasis on personal safety for children using computers. I would like to know whether my colleague from Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, if he thinks that preventive measures should be included in the Act to ensure that parents teach their children how to use the internet and the dangers that they could be exposed to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Yes, that would be a good idea, but I don't recommend it because I don't want to do anything that would delay the adoption of this bill, because this is a starting point, as we said before, but it's a good starting point because it allows the public to have someone to turn to and someone who will take action if they should they discover child pornography sites on the internet. But to add conditions or complications to the bill, it would mean embarking upon another process. Think of the time that it has already taken to get the bill to this stage. So it would simply be asking for trouble. But Just to remind you of the name of my riding, I have a little painting by Marc-Aurèle Fortin, and I will give you one of these documents.
Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to ask the member if part of the bill requires that an ISP or other person providing internet services notify the police. When they're notified, the police must keep the computer data related to the child pornography offense for 21 days. And after that, the computer data must be destroyed unless the police have obtained a court order to keep the data. Other speakers have drawn attention to this provision and asked the question about whether the 21 days is long enough. And I'd like to ask the member, as a long-standing lawyer and a member in this House, whether he thinks the 21 days would be adequate, or is that another provision that we are going to have to change at committee?
The Honourable
Member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Well, I know the limits of my qualifications, and my impression here is that there must be some kind of reason related to computer data, because that is a very short time period. And I believe this will be explained to us in committee, and I hope that that happens, because I don't exactly know how that's going to work. The person sees a website, telephones to make a notification, but I would hope that in such cases, the child pornography would be immediately removed from the internet. But I think this 21 days should be enough, because I believe that it is relating to making a decision concerning the content of the site. Because 21 days, once they're flooded at the beginning with people denouncing the existence of such sites, there are not very many public departments that are efficient in this regard.
There's still a couple of minutes before 5:30. Does the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona wish to start his remarks?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to stand for the last 2 minutes to speak to Bill C-22, and I have to admit that this has been a very, very long process. I am reading the Hansard on this bill and previous incarnations of this bill. It seems that this whole process is now certainly around 5 years. And the computer industry changes very dramatically. So for this government and this parliament to actually get on top of this issue, we better hurry up, because we'll may find that by the time we get to where we want to be, a new problem has presented itself. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in June 2008, the Legislative Assembly of Manitoba passed a law requiring all persons to report to cybertip.ca any material that could constitute child pornography. Ontario passed a similar law in December 2008. The United States and Australia adopted laws in 2002 and 2005, respectively, imposing this requirement on ISPs. And Madam Speaker, I did want to point out some of the benefits of dealing with cybertip.ca. In fact, it's currently estimated there are over 5 million child sexual abuse images on the internet, and cybertip.ca did an analysis of over 12,000 website incidents, and they were looking into host countries to host these sites. And in fact, the United States was number one at 49%. Russia was second at 20%. Canada was a surprising 9% of all the sites. Japan 4%, and South Korea 3.6%.
I regret to interrupt the honourable member. He will be able to continue his comments with 18 minutes left when this returns on the order paper.
Since it is 5:30, the House will now proceed to the deferred recorded division on Bill C-280 under private members' business. Call in the members.
order. The question is the following one. Mrs. Hughes, seconded by Ms. Charlton, moves that Bill C-280, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, qualification for and entitlement to benefits, be concurred in at report stage. All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Hughes.
Fifth row on my left.
Ms. Murray. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Cody. Mrs. Crombie. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Ms. Foote. Mr. Kanya. Madame Mendez. Mrs. Simpson. Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Valerian. Madame Zarak. Monsieur Dufour. Monsieur Ouellet. Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski-Neigette et Misquata-les-Basses. Monsieur Payet, Louis Hébert. Monsieur Dorion. Monsieur Desnoyers. Monsieur Roy. Madame Baudin. Monsieur Pomerleau. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona. Monsieur Gravel. Mr. Heyer. Mr. Stoffer.
Row on my left.
Mr. Holland. Mr. McGuinty. Ms. Ratanzi. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rota. Mr. Savage. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Silva. Mr. Sims. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe. Mr. Pearson. Ms. Hall Finley. Monsieur Carrier. Monsieur Lévesque. Monsieur Asselin. Monsieur André. Madame Morani. Monsieur Godet. Madame Deschamps. Madame Bonsan. Monsieur Vincent. Madame Tillac. Madame Savoie. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Malloway. Mr. Alan Wellen. Ms. Ashton. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. Mr. Adamanenko. Mr. McTaggart.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Zabo. Madame Folco. Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood. Mr. Wilford. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Iking. Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown. Ms. Neville. Mr. Tonks. Mr. Pachetti. Mr. Baines. Ms. Dalla. Monsieur Blais. Mr. Bellavance. Mr. Cardin. Madame Faye. Madame Lavallée. Mr. Plamondon. Madame Freeman. Monsieur Saint-Cyr. Monsieur Malo. Monsieur Nadeau. Mr. Julian. Ms. Charlton. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Sixay. Ms. Matheson. Mr. Bevington.
Second row at my left.
Ms. Bennett. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Koday. Mr. Cutler. Mr. Martin Esquire Motuan de Fuca. Mr. McCallum. Mr. Dossang. Mr. Dryden. Mr. Malley. Monsieur Proux. Mr. Cusner. Madame Jennings. Ms. Scrow. Monsieur Lessard. Monsieur Laforêt. Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Madame Gagnon. Monsieur Lemay. Madame Brunel. Madame Demers. Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie. Mr. Godin. Mr. Comartin. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Christopherson.
First row on my left.
Mr. Dion. Mr. Macaulay. Mr. Volpe. Mr. Bevilacqua. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan. Mr. Ray. Mr. Goodale. Ms. Mina. Mr. Burns. Mr. Laframboise. Mr. Payet Hochelaga. Mr. Duceppe. Mr. Paquette. Madame Lalonde. Mr. Bachan. Mr. Bigras. Mr. Ménard. Mr. Bouchard. Mr. Mulcair. Mr. Layton. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East. Mr. Massey. Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Fifth row on my right. Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row on my right.
Quatrième rangée.
Third row on my right.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Thibault. Ms. Leslie.
First row on my right.
Mr. Marston. Ms. Chow. Mr. Rafferty.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my left. Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left. Third row on my left. Second row on my left.
On my left. Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Scheer. Mr. Devolin. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Bloss. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Braze. Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora. Ms. Cadman. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hoback. Ms. Hepner. Mr. Holder. Mr. Lobb. Mr. McColman. Mrs. McLeod. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Rathgaber. Mr. Upal. Mr. Richards. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
Western West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr.
John.
Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Arthur.
Mr. Arthur.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cram, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Allen Tobeck McTaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobeck McTaquac.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. Bernoulli.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Galipeau.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Troisième rangée.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Casson.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Albright.
Mr. Albright.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Sorensen.
Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Benoit.
Benoit.
Mr. Brightcreitz.
Mr. Brightcreitz.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Teddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mackenzie.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Madame Bernard.
Madame Bernard.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Campit, Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campit, Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Del Mastro.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Harris Caribou, Prince George.
Harris Caribou, Prince George.
First row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
McKay, Central
Mr.
Nova.
Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Monsieur Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary South.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port
Monsieur
Coquitlam.
Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Yeas pour 143, 143. Nays contre 137, 137.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-469 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
Question is as follows.
Ms. Leslie moved that Bill C-469, an act to establish a Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Duncan,
Fifth row
Edmonton,
on my
Strathcona.
left.
Ms. Murray. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Cody. Mrs. Crombie. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Ms. Foote. Mr. Kanya. Madame Mendez. Mrs. Simpson. Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Valerian. Madame Zarak. Monsieur Dufour. Monsieur Ouellet. Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski-Neigette et Misquoitar-les-Basses. Monsieur Paillé, Louis Hébert. Monsieur Dorion. Monsieur Desnoyers. Monsieur Roy. Madame Baudin. Monsieur Pomerleau. Mr. Donnelly. Monsieur Gravel. Madame Hughes. Mr. Heyer. Mr. Stoffer.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Holland. Mr. McGinty. Ms. Ratanzi. Monsieur Rodriguez. Mr. Rota. Mr. Savage. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Silva. Mr. Sims. Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Pearson.
Mr. Pearson.
Ms. Hall Finley.
Finley.
Mr. Carrier.
Carrier.
Mr. Lévesque.
Lévesque.
Mr. Asselin.
Asselin.
Mr. André.
Mr. André.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Godet.
Mr. Godet.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Bonsan.
Madame Bonsan.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Tillac.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Allen Wellen.
Mr. Allen Wellen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mélanger à ma gauche.
Mr. McKay.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy, Charlottetown.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Tonks.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Mr. Bellavance.
Mr. Bellavance.
Mr. Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Sixey.
Mr. Sixey.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Lee.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Codaire.
Mr. Codaire.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt de Fuca.
Martin Esquimalt de
Mr.
Fuca.
McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Dosange.
Dosange.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Dryden.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Monsieur Proux.
Mr. Proux.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Guimond Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Guimond Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord.
Madame Gagnon.
Madame Gagnon.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Gay.
Madame Gay.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
On my left.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Volpe.
Volpe.
Mr. Bevilacqua.
Bevilacqua.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Goodale.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Laframboise.
Framboise.
Mr. Paillé-Hochelaga.
Paillet Hochelaga.
Mr. Duceppe.
Mr. Duceppe.
Mr. Paquet.
Mr. Paquet.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bachan.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Ménard.
Monsieur Ménard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mulcair.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
My right. Quatrième rangée à ma
Fourth row on my right.
Quatrième rangée.
Third row on my right.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Ms. Leslie.
Leslie.
First row on my right.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Chow.
Chow.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my left.
Order.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my left. Quatrième rangée à ma
Fourth row on my left.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row on my left.
Fifth row on my left. First row on my left. Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Devolan.
Devolan.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Cadman.
Ms. Cadman.
Mr. Calandra.
Calandra.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St.
Mr.
John.
Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Arthur.
Mr. Arthur.
Fourth row on my right.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Cram, Prince Edward Hastings.
Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Brownberry. Mr. Bernoulli. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon, Colonial Lake Country. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Fass. Mr. Galipo. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Storseth. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington.
Row on my right.
Mr. Cummins. Mr. Anders. Mr. Casson. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Chong. Mr. Kerr. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Petit. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Glover. Madame Boucher. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Jean. Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Decker. Mr. Velikot. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Reed. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Richardson. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Breitkreitz. Mr. Lake. Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's. Mr. Warawa. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Kent. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. Merrifield. Mrs. Yelich. Madame Bernard. Mr. Hill. Mr. O'Connor. Monsieur Lebel. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Lund. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Campit Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Del Mastro. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George. Fletcher. Mrs. Oblonsky. Ms. Rape. Mr. Ashfield. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Taves. Mr. Day. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Day. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Prentice. Mr. Cannon Pontiac. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Baird. Ms. Finley. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam. Mr. Paradis. Mrs. Aglukat. Mr. Blackburn. Mr. Abbott. Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 137, 137.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. It being 6:07 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Resuming debate at second reading of Bill 465 in the name of Mr. Norlock, the National Hunting, Trapping and Fishing Heritage Day Act.
Order, please. À l'ordre. Order. When this bill was last before the House, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona had the floor, and there are 3 minutes remaining in the time allotted for his remarks. À l'ordre. Order. I therefore call upon the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona. Order, please. À l'ordre.
Speaker, and I'm very pleased to finish off my 3 remaining minutes of my speech regarding this bill C-465, And in fact, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that is basically got full support of everyone and all four parties in this House. So I don't imagine at committee that it's going to present a huge problem for us to get this bill passed. One of the items or aspects of the bill that the presenter or the sponsor has indicated is that it will designate September 30th or perhaps the third Saturday in September, depending on how the committee develops it, as a National Hunting, Trapping and Fishing and Heritage Day. And we have to recognize, Madam Speaker, that in the United States there's been such a Heritage Day there since 1972. With the increased border changes over the last couple of years, with now the United States requiring passports for their citizens to get back into the United States, and with the global recession still not being quite resolved, there's a lot of pressure on tourism right now in Canada, and certainly, as I indicated before, in Manitoba, Northwestern Ontario, but I believe right across the country, fishing camps, tourist camps, all sorts of camps are hurting. There are numerous camps that rely on American tourists and cross-border tourism are finding that their business is down, and I believe that I was told that the business may be down as much as 30%. So we have to come to grips with how we can recover from that and get the hunters and fishers back to Canada to keep our industry alive. And one of the ideas that certainly I have pushed in the past, and I know other people do support it, is that we should work with the Americans to reduce the price of passports. We've been at various meetings with Congress people through Canada, U.S., and it comes up at every meeting that there has to be a bigger uptake of people applying for passports. And even one of the congressmen at our last meetings in February indicated just for him and his family to get passports was quite an expensive enterprise. So we should be working at that level with the United States to try to reduce the cost of the passports and encourage more people to get them, so we can get more tourism from the United States. I can't believe, Madam Speaker, that my 3 minutes could possibly be up because I had so much more to talk about. I had some information on the buffalo hunt, which members will know was certainly pointed to as an example of bad hunting practices where the 60 million buffalo were practically wiped out, but it's all been brought back by conservation and farmers and ranchers working to...
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and honourable members in the House. Of course, I rise today to address Bill 465, an act representing a National Hunting, Trapping and Fishing Heritage Day that calls to designate September the 23rd of every year as a special day of recognition. Kudos to the member for Northumberland today for bringing forward this bill. He's a colleague of mine, he's a neighbor, we share an area, a riding, a pair of ridings that truly are a paradise for fishermen, for hunters, for people who love the outdoors, a rural community who recognizes not only is it just a passion and a way of life for many, many people, but of course it's also a very, very, very serious form of income and support for the people in our area and in our ridings. Matter of fact, most people probably are aware, but for those that aren't, the tourism sector actually, which is a major recipient of the fishing and hunting activities, actually is the largest employer in Canada, and so it has a significant impact across this country. Now, a National Hunting, Trapping and Fishing Heritage Day would give Canadians an opportunity to celebrate these long-standing practices of hunting, trapping and fishing in Canada. It would recognize the contribution that Canada's hunters, trappers and anglers have made to the settlement of Canada. By supporting this bill, Bill C-465, the Government of Canada is in line with the similar recognition that is already in place in the provincial areas, British Columbia, Alberta, Manitoba, and Ontario. In the United States as well, the National Hunting and Fishing Day was designated back in 1972. So once again, thanks to the member for Northumberland for bringing us up to date to a solid recognition and putting into the public awareness just how important this is, not only to local communities in the rural areas, but as well to a number of urban areas, because most urban areas in this country still have lakes, rivers, and streams, and hundreds of them either right beside them or very, very near to them, so that the citizens of those communities also can take advantage of these wonderful opportunities. Now, Bill C-465 celebrates multiple aspects of Canadian society, and it does celebrate the history of the forming of our nation. It celebrates our vast and diverse natural resources. It celebrates outdoor recreation and environmental stewardship. Canada's vast and diverse natural resources fuel the spirit of adventure in Canadians and capture the imaginations of people from around the world. Who hasn't, in most cases, growing up sat around a campfire, whether it's kumbaya or just a little hug around the shoulder of a friend, or telling stories around the campfire? Those are memories that most of us have never, ever, ever forgot. And that, of course, comes with, of course, the privilege and the possibilities that a lot of us gather when we either hunt and or fish. Now, many Canadians, as we know, are active in the outdoors because they do have access to a tremendous array of outdoor recreational facilities. Now, with fishing in particular being one of Canada's most broadly pursued activities, I actually have a little bit of personal history and feeling on fishing that I would like to bring forward to the House and to our honourable members here and really close the loop on it. Because as a youngster, I can recall leaving school going back in the early years, and as other members in this House have, we grabbed an old bamboo pole. The lake was only about 1.5 miles down south of us, and we would grab an old green line, stick on the end, put a hook on it, and on the way down, overturn the stumps to the rocks and pick up a few worms or leeches and stick in our pocket. And down we would go to the lake. And of course, the excitement when we had that line in the water and we were able to entice a fish to grab onto that line. I remember my first fish. It was just so exciting. And of course, I didn't know what to do with it other than, of course, take it off the hook and let it go again, which is fine. Of course, that fish was saved for another day. And now here I find myself almost deja vu. I'm down at the lake here just earlier this year outside my home, and there's my grandson and my granddaughters down at the lake. And all of a sudden I hear the wild shriek, "I got one!" And there they are, doing the same thing that I really, really did when I was young too. And so the excitement generated from this activity to our youth, and recognizing just how important it was to teach them, to show them how to do a live release, how to basically clean a fish if they wish to eat it, how to understand what it is to preserve and conserve for future generations, so that perhaps down the road their children would have the same privilege. To me, that was a wonderful closing of the loop to me. And of course, so it is not just a sport. It is a passion to many people, and it's a source of pride for many, many Canadians. And so certainly it can be enjoyed and is enjoyed by people really of any age and background or ability. And it's an easy way, an affordable way for families to spend some quality time together. And it is highly, highly lucrative from a point of income, whether for people in the industry or actually even for different levels of government, whether it's with taxation, whether it's for permits, because each year approximately 3.2 million Canadians participate in recreational fishing, and they spend $7.5 billion per year practicing this sport. So it is not just a simple little recreational activity, but it actually is a huge generation of dollars and levers of activity in our economy that certainly contribute a great deal to our GDP as well. Of course, there's the other element of that. As I mentioned, this bill pertains to both hunting and fishing. and Canadians naturally enjoy the natural resources in the hunting. And I'm very, very fortunate. I live in an area where hunting, in some way, it's almost like it's more than a passion. There are some people who say when the annual deer hunt takes place in my area that it's a national holiday at Hastings County. Literally, there is hardly a male, and even some of the ladies as well who partake in this who don't participate. And those who do, it's not just what they call the thrill of the hunt. It's a social activity. It's a get-together. It's a time to swap stories. It's a time to fraternize. It's a time to recognize that we have a wonderful outdoors and a great heritage there that we can take advantage of, and we can utilize, and we can enjoy. Of course, where we have, I'm very, very fortunate, white-tailed deer, elk, moose, they continue to be associated with Canada, particularly with a lot of our international tourists or hunters who would come in and they don't have any activity or wildlife that is anywhere remotely accessible to them. Now, our vast geography, and of course across this country we have such a diverse geography and such a great quantity and a selection per se of fish, like no less than 270 different varieties of fish. And who can resist a nice fresh bass fillet, caught, filleted, fried in a pan of butter over an open fire? Really, that to me sort of typifies exactly what fishing is. I see my colleague across the floor, of course. I know he's from the Nipissing area as well, and my aunt and uncle had a camp on Lake Nipissing, and I never saw anybody in my life fillet a pickerel like my aunt. I learned from that as a youngster. Now I'm teaching my grandson and my granddaughter and all of us, and when I see the number of activities that take place from this, the number of tourists that we're able to gather in, my other colleague, of course, they're in northern Canada, where quite obviously it is more than just a recreation. They have an asset there that is a treasure. It's a real, real treasure. It's something that really is, it's right back from the hunting and fishing and trapping days and the establishment of our country with all of our explorers taking advantage of our natural resources. It's just played such a significant role in so many ways that it is really, really imperative that we do designate a special day, and not just for the history, but for the reminder that this is not just our past, but it's also our future, ladies and gentlemen, and we must protect, we must conserve. And so Canada does enjoy an international reputation, as we all know, as a fishing and hunting mecca, and anglers in Canada spend, as I mentioned, almost $7 billion a year. It certainly is more than an important contributor to the northern area, because it also provides many, many people with the opportunity to explore and see a part of their heritage that many of them didn't even know existed. And most importantly as well right now, as we are going through some different evolving periods, the United Nations has named 2010 the Year of Biodiversity, a celebration of life on Earth.
Order, please. Order. I'm afraid your time,
Thank you, Madam
the honourable member's time is
Yes, I'm certainly pleased to see all of my colleagues support this bill.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Moncton River View Dia.
Never mind.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound. Is the House ready for the question? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in support of this Bill C-465, brought forward by the member from Northumberland Quinte, who I share some time with on the Justice Committee and come to know him. I know his area is an area in which hunting, trapping, and fishing are not only pastimes, but for some more or less a full-time occupation, job, avocation. And I think in this great country of ours, we have to realize that there are people who don't wear suits and don't sit in Parliament, but who are out in the woods and the streams and the oceans for that matter, harvesting and being in the outdoors, making livings, not only in the actions of hunting, fishing, trapping, but in supporting others who hunt, fish, and trap. In my own province of New Brunswick, in my own region of Atlantic Canada, the issue of guiding and outfitting is one that's to the fore often in public discourse, to the point where, you know, if you take any corner of the maritime provinces, I guess I'm one of the few speaking from Atlantic Canada, and I want to bring that representation here. I know that my friend from the Yukon has brought his perspective from the north, which is very valuable. And I might, as a footnote, add that this bill needs two amendments, Madam Speaker. One, in paragraph, in fact, the preamble, second whereas, whereas Canada's hunters, trappers, and fishers have made a significant contribution to the development of our nation by traversing and mapping the prairies, forests, streams, and rivers from coast to coast. The member from Yukon made it very clear that the, I think, unopposed addition of a third coast, from coast to coast to coast, is only appropriate. And as the member from Yukon, my colleague, brought forward in his remarks, there is a great deal of activity and importance to the north, evidenced by fishing, trapping, and hunting. So with that, I think, friendly amendment, the bill can go forward. There's another amendment that I'll get to in a few moments. But we have to realize that in the North American context, we are not the first in advocating such a day. The United States has national organizations that promote hunting and fishing heritages. Many states have enacted laws protecting hunting and fishing opportunities, and several provinces and territories have taken that initiative as well. Members of Parliament should also know that in support of this bill, the various wildlife federations and fish and game associations have welcomed the passing of an act respecting a national hunting, trapping, and fishing heritage day. So the bill is well-intentioned and is something that should receive support from all members of the House. And why? Well, because we can all tell a story, as the previous speaker did, about history and personal recollections. Mine is a unique one in that I went to grade school and junior high school and high school with Bill Taylor. He's a great Canadian who, when we were all sitting around saying, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do for a living? I suppose I might have said I was going to be a lawyer and a politician. Maybe I didn't. Hopefully I didn't at that age. But he said, I'm going to be involved in the preservation of the Atlantic salmon. So we said, what are you going to do? Buy a camp and take outfitters out? That was our vision back then. No, I'm going to work in the preservation of the Atlantic salmon. So we all kind of, as teenagers would, had a chuckle. Now, Bill Taylor, my friend, my age, under 50, barely, is the president of the Atlantic Salmon Federation. He's the president of a multi-country, international organization that is aimed at the preservation and promotion of the Atlantic salmon species. And that means he is very involved in the preservation of the fish, but of the species, but he's also very involved in the preservation of the people who earn a living in the preservation of the species. So, for instance, he is hand in glove with preservation people, with scientists, with researchers, and with people who take sports to the outfitting lodges, in youth groups who become more appreciative of our lakes and streams and the greatness and the grandeur of the Atlantic salmon species. And I was very proud to be with Bill Taylor when the premier of our province made a number of camps on various rivers throughout the province, made them catch and release camps. And this means, of course, that the ultimate aim of preservation is to not take more than you need. And the Atlantic Salmon Federation, for instance, has made it clear that they perceive its role in preservation to promote the sport of fishing, but also as a hyperactivity to that, to promote the preservation of the species. And for that, they're to be commended. In the other aspects of hunting and fishing and trapping life in the Atlantic provinces, I mean, my personal mea culpa is that I have been a fisher and a hunter since I was legally able to do so. My father was an avid outdoorsman. I've gone duck hunting and partridge hunting and all kinds of hunting you can imagine, as well as trout fishing and deep sea fishing and mackerel fishing. And it's something I have to say, and as I mentioned before, Madam Speaker, and I hope you noted, I am young, I'm under 50, but I remember those being normal, accepted, everyday activities of youth my age in a semi-urban setting, which is Moncton, New Brunswick. But I see that slipping, Madam Speaker, and it's a bit like the television ad where the family's all Googling and BlackBerrying each other, and they decide that they should go out camping so they can get away from these things. I say this to a house full of people on their computers, but the point is we are losing touch with our natural resource, which is, simply put, the outdoors. And anything that encourages people to get outdoors and see the grandeur of our country, the most beautiful country in the world, should be congratulated. And for that, I congratulate the member. I also want to congratulate my colleague from the Yukon, who himself, in a similar vein, had promulgated a private member's bill currently listed as Bill C-277. And that bill calls for the establishment of a National Fish and Wildlife Heritage Commission to reestablish the survey on the importance of nature to Canadians to help protect Canada's natural resources and promoted activities related to fish and wildlife, including hunting, fishing, and trapping. And I say for the next generation that I think we have to do a bit of a public education program on the respect that we have for nature and the knowledge that young people have to engage in about their natural surroundings, because it's frankly missing, Madam Speaker. One housekeeping matter, as this bill would move forward to committee, is the aspect of our Aboriginal population. I think it would be harmless and more comprehensive and meaningful if a friendly amendment at committee or otherwise were inserted to make sure that our Aboriginal heritage in this great country would be respected. And that wording could be as follows, as already proposed, I guess. Whereas Aboriginal peoples have exercised and been sustained by traditional hunting, trapping, and fishing activities for food, ceremonial, and commercial purposes since time immemorial, and added into the other whereases, which are wholly acceptable, positive, factually correct, and inclusive, would make the bill, I think, very complete. I hope the mover is open to such an amendment when it does pass through to committee. And with that, the package in Bill C-465, I think, is non-controversial. It's very positive, and it may be used as a tool for MPs across the country, public leaders across the country, municipal leaders, schools, etc., to use the opportunity of the proclaimed day to promote practices that would lead future generations to appreciate the value of recreational hunting, fishing, and trapping. And a sad note, perhaps, in closing, Madam Speaker, I mentioned that my father introduced me to the culture of duck hunting in Grand Lake, New Brunswick, where we would get up at an ungodly hour, 3 or 4 in the morning, and go down to the Coy-Scott landing and go out into the waters, into the blinds with his best friend Marvin Palmer from nearby Douglas Harbour. And we'd wait for the sun to rise. And for 35 years, we were able to do that, and it was a great experience. Sadly, he's passed away, and we went back one year, and it was very difficult to continue going back because it wasn't about the outing and the hunting, but those were great experiences. It was about the camaraderie and the father to son, generation to generation, passing down of experiences and culture, and I might add, I think the essential nature of what our country is about. And it's not hunting for everybody. It's not fishing for everybody. But if there is one thing that everyone in this House and everyone in this country has to appreciate and must appreciate by virtue of being a Canadian is our nature, our natural surroundings, our outdoors, and our love of the grand space that is Canada from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with great pleasure I address this bill today. It is a matter that speaks to the heart and soul of my constituency. Algoma Manitoulin Kapuskasing is a place where so many people participate in or even make their living from hunting, trapping, and fishing. This bill speaks to what many consider to be the heritage of this country. It is a heritage informed by values that spring from a belief that our common spaces are important and should be protected. A belief that these outdoor pursuits are a tie to our past and a bridge to our future. These are values of our communities come together over. Fueled with the spirit of volunteerism, these values take shape in the form of action at the local level time and time again. Whether it is angling club cleaning up a trout creek, lodge owners rehabilitating walleye spawning beds, or hunting clubs helping to restore native species, such as wild turkeys in Ontario, these are examples of values in motion and speak to what is important to Canadians. Madam Speaker, if I can get a couple of shameless plugs in as I give a few local examples as well. This coming Saturday morning, the Elliott Lake and Area Rod and Gun Club will hold their free fishing tournament for children and challenged persons. It is an event that helps spread the joy that fishing can bring and attracts new people to the sport. Also this weekend, the people in Dubreuilville are hosting that community's annual Father's Day Walleye Tournament. They have a tag fish worth $10,000 and it promises to be a great event. So if you're good with a jig or have a great worm harness technique, you might want to get up to Dubreuilville this weekend. And I would be remiss, Madam Speaker, if I didn't mention that we have amazing fishing throughout Algoma Manitoulin Kapuskasing, from Manitouage to White River, from Hearst to Smooth Rock Falls, from Wawa to Nairn Centre, and let's not forget beautiful Manitoulin Island. Je crois fermement que c'est
I firmly believe that this is a very Canadian aspect that touches us all across this great country in many ways. Hunting, trapping, and fishing are integral to our identity.
Banks fishery to the legendary voyages of the Coureurs des Bois. Canada's infancy was defined by these elements. The first people that sailed to what became Canada learned from the First Nations how to feed themselves from the bounty of the land. First Nations continue to this day to rely upon a tradition of hunting and fishing to put food on the table. They are not alone in that regard, but their situation is unique. Sadly, we have seen in the past how these natural food sources can become tainted. When we consider what hunting and fishing mean to Canada, we also have to consider what we have done to degrade these resources. Think about the plight of the people in the Grassy Narrows First Nation. Those people have the right to feed themselves in the traditional manner. But pulp and paper waste dumped into the English Wabigoon River systems tainted the fish they rely on. As a result of this, many people in Grassy Narrows developed Minamata disease from exposure to mercury that was in the walleye, pike, and whitefish they ate. If it wasn't for a Japanese scientist, the people in Grassy Narrows might still be making themselves sick on this traditional food source. It is a sad example of the way in which we have not always cherished our rich, natural bounty in Canada. Unfortunately, this incident does not stand alone, as we have witnessed the decimation of the Grand Banks fishery. Seen our once mighty Pacific salmon runs decline to a trickle. Watched as our Arctic fauna struggles to survive in an ever-warming environment and fought to keep invasive species from replacing native species at an alarming rate. I wish I could stand here and speak only to the warm, fuzzy aspect of this subject. A large part of what we are discussing here are the ideas that are formed from a passion that is ignited when a kid catches their first rock bass from a dock or tags along on their first partridge hunt. That is what we want to celebrate. But we would be doing a disservice to those ideas if we ignored the many ways we do not promote the well-being of the natural spaces these experiences are tied to. When we see budgets bloated with legislative changes to regulatory documents that protect our environment, we have to ask ourselves if our commitment to this heritage is genuine. We have seen changes to what triggers a federal environmental assessment and changes to the Navigable Waters Act tucked into an omnibus budget where they are somewhat hidden. We can only speculate what larger debate would occur if these were debated as standalone items. In general, these changes made it easier for development to go ahead for things like bridges. Now, Madam Speaker, I understand that we need bridges, but we should be mindful as to where to build them, especially if that turns out to be a shallow riffle where fish spawn. We need to remember that there are more concerns in play than the flow of traffic and the bottom line. When we weaken our environmental assessment process, we are not remembering that, Madam Speaker. When we sneak changes to the Navigable Waters Act into a budget, we are acting in an underhanded way that seeks to avoid the scrutiny of those same people whose passion we celebrate in this motion. This motion mentions the economy tied to hunting, trapping, and fishing, Madam Speaker. I would put it to you that that economy is huge, not only in terms of overall revenue generated, but in terms of what it means to the areas that rely on this economy. Certainly there are elements of this economy in our larger cities, but it is the smallest, most remote parts of Canada where this economy is most critical. The tourists come for fishing, but when they are there, many go to events in these respective communities, like powwows or festivals, like the North of 49 Music Festival in Hornpain taking place from July 1st to the 4th. It runs both ways too, Madam Speaker. You are just as likely to see music fans from those kinds of festivals go buy a dozen worms and a bit of tackle from the local store and test their luck on the fish at the campground or the lodges that they are staying at. As the bill states, millions of Canadians participate in and enjoy these activities. More often than not, when they do so, it will be in rural Canada and not in the bigger cities. I can go out and walk along the Ottawa River and see a great many people fishing. But when a person usually thinks about fishing, they think about a more natural and remote environment. In Canada, it could be a pristine lake with just them and the loons. That is the experience most people would want to have. Madam Speaker, could you tell me how much time I have left? 2 minutes. There are a great many people who make their living by providing these experiences. There are countless lodges, campgrounds, outfitters, guides, and stores connected to hunting and fishing all across Canada. When I drive throughout my constituency, I am reminded time and again just how many people's livelihoods rely on this connection to the land. These people are true entrepreneurs, and anything we can do to help them is well deserved. In closing, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that the National Hunting, Trapping, and Fishing Heritage Day is a great idea. But let's honor the spirit of that legacy and stop ramming through legislation that threatens this heritage. Let's stop creating omnibus budgets and debate changes to important legislation like the Navigable Waters Act as standalone items. Let's go out of our way to protect our environment instead of weakening federal environmental assessment legislation in Trojan horse budget. Let's do all we can instead of the bare minimum. Let's be a little extra cautious and avoid the next Grassy Narrows type catastrophe. In that way, we will truly be standing up for Canada's heritage and honoring our rich tradition that is embodied in the pursuits of angling, hunting, and trapping. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the time and your patience on hearing all of our speeches. I think that this is a really great, important Heritage Day to be speaking about. And I can tell you that from the bottom of my heart and the bottom of the hearts of my constituents, we appreciate the fact that we are able to enjoy the outdoors the way that we can. So thank you again, Madam Speaker, and I just really appreciate this.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today in the House to address Bill C-465, which seeks a designation of the 23rd day of September of every year as an official National Hunting, Trapping, and Fishing Heritage Day. This National Day would commemorate hunting, trapping, and fishing as part of Canada's heritage and as present-day recreational pursuits. Madam Speaker, my riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound has some of the best hunting and fishing areas in Canada, and the people there love to hunt and fish. Every year, we celebrate a number of fishing derbies, like the Owen Sound Salmon Spectacular, which is a fishing derby that brings out thousands of local residents and tourists to the community of Owen Sound and area. As many as 5,500 anglers have entered this event in any given year. I myself, Madam Speaker, take part in as many hunting and fishing trips as I can, not as many as I'd like, but as many as I can throughout the year, and with friends and family on locally and on Manitoulin Island. And Madam Speaker, the previous speaker, the representative from Algoma, Manitoulin, I'm very much looking forward to her promise a year and a half ago to her constituents that she would stand up and support getting rid of the gun registry, Bill 391, and I sincerely look forward to that. I know her residents are waiting with bated breath to make sure she does that. This is a tradition that is alive and well throughout Canada. It is not just part of our past, but part of the current heritage of Canadians from coast to coast to coast that enjoy this pastime for the sport, the camaraderie, and for food, whether it be fresh fish, venison, wild turkey, or moose meat, and many others. I want to emphasize this point, as we all know that if you can hunt and fish, you will never starve in this great country of ours that is rich with fish and game resources. My riding has many sportsmen, fishing and hunting clubs in every municipality that keep these traditions not only alive, but strong. They do great work to maintain community spirit, educating the young on the importance of hunting, fishing, and especially conservation, as well as charitable work. My own Bruce Peninsula Sportsman Association, that I've been a member of for 35 years or more, operates a fish hatchery that raises and plants thousands of fish into our local lakes and streams. I echo the speech from the throne in stating that our values as Canadians are rooted in our history. Hunting, trapping, and fishing have been an integral part of the life of all Canadians and our first settlers. These activities defined where people settled and determined transportation routes. These activities form the very backbone of our financial structures. Hunting, trapping, and fishing help to set the tone for our economic and social development, whether it be the Hudson Bay Company and the fur traders, or later farmers settling across the landscape. Hunting and fishing has been integral to the nation. North American Aboriginal peoples still use hunting, trapping and fishing as a means to provide food, clothing, and tools for their families. Settlers and Canadians have hunted and fished to help feed their families when times were tough or crops were poor. Hunting, trapping, and fishing allowed for the establishment of a partnership between different Aboriginal peoples and the European settlers. From a historical perspective, fur trading played a key role in the creation and exploration of North America and formed the basis of Canada's early economy, an economy that today is one of the world's most stable. Excuse me, Madam Speaker. Through hunting, trapping, and fishing, Canadian communities were forged. Citizens were brought together in trading, together in communities, and together in celebrations. Hunting, trapping, and fishing are defined by the landscape of Canada, and these pursuits ultimately resulted in the mapping of mountains, prairies, forests, streams, and rivers across Canada. Hunting requires the hunter to be resourceful, patient, and observant, skills that are valuable in all facets of life. Designation of a National Hunting, Trapping, and Fishing Heritage Day would provide an opportunity to highlight how fishing and hunting provide sustenance and are intricately tied to cultural traditions of Canadians. Hunting, trapping, and fishing are predominantly recreational activities today enjoyed by Canadians and international tourists alike. These activities make significant contribution to Canada's economy. For example, in 2008, hunting, trapping, and fishing contributed $1.2 billion to Canada's gross domestic product. Canada's fur trade, which includes fur farming as well as trapping, contributes more than $800 million to the national economy each year. This industry is a huge part of the economy in Bruce Grey Owen Sound, where tourists flock in all seasons of the year for fishing and hunting opportunities. These industries support and strengthen Canada's economy and sustain jobs. From campsites to outfitters, from travel guides to restaurants, the hunting, trapping, and fishing industry attracts visitors to Canada and provides many Canadians with opportunities to explore Canada's natural environment. Canada's economy has benefited from this billion-dollar industry. Funds from the sale of hunting tags, licenses, and stamps are used to help protect wildlife and natural habitat. This is done through conservation projects undertaken by organizations like Ducks Unlimited Canada, a non-profit organization which is dedicated to the conservation, restoration, and management of wetlands and associated habitats for North America's waterfowl. Throughout its Western Boreal Forest Initiative, Ducks Unlimited Canada is working to find a sustainable balance between development and protection of the wetland. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left? Thank you. The need for conservation of Canada's natural resources excuse me, was first recognized by hunters. Madam Speaker, a reminder to the other members in the House, they will get their turn to speak. Madam Speaker, the need for conservation of Canada's natural resources was first recognized by hunters, trappers, and anglers as they realized that the development and unregulated use of natural resources posed a threat to the future of many species. As such, hunters, trappers, and anglers have been active supporters of laws and regulations governing the sustainable use of our natural resources. Canadians actively participate in hunting, trapping, and fishing. Each year, approximately 3.2 million Canadians participate in recreational fishing and spend $7.5 billion on this sport. Nationally, about 1 in every 10 Canadian adults are active anglers. Recreational fishing is a legitimate social and economic use of fishery resources and is integrated into the management plans that conserve fish stocks. Managing and sustaining recreational fisheries allows Canadians to enjoy Canada's natural resources. Many hunters, trappers, and fishers of today aim at living in harmony with nature, to develop a strong sense of observation and to reconnect with nature and their roots. Myself, Madam Speaker, I hunt and fish as a sanity time, I call it, to charge my batteries, clear my mind from the stresses of work and politics. When practiced in a responsible and respectful way, hunting, trapping, and fishing do not pose a threat to wildlife populations. In fact, in most instances, these activities are necessary for sound wildlife management. For example, the deer population will often grow too large in numbers for a habitat to support. If some deer are not harvested, they destroy their habitat and that of other animals and often die from starvation or disease. Harvesting of wildlife is carefully regulated to ensure a balance between population levels and wildlife habitat. Hunting also plays a role in public safety by managing bears, coyotes, and cougars in urban and suburban areas and the protection of private property for agricultural crop production. The United States of America has celebrated a National Hunting, Trapping, and Fishing Day since 1972, when it was passed by Congress and proclaimed into law by the President of the United States. In Canada, similar legislation exists in Alberta, British Columbia, and Ontario, recognizing the contributions that these activities make to the cultural, social, and economic heritage. In 2009, Manitoba also had its first Hunting Appreciation Day. The designation of National Hunting, Trapping, and Fishing Heritage Day would serve as a link between our ancestors and future generations. It would serve as an opportunity to raise awareness about the history of our great country and the role that hunting, trapping, and fishing have played in exploration and settlement of Canada. This day would provide an opportunity to celebrate the long-standing practices of hunting, trapping, and fishing in Canada. It would also provide an opportunity to encourage Canadians to travel and explore their country and discover the heritage of their ancestors. I can think of no better way to recognize the culture of a riding like Bruce Grey-Owen Sound and its people, along with a nation like Canada with a rich history of hunting and fishing, than making September 23rd a National Heritage Day. Madam Speaker, I reiterate my support of the designation of this day as a federal commemoration of an important aspect of national history and heritage. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West, to close for his closing remarks.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank all those members that rose today and in the first hour of debate and said they supported this bill. And this evening we heard from the member from Moncton Riverview, Dieppe, some personal anecdotes that I share of a family nature. He talked about hunting with his father. He talked about a man who was important to he and his family, indeed important to all Canadians and to anyone who enjoys natural fish. And I'm referring, of course, to the gentleman, Mr. Taylor, I believe his name was, who's advocating on the part of Atlantic salmon. I, too, have advocated on the part of Atlantic salmon being reintroduced into Lake Ontario. And at one time in my riding, Coburg Creek, settlers said you could walk across the creek on the backs of salmon when they were spawning. And these were Atlantic salmon, and they were replaced with Pacific salmon. We heard from the member from Northern Ontario just a few minutes ago, and I'll take her kick in the pants with regard to some of her perceptions of changes to the Environmental Protection Act and certain other things. I don't necessarily agree with her, but I'll take her kick in the pants along with her support for this bill. She needs to know that I was born in her riding and raised for a short time in the White River area. And my uncle, my recently deceased uncle, trapped in the White River area. That hunting, trapping, and fishing heritage is of a very personal nature to me. Just up the valley here in Renfrew, I've spent many, many years hunting and fishing with my father, my late father, who, when the member from Moncton Riverview, Dieppe, mentioned his association with the great outdoors through his father and the great times he had with him, means very much, means a lot to me. And if I talk much more about it, my voice will break as his did too. This means a lot to every Canadian. Whether they're new Canadians or not, people need to know that this heritage of ours that began when our First Nations crossed the Bering Strait and came into Canada, how much that means not only to our First Nations people, but the First Canadians who, if it wasn't for the abundant availability of fish and wildlife, and as a means of clothing themselves in the fur, that we wouldn't be in the country that we are today, because they wouldn't have survived. Madam Speaker, this bill just does one thing. It recognizes, and it recognizes in a significant way, that hunting, fishing, and trapping means more than just a sport, means more than just a way to earn a living. It actually goes to the very core of what it means to be a Canadian, in the true sense, in that it means that we incorporate God's great gifts of fish, wildlife, this great environment of ours, how we enjoy it and how we incorporate that not only into our lives, but the very culture of our country, the very culture of our families, the thing that means bringing families together. You know, the member from Prince Edward Hastings talked about his first experiences with fishing, and now with his granddaughter and grandchildren. I too have experienced those with my grandchildren who happen to live in Northern Ontario and in Western Canada. That's why, Madam Speaker, I hope after I leave this place that I'll be able to continue enjoying the great outdoors with my grandchildren as my father did with me and his with his. And as every member who's risen to speak on this subject relates the same familial story, that it is a culture in this country, the culture of hunting, fishing, and trapping, whether you're First Nations, new Canadians, or older Canadians. And I want to thank those members who have risen to support this bill, and I look forward to working with them to make it an even better bill as time goes on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question, is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Norlock, seconded by Mr. Breitkertz, move that Bill C-465, an act respecting a National Hunting, Trapping and Fishing Heritage Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopté. Carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Private members' business, second hour, conformément à l'article 30.
Pursuant to the standing order, we will now move to Bill S10 under private members' business.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Commencement of debate at second reading of Bill S210, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act and the Auditor General Act, involvement of Parliament, standing in the name of Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth, seconded by Mr. Anderson, moves that Bill S210, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act and the Auditor General Act, involvement of Parliament, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Debate. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is truly an honor to rise today in the House in order to speak to this bill. And I know that we all say that time and again, but I want to tell the House that I mean it from the bottom of my heart. It is an honor for me to represent the citizens of Kitchener Centre in this House, and I consider this place to be a rather sacred place. And I sometimes wonder if we could only see around us the ghosts of great parliamentarians from our history, if our conduct in this place would somehow be improved and would benefit from their influence. We have in this chamber over years seen many great orators, the likes of which may never be seen again, and I think of John Diefenbaker, and of course we have Tommy Douglas. We have many great orators who sought to improve the spirits of Canadians and to improve the sanctity of this House. It's why, Madam Speaker, some months ago I reacted so strongly when we had protesters in the gallery who interrupted the proceedings of this House. I think that the business of democracy is the most important business that we do, and I think of this House as somewhat of a cathedral of democracy. If only we could remind ourselves of that, we might speak in the same hushed tones and with the same respect and good spirit that we would if, in fact, we were in a cathedral. If we could only remember that the lives of millions upon millions of Canadians depend upon what we say here, we might perhaps put aside some of the play acting that we occasionally find ourselves in and proceed in a more solemn manner. So I welcome the opportunity to speak to Bill S210, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act and the Auditor General Act, involvement of Parliament. As the Member of Parliament for Kitchener Centre, I want to say I'm very proud of the people of my riding, and I work hard to serve them with excellence. My riding has grown from when I was a boy, from approximately 71,000 people in the city of Kitchener to now 210,000 people in the city of Kitchener, over 500,000 in the Waterloo region. It's an urban riding, Mr. Speaker, and yet in the midst of that urban hustle and bustle of housing and vehicles and transportation and a diverse industry, we have areas of secluded nature. The Grand River runs through our region, and I've canoed it on occasion and have had the pleasure to watch beaver paddling down the lake. The other morning, I went for a run not more than 5 minutes from my house along the river and came across a deer. Many deer still populate our region, and we live side by side with them. I'm a member of the Environment Committee since being elected, Mr. Speaker, and in that capacity, I have worked hard to serve my constituents by informing myself about the great issues of the day as they relate to the environment in Canada. Before addressing the impact of the proposed amendments in Bill S210, which the government fully endorses, I'd like to put this legislation into a larger context, and that is the need to support sustainable development. In our country, of course, we're blessed with a natural legacy that is recognized the world over. Within our borders, we're stewards for 20% of the world's natural areas, 10% of the entire globe's forests, and 7% of its renewable fresh water. Not only do we harness these resources to generate economic prosperity, but we also depend upon them to maintain the health of our ecosystem as well as the well-being of Canadians. I've had personal opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to explore the wilds of Canada. Since I've been a teenager, I've been an avid canoeist. I've spent many a happy hour out in the woods, and I can recommend it to anyone. There is nothing that will take away your cares, but floating out onto a pristine lake in the middle of nowhere, all of your worries melt and are absorbed into the water. It's said, Mr. Speaker, that that is, in fact, a defining trait of Canadians, a love of the outdoors. On the wall of my of my MP office and previously my legal office hangs a print from the Sierra Club of Canada with the words endorsed upon it, "Tread softly, for the ground you walk upon may be paradise." And indeed, Mr. Speaker, in Canada, we do walk upon paradise if it can be found anywhere on the face of this earth. And we ignore or misuse these resources at our peril, Mr. Speaker. For just as our natural resources create jobs and generate economic growth, a degraded environment throws dirty oil into our economic engine. Yet the converse is also true. If our engine gets no oil at all, our economy and quality of life will suffer. So naturally, Mr. Speaker, we have debates over how to proceed. And this is a good thing, to hear a diversity of points of view, but we should all remember that we are all here for the same purpose, and we are all dedicated to improving our environment. For this reason, like other responsible countries, Canada is committed to sustainable development, an approach that seeks to integrate social, economic, and environmental priorities. By adhering to this principle, our drive for economic growth will not come at the expense of the environment, and by the same token, our desire to protect and sustain our natural environment will not undermine our economy or the well-being of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, since coming to office, our government has taken concrete actions to enhance sustainability. Indeed, Canada's Economic Action Plan includes funds to support a cleaner and more sustainable environment and to help us achieve Canada's climate change objectives. Moreover, recognizing that Canada's environment and economy are inextricably linked with those of the United States, we have moved forward on both national and bilateral fronts. Here at home, we're taking a holistic approach to protecting our freshwater resources. Enforcing regulations and laws goes hand in hand with strengthening the capacity of our scientists to monitor and to address both man-made and biological pollution. And through stewardship and partnership programs, we're engaging Canadians in the process of cleaning up problem areas and keeping them clean. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, to be successful, sustainable development requires the active participation of all sectors of our society. We have to get everyone pulling in the same direction, and we can't ignore what important sectors of our society have to say. That's why the government encourages Canadians from all walks of life to reduce their environmental footprint. On the bilateral front, last February, in February 2009, President Obama and Prime Minister Harper created a Canada-U.S. Clean Energy Dialogue, a plan for our countries to move forward toward a low-carbon economy. Since that time, we've pursued that dialogue through meetings and roundtables with business leaders, academics, and other experts from both sides of the border. Indeed, our two countries have already aligned targets in several key areas. with respect to climate change, Canada has committed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 17% from 2005 levels by the year 2020. And we support the G8 goal of reducing global emissions by at least 50% by 2050. Now, goals, targets without measures to support them are useless in my view, Mr. Speaker, and I've often made that point. I don't agree with those who just grandstand by setting targets without actually making concrete proposals. So to help us achieve those goals, we're determined to work better together with the U.S. to develop clean energy technologies like carbon capture and storage, and to replace the aging infrastructure of the North American power grid with a more efficient system. For our part, under Canada's Economic Action Plan, we have already committed $1 billion to the Green Infrastructure Fund over 5 years to support modern energy transmission lines and sustainable energy projects. But our commitment to bilateral cooperation does not mean we will delay our own action on the environment. In April of this year, for example, in advance of U.S. legislation, we announced our intention to regulate tailpipe emissions. We're now working with the U.S. to ensure common North American standards for greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles. We breathe the same air. Mr. Speaker, these are all concrete examples of this government's commitment to sustainable development. By investing in research and technology, stewardship, and effective regulation, we're working both on our own and at the bilateral and multilateral levels towards achieving the delicate balance between our social, economic, and environmental priorities. Another important illustration of that commitment was the passage, with all parties' support, of the Federal Sustainable Development Act in 2008, barely 18 months after our government first took office. In our collective enthusiasm for this legislation, however, several key elements were overlooked during the committee stage. The amendments before the House today in Bill S-210 will address these issues, strengthening the Act so that we can work more effectively towards our mutual ultimate goal of sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, the existing Act requires the government to produce several reports and table them before this House. In the interests of greater accountability and greater oversight, Bill S-210 proposes these reports should also be tabled in the Senate. This is a sensible change that I trust will enjoy all parties' support. In addition, Bill S-210 would give the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development more flexibility in the timing of one of his reports. This would help ensure that the information is as useful and as relevant as possible. In this way, the report would contribute to greater accountability and support the drive towards sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to both sustainable development and greater accountability. The amendments proposed to the Federal Sustainable Development Act and the Auditor General Act in Bill S-210 will strengthen both these objectives. It's worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that in keeping with the Federal Sustainable Development Act, the government has embarked on broad consultations for the draft Federal Sustainable Development Strategy. I submit that by reinforcing a commitment to debate and transparency on sustainable development, the amendments before the House are thus very much in the spirit of the Act itself. Mr. Speaker, I have to say I was particularly pleased as a Conservative member to sponsor a bill proposed by a Liberal senator, not only because I respect the work that Senator Tommy Banks has done, but because I wanted to demonstrate a nonpartisan, indeed a bipartisan spirit in this House. A bill like this serves to remind us that we all serve the same master, the people of Canada, and we should do so with civility and respect. I have worked closely with Senator Banks in moving this bill forward, and I very much appreciate the support that he has shown to me. For all of these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I ask all the members to join with me in supporting Bill S-210. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated some of the heartfelt language of the member opposite in terms of his deep concern for the environment, and I imagine he must be very embarrassed to be part of a government that had to be shamed into even mentioning climate change at the G8, G20 summit, that was planning to do nothing on that issue with the leaders of the world. He did talk about measures, but in fact his government ignored the very organization they have appointed, the National Roundtable on Environment and Economy, that a year ago came out with a plan of measures to address and to actually to accomplish that government's own goals. They have ignored that. So they are not putting the measures in place that their own advisors are advising. In fact, they've lowered their target instead. So I would like to ask the member why, when an independent audit under the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act shows that under this government emissions are rising and will keep rising, why are his colleagues claiming in the House that the opposite is true?
Very good question.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Well, the short answer, Mr. Speaker, is that in fact the opposite is true. And in fact, the most recent numbers indicate that emission levels have dropped by something in the order of 2.1%. I'm very proud of what our government has done, and really the world can be grateful that our government stuck to its guns in relation to international climate change negotiations, because as a result of our government's position, we now have an agreement at Copenhagen which includes the major emitters like the United States and like China. Without those major emitters, it wouldn't matter what the rest of the world did, and it was really through Canada's efforts and insistence that we bring those emitters along, that we have that great agreement coming out of Copenhagen. Now, there is more work to be done, and there's lots scheduled, and Canada is in the forefront of it. Quite frankly, there's lots that I could tell you about regarding our efforts in this area. Eco-energy for renewable power, $1.48 billion over 14 years, 99 projects increasing low-impact renewable power by 4,000 megawatts. We have 773 solar water and solar air projects across the country. I could go on, Mr. Speaker, but I just don't have the time to review them all right now.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in case anybody is watching us tonight, I think they might be surprised to know that this bill is really just about correcting an oversight that occurred during the development of the Federal Sustainable Development Act, and it allows for reports that are tabled under that act that are reported to Parliament to also be reported to the Senate. That's what we're really talking about here. And because this government prorogued the House, this member has had to bring back this bill before the House, and it just kind of demonstrates how inefficiently run this government really is. That first of all, in the first place, we would have to introduce a bill to give permission to put to table reports in the Senate, and that we would have to go through this process a second time because this government can't run its legislative agenda correctly.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre. Short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fact is that the Act originally did suffer from a defect which actually, as I understand it, arose at the committee level, and it arose as a result of an amendment which the committee proposed that introduced language from the Auditor General Act, which wasn't quite up to snuff. So I'm quite happy to correct that. And perhaps I'll take a moment just to mention some of the other initiatives that our government has underway. For example, the Eco-Energy for Biofuels initiative, for which we've devoted $1.5 billion over 9 years, ending 2017. We are supporting 21 proponents in the production of renewable fuels, representing $966 million in a potential production of 1.6 billion litres of biofuels attainable by 2012. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that our government is getting the job done, and we are delivering. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Ottawa South, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm more than pleased to rise this evening to speak to this bill, Bill S210, 210, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a carbon copy of a bill which was originally numbered S216, a bill brought by a Liberal member of the other place. And it was a bill that, frankly, should have been dealt with and expedited through this House and through these houses some time ago. And the reason why we're having to deal with a new version of the same bill is because the Prime Minister, in his wisdom, decided to prorogue the House of Commons for some month and a half, if not 2 months, in order to avoid scrutiny, avoid democratic scrutiny. And this is one of the unfortunate side effects of that decision, that this important bill has been bumped now months later. On the eve of the House rising, we get the government reintroducing a Liberal bill to amend a Liberal statute. Mr. Speaker, what this really does, as the member from Waterloo has just referred to, is it perfects, it improves and perfects what is the Federal Sustainable Development Act. That act was brought into being through the good work of a previous Liberal member of Parliament who is no longer sitting here, but worked long and hard and feverishly before his departure from elected office to make sure that Canada had an overarching strategy on trying to make sure that as we grow our economy and we create employment opportunities and we create wealth, at the same time we stop a fundamental fiction. And the fundamental fiction is that the environment remains ancillary or outside or removed from the way in which we operate our economy. It's a view that I think this member understands ought to be perhaps better promoted in his government, but I don't believe it's a view that the Prime Minister particularly accepts. And the view that the environment and the economy now are completely linked, inextricably linked. Let's take a look, for example, as my colleague moments ago asked, around the G8 and G20 summits being held here in Canada this year. The Prime Minister resisted and resisted and resisted dealing with the climate change issue, just as he resisted attending the Copenhagen conference back in December, until he became the embarrassment of the international world when he was the only leader of the top 80, 90 countries not to be intending to show. And so he came to Copenhagen. I was there, the privilege to be there, to follow the negotiations closely, Speaker, and it was a remarkable phenomenon to watch the Prime Minister of Canada walking the halls with literally nothing to do. And in fact, when it came time to make a speech to the thousands of delegates who were there, it was the Minister of the Environment who spoke, not our head of state here, not the head of government, while President Obama and so many other Prime Ministers and Presidents spoke with great passion about how they were retooling their economies and their countries to in fact deal with this challenge of integrating the environment and the economy in a meaningful way. You know, even if we took the government's commitment at face value to deal with child and maternal health issues, which they're going only a certain distance in addressing, is it actually possible to address child and maternal health issues today on this planet without dealing with the climate change crisis? Well, my years in Africa on the ground, Mr. Speaker, working in development for UNICEF, taught me a long time ago that desertification in sub-Saharan Africa, water shortages, fresh water shortages, growing cycles being interrupted, environmental migration and what are now be called environmental refugees, all these forces at play on women and children and maternal health ought to be, of course, addressed at a meeting that was serious at the G20 level that purports to address these issues. But you know, the Prime Minister doesn't really see sustainable development as I think the way to put it, Mr. Speaker, is this way. The Prime Minister doesn't see sustainable development or this need to show leadership on integrating the environment and the economy as a winning file. I think his Chief of Staff is telling him, I think his pollsters are telling him, I think his focus groups are telling him, because this is a man who lives by tactics. I think that this Prime Minister has decided that this is an area where he simply can't win. And so instead of showing the leadership the country desperately wants and I think needs and deserves, instead of doing that, he has sloughed off the issue and he wants it to be managed and contained to make sure that it doesn't grow into a brush fire for him. And that's what we're seeing here. This bill should have been dealt with 3 or 4 months ago. This law should have been passed, in our view, in the official opposition, and we should be working now to actually improve a national approach to integrating the environment and the economy. Because after all, Mr. Speaker, the question that we have now on this generation, and for generations to come, is a simple question, but an important one. Are we going to learn how to live within the carrying capacity of the planet or not? To pretend that the carrying capacity of the planet is limitless, whether it's through resource extraction, whether it's through putting greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, this ruse, this fiction is over. What science is telling us is that we have a finite period of time to deal with the carrying capacity challenge, and we speak of that in terms of climate change, for example, by talking about making sure that the planet's temperature does not increase by more than 2 degrees Celsius over the next 50 to 100 years. Now, the member who spoke on behalf of the government talked about a climate change target that the government has. Well, we accept that target at face value. They say it's 17% reductions from 2006 levels in the next 10 years. 2005 levels, excuse me, in the next 10 years. Well, if it's 17% reduction of greenhouse gases in the next 10 years or less, Mr. Speaker, where is the plan? Where is the roadmap? Where is the pathway to retool our economy to make sure that we can achieve that target? There's nothing. We've now had 55 months, or almost 55 months, of Conservative government. We've had 3 ministers of the environment. We've had over 10 public promises for greenhouse gas regulations, and we have no greenhouse gas regulations. We have no price on the right to emit carbon and greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, and as a result, people will continue, industries will continue to pretend that the atmosphere can continue to assimilate as much greenhouse gas as we can put into it. We know that cannot be the case, and we're falling behind. We're falling behind 27 European Union countries who already have a price on carbon emissions. We're falling behind the United States, where President Obama gave a keynote address last night to the nation speaking about the need to transform the United States' approach to its economic activities and its energy base. So because we have no plan, it's difficult to take the government in any way now, 54 months into its government, in any way seriously, Mr. Speaker, to talk about a sustainable development strategy, one that integrates meaningfully, as I said, the economy, environmental considerations, and our well-being. You know, the greatest mistake being made here by this regime, Mr. Speaker, is that we're losing out on opportunities like never before. The world is rushing to transform itself, jurisdiction by jurisdiction, country by country, city by city, province by province, to adopt clean technologies. Ontario, for example, recently announced that it was going to become the source of solutions for water and wastewater technologies for the entire planet. That's what Ontario's decided to do. You know, that's what we should be doing across this country. With some federal and national leadership, Canada is in a wonderful, wonderful place to be able to provide so many of the solutions, so much opportunity, so many jobs, so much wealth to be created, while at the same time improving the state of our natural environment, which is, of course, now just simply a necessity as we go forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the official opposition. We will be supporting this bill. It's an important bill that builds on the legacy of the work done by Liberal members and Liberal senators, and it's an idea whose time has come. Unfortunately, should have come some months ago. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pleasure that I rise today to speak to Bill S-210, a bill, as it has been said earlier, that has been tabled with the Senate and which today is being studied in this House. This bill is quite simple, Mr. Speaker. It amends two acts, the Sustainable Development Act, but also the Auditor General Act. So it makes two amendments. That would mean that the Commissioner would have to table his reports not only before the House of Commons, but also before the Senate. So that's the first amendment introduced by this bill we're studying today. The second amendment would give the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development the opportunity to table reports more than once a year on the progress, so-called progress made by the government in matters of the environment and sustainable development. Now, naturally, we will be supporting this bill because these amendments are quite simple, and I would say that it is part of a new environmental governance that provides more place for independence and audits. Why? Because Canada has developed a certain number of tools over the past years. It has developed environmental indicators in order to evaluate the progress made by Parliament, for example, in areas of water and air quality. So we must ensure that there is more accountability, more independent auditing, and in that regard, the Commissioner can play an increasingly important role. I remember when we adopted the Sustainable Development Act a few years ago. It was a Liberal member by the name of John Gaudry who tabled this initiative, and there were some amendments made. Why? Because it was time for us to provide a response on these major summits that had been held, for example, the Johannesburg summit. It was high time that we did develop an environmental and sustainable development strategy. But we realized that once the government responded to the adoption of the bill, then it set out a federal sustainable development strategy, and when one reads it very closely, there are no figures attached to it that would allow us to truly assess the progress made by the government. It contains objectives, but none of them are quantifiable. They are simply objectives that relate to quality. So the Commissioner needs more and more tools in order to be able to assess the progress made in terms of sustainable development. We have long wanted the Commissioner to play a larger role with regard to the various pieces of legislation. For example, Bill C-288 that was introduced at the time by the member for Montmorency. And under this bill, the Commissioner was also called to play a larger role. C-311 was also a response to the end of the Kyoto Protocol, which aimed to follow up on that protocol. And once again, the members of Parliament wanted to give the Commissioner more tools in order to evaluate the government's progress. This is important, Mr. Speaker, because the way the government applies its sustainable development policy has already been looked at. I remember the report published by the Commissioner of the Environment, where the government was studying the application of an instrument that the government has in its sustainable development policy called the Strategic Sustainable Development Framework. Now, this came from the Prime Minister's office as part of a directive that dates back to 1994 that obliges all departments to carry out strategic environmental impact studies to ensure that government departments, under policies, plans, and programs, comply with sustainable development. So each plan, program, and policy had to be assessed by the department, not only from a perspective of economic development, but also from a perspective of environmental protection and social development. And Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development, in fact, I remember the title of one of the chapters of his report. It was the evaluation of the application of sustainable development to the Department of Finance. At the time, Ms. Gelina, who was the commissioner, had talked about environmental evaluation strategies. She said that Finance Canada was dragging its feet. And now, that's quite something, because as part of a government, the finance department is a focal point. Because a high point of our lives as members of parliament is the tabling of the budget, because it shows how fiscal matters play a part in social development and economic governance. So what the commissioner was saying was that the Minister of Finance was not applying strategic environmental evaluation to its policies and plans, and that meant that the Government of Canada says that it's important to protect the environment, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but at the same time, the Department of Finance gives tax breaks to the oil industry. So on the one hand, the government is saying that we must protect the environment, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, fight climate change. But on the other hand, it uses an instrument that it has at its disposal, that is the tax system, to give tax breaks through the capital cost allowance to this oil industry that increases greenhouse gas emissions. If the Minister of Finance respected the directive that was issued by the PMO in 1994, which called for strategic environmental evaluation of its policies, well then probably the governance would not be the same, Mr. Speaker. So that is why the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development must play an increasingly substantial role to ensure that there are truly independent audits. And I insist on the word independent, Mr. Speaker, because that is what should guide all sectors of Quebec and Canadian society. I'm talking about independence in audits, but also with regard to media, with regard to scientists. The aim is to ensure that policies are not influenced by third parties who do have certain interests. So, Mr. Speaker, naturally, we must ensure that this act is amended to give greater powers to the Commissioner, but at the same time, the government must be aware that when we talk about the environmental watchdog, when that watchdog conveys clear messages and strongly recommends to the government to change direction, then the government must listen. So the more reports are issued by the Commissioner of the Environment, the better governance will be, provided, Mr. Speaker, that this government decides to listen to independent advice and to respect the population's wishes, that is, to build a sustainable society for the future. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak today to Bill S-210, which is private legislation by the Honourable Senator Banks that will require the Commissioner on Environment and Sustainable Development to report not just to the House of Commons, but to the other chamber in Parliament as well. As originally passed, the Auditor General Act and the Federal Sustainable Development Act do not currently require either the Auditor General or the Commissioner to report to the other place. Despite this, the fact is that the Auditor General and Commissioner already do report their findings to both chambers by convention. But the proposed amendments in this bill would formalize that process in law. This is a worthwhile improvement to both acts. I know that the Commissioner of Environmental and Sustainable Development supports this change. It should be no surprise that when the Honourable Senator Banks, who I know has been working diligently on this for quite some time, originally introduced this legislation as S-216, it received the support of all parties in the House. Unfortunately, the government decided to prorogue Parliament again this year, so the legislation had to be reintroduced. The standing orders dictate that private member bills from the other place are not lost if they are passed again by the upper chamber within 60 days. S-216 was duly reintroduced and passed again by that other chamber as S-210, and here we are, tasked with voting on it again in the House after the delay caused by prorogation. It's too bad that this time has been lost, since this bill could conceivably have been passed into law by now. A number of bills are in the same situation, or worse. Just this week, I heard the Conservative member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke speak in this House, complaining about how so few bills, especially government bills, had been passed by this session of Parliament. That's really calling the kettle black. If the member's own leader, the Prime Minister, hadn't suspended Parliament, all the government bills wouldn't have been wiped out. They wouldn't have had to start from square one on their legislative agenda. And if they could work better with the opposition, Parliament could work better and pass more needed legislation. Mr. Speaker, this bill is fundamentally about reporting on the government's progress on the issue of sustainable development. For over 15 years now, federal departments have been required to make sustainable development plans and report to Parliament on their progress towards sustainability. Members know that the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development has been critical of successive governments in following these requirements. Many federal departments have had a spotty record on planning and working towards sustainability. Some aren't even reporting adequately. So, in this context, having formal arrangements for the Commissioner to report to the other chamber and perhaps invite a bit more scrutiny is a good thing. Another thing this bill does is allow the Commissioner to report to Parliament more than just once a year. It would allow reporting to occur immediately if something urgent or noteworthy came up, instead of waiting a whole year to have it in the next report. This is reasonable. Right now, the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development reports under the auspices of the Auditor General and is an assistant auditor. In addition to reporting on the government's progress and plans for sustainability, the Commissioner is also responsible for overseeing the environmental petitions process on behalf of Canadians. It was set up to make sure Canadians can get timely answers from ministers on environmental issues. It has been suggested by many that the Commissioner should be taken out from under the wing of the Auditor General's office and become more of a standalone office. Regardless of whether that's in the cards or not, Parliament must ensure that the office of the Commissioner remains independent from interference and is funded adequately to continue in its important work. I say this not just because the Commissioner performs an important job for Parliament and allows a certain level of desperately needed accountability, but because of the track record of this government. That track record is generally to avoid accountability, especially regarding the environment. Even as we speak, the government is pushing forward legislation to give itself new powers to scrap the majority of environmental assessments on infrastructure and other projects. They want the Minister of the Environment to be able to sidestep the check and balances that Parliament has put in place. These checks are there to make sure we avoid environmental disasters. With the catastrophe unfolding in the Gulf of Mexico, one would think that the government would see fit to rethink their strategy of removing all the precautions. Even if your primary concern is the bottom line, environmental safeguards are a key element of a good business plan that ensures projects are sustainable in all ways, economically and environmentally. They prevent hidden financial costs down the road, as BP is discovering. You invest a little at the beginning, or you pay a lot in the end. Sadly, gutting environmental assessments this year was just the latest in a number of examples. It was only last year that this same government granted itself the power to basically rip up the assessment process for development projects on lakes and streams in the Navigable Waters Protection Act. The obsession of this government for more and more power and less accountability has become very clear to Canadians and to most of us. So Parliament must remain vigilant and ensure that the various officers and commissioners of Parliament, like the Parliamentary Budget Office, the Office of the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development, the Auditor General's Office, and others can retain their independence. Mr. Speaker, this is private legislation, and thus members traditionally can decide on their own whether to support it or not. For my part, I am pleased to say that my support for this legislation has not wavered, and I will encourage my New Democratic colleagues to remain supportive as well. I invite all other members of the House to pass Bill, C-210, S-210, let's try again, pass S-210, so that it may get the consideration and the examination it deserves in committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real treat to speak to 210, a bill that is important. It requires a reporting to both this House and to the other place, to the Senate. And as I say, it's a real treat to speak to it because it was one of those rare occurrences where all the parties together worked to see something very positive happen. This government is committed to preserve and protect our fragile environment, to preserve it for future generations, but all too often we have partisan attacks by the coalition members. But that didn't happen when I offered to work with a former colleague, John Godfrey, in the previous Parliament. So it was good times where we were able to work together, and now we have fine tweaking of that bill to make it proper. And so through the Senate, Senator Tommy Banks brought it through the Senate, and now it required a very special person, Chair, that would carry it and present it in this House, and that's the member from Kitchener Centre. Before I speak specifically to the bill, I just want to acknowledge what an ideal person the member from Kitchener Centre is, and how fortunate that riding is to have a person of his caliber. He's actually one of the brightest minds here on the Hill, Chair. Elected in 2008, practiced law for almost 30 years, and then was honored to represent Kitchener Centre by coming here to this House of Commons. And almost right away was acknowledged and recognized for his commitment. He serves on the Environment Committee, but also on the Justice Committee. About a year ago, Chair, a little over a year ago, our government introduced the Environmental Enforcement Act. And very important that the laws that we have are enforced. And so that was one of the changes that we needed. And who to carry that flag, that torch, to make sure that our environment is being protected and our laws are being enforced
but the member from Kitchener Centre. And he was the one that brought respect and decorum to committee, to this House. And, of course, we saw that pass through this House. And so that was good news. Now, this also being a very important piece of legislation. And, again, he was asked to carry this. So really honored to be able to work with him in the Environment Committee. His goal is, at least it appears to be, is to bring decorum, and he's one of those rare persons that encourages a respect and professionalism both within this House and the committee. So again, it's a real honor to work with him, and an ideal person. And want to thank the people from Kitchener Centre for electing a person of his integrity to represent them here in the House. Now, regarding S210, I believe it would be useful to review the existing accountability provisions in the Federal Federal Sustainable Development Act legislation that was passed last year by all party support. In particular, I'd like to look at the role of the environmental indicators to help promote transparency. And as you know, Speaker, transparency is important to Canadians, and it's important to this government. There's actually never been a government that has been more committed to transparency than this government under this great Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to improving and reporting so that Canadians are better informed about the state of the environment. As you'll recall, the Act requires the Minister of Environment to monitor implementation of the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy and to report on the progress every 3 years. To do this, the government draws on data available through the Canadian Environmental Sustainability Indicators. Mr. Speaker, environmental indicators are at the heart of the Act. And while this government is committed to achieving a healthy environment for all Canadians, we need to know our efforts are yielding results, both with respect to the health of Canadians and strengthening the economy. And so we look to environmental indicators for evidence on key issues such as the quality of the water and the air. These indicators give us the information we need to measure performance on the environment. They help us to make important policy decisions that address any gaps, and they enable Canadians to better understand the relationships between the economy and the environment and human health and our well-being. And that's why our government has extended funding for the Canadian Environmental Sustainability Indicators. It's an initiative from 2008 to 2009, and now again in this budget year, reflecting the importance of measuring the progress that this government is making toward a cleaner environment. And yet, Mr. Speaker, it's not enough to develop indicators to collect data on long-term trends. Nor is it enough to use these indicators as a yardstick to measure progress. Nor is it sufficient to report on our progress of implementing the strategy every 3 years. To deliver the kind of accountability and transparency that Canadians expect and they deserve, we need greater flexibility than the existing legislation provides. As you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, the Federal Sustainable Development Act and the Auditor General Act requires the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development to prepare regular reports. These include an assessment of whether the draft federal strategy for sustainable development contains measurable targets and implementation strategies. The Commissioner is also required to assess the fairness of information provided in the government's progress report. Finally, the Commissioner continues to audit department sustainable development strategies and reports on whether the departments and agencies have contributed to meeting the overall government targets. The existing legislation, however, limits the tabling of such reports to certain times. In effect, this constrains the Commissioner's ability to provide analysis and insight into the government's progress towards sustainable development. Not only could more frequent reports aid the government, they could also contribute to greater understanding among Canadians about the importance of sustainable development, how far we've come in meeting our targets, and how far we have yet to go. For its vital recognition, Mr. Speaker, that sustainable development is not a goal to be achieved in the usual sense of the word. Rather, it is an elusive, ever-moving target. Even if our environmental indicators suggest positive results, and they do, Mr. Speaker, we've seen greenhouse gas emissions go down under this government over 2%. So even though these environmental indicators suggest positive results, we don't believe the job is finished. And so, what do? To do so would jeopardize the lasting impact of the good work that this government is doing on the environment, and it would impinge upon the legacy that we leave to future generations. Consequently, we must always be attuned to the delicate balance between social, economic, and the environmental priorities. We must monitor our progress carefully and frequently and recalibrate our actions. And that's why the amendments in Bill 210 brought to us in this House by the member from Kitchener Centre are so important, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we do support this good work. The amendments, Mr. Speaker, will give the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development extra latitude to table more reports as required. These reports could very well heighten the impact of the government's good work on sustainable development and would surely reinforce the goal of greater transparency and accountability. The proposed amendments would increase accountability in another way. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Federal Sustainable Development Act currently requires the government to share the draft federal strategy with the Canadian public, the Commissioner of Environment and Sustainable Development, and the Standing Committee of the Environment, Mr. Speaker. Our government, Mr. Speaker, is getting it done in so many ways. So as the members in this House know, we're committed to protecting and preserving the environment for this generation and future, and I want to again thank the member from Kitchener Centre. What an amazing member he has, and I applaud him for his effort in bringing unity to this House as we move together to protect the environment. Thank you so much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak to what was Bill S-216 and now Bill S-210. And before the member for Kitchener Centre gets too excited in his applause for the parliamentary secretary, the fact of the matter is that the leader of their government over there is the one who's put them through all this aggravation regarding this bill. I mean, this member spoke to this bill in this House last fall, and there was no reason why we should be where we are today. I mean, this bill should have long since been passed, so I do applaud the member for his determination, hard work on this bill, having gone through the whole process that he's gone through to get this bill as far as he did, and then have the rug pulled out from under him by his own leader at the end of the year, and then now having to start the whole process over. And I know that he is, in reading Senator Tommy Banks' answer in the Senate regarding this matter, I don't think that the honourable senator is as thrilled with the honourable member here as this honourable member pretends that he is, because he's creating work, and I say not him, but the Prime Minister is creating work for Senator Banks, who could be happily working on some other projects, and I'm sure he has a lot of them over there in the other House. Mr. Speaker, I did want to speak about the history of the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development. During its past 131 years history, the Office of the Auditor General of Canada has conducted many audits of environmental and sustainable development matters. But since 1995, it's had a very specific mandate in this area thanks to amendments to the Auditor General Act. The 1995 amendments to the Auditor General Act, Mr. Speaker, created the position of the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development within the Office of the Auditor General of Canada, and gave the specific Commissioner specific monitoring and reporting duties on behalf of the Auditor General. It also added environmental impact to what the Auditor General takes into account when determining what to report to the House of Commons. And I might point out that the reports that are produced are given to the parliaments, but under the amendments or the legislation from 1995, the Senate was left out. And the government says inadvertently, and Senator Banks said it was deliberate, and I'm not sure who's right about it, but in practice, however, the member for Thunder Bay Superior has pointed out that in actual fact, the reports that come through are in fact shared with both houses in any event. So the need for this legislation, I believe, is more housekeeping in nature than anything else. In addition, the departments are required to prepare sustainable development strategies and update them every 3 years. And finally, the amendments in 1995 to the Auditor General Act also authorized the Auditor General to receive petitions. And the member for Thunder Bay Superior spoke about those petitions on environmental and sustainable development matters, and required ministers to respond to them. Under the terms, Mr. Speaker, the 1995 amendments to the Auditor General Act, the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development, thank you, Mr. Speaker, is appointed by the Auditor General of Canada. The Commissioner actually holds the rank of Assistant Auditor General, and in addition assists the Auditor General in carrying out the environmental audit responsibilities, monitors and reports on federal department progress in implementing their sustainable development strategies, and also administers the petitions process on behalf of the Auditor General. And as the member for Thunder Bay Superior pointed out, that there is some debate as to whether or not this position should be separated out of the office. Anyway, thank you very much.
Well, yeah, order. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona will have 5 minutes remaining when the House returns to this matter. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order precedence on the order paper. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra, the forestry industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising with respect to a question that I asked in the House previously regarding forestry and pine bark beetle. I'm proud member from Vancouver Quadra, which is an urban riding. It's a riding in which the history of the city has been built on the forest industry, and there's many families in Vancouver Quadra who remain directly or indirectly dependent on a healthy forest industry. Two challenges that I raised in my question. One was the difficulties in the forest industry in Canada, in British Columbia. The lumber sector, value-added manufacturing, pulp and paper have been struggling. Many jobs have been lost, communities affected, families are obviously very affected, and their retirement security uncertain, their ability of their children to afford post-secondary education at risk. So that's the economic challenge that this government has not properly addressed, compared with their very generous support for other industries, such as the auto industry. And the second area of challenge is pine bark beetle. Mr. Speaker, in British Columbia, 20% of trees in our province are dead or dying from pine bark beetle. We have hillsides of gray-brown sticks where every tree in a pine forest has been killed by pine bark beetle. Whole landscapes that look as if they've been bombed. Tremendous impact on communities dependent on those forests, but also impacts on the soil, on the water, the ability of the soil to absorb water, on the erosion of soil, on wildlife. These pine bark beetle dead forests are
they're like kindling. They're tinder dry, and fires burn much hotter and spread much more quickly through these dead forests. Many of these forests are in interface areas around communities. In fact, 103 Aboriginal communities are at risk. This government promised $1 billion over 10 years to address pine bark beetle, and very, very little has been done. So this has been a promise broken that undermines the safety and security of people in communities across British Columbia. I just want to quote the BC First Nations Forestry Council VP, who claimed that last year's near-record forest fire season in BC was exacerbated by the federal government backing away from providing millions of dollars to reduce the threat of pine bark beetle wood. And the mayor of Lillooet, where a fire came within a kilometer of the town, agreed that the federal pine beetle program was cut. And there's no doubt that the pine beetle exacerbated this summer's wildfires. There hasn't been progress on dealing with the pine bark beetle, he added. In the last 2 years, no figures, no dollars in the budgets to show pine bark beetle commitment. So, Mr. Speaker, this has been an undermining of an important environmental and economic challenge in British Columbia, and a broken promise by this Conservative government.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate to hear someone be so pessimistic. And the three members of the coalition, it seems that they have little positive to say, I guess because they have little positive that they're experiencing being in the situation that they're in. And the problem with finding a bad partner is it often leads to misery. But I want to talk today, Mr. Speaker, about the opportunity, about the sense of optimism that is taking shape across Canada. Our natural resources sector, like the rest of our economy, are showing clear signs of recovery. Prices for many commodities are rallying. In the forest sector, for example, the price of lumber per 1,000 board feet has increased from $195 to $314, more than 60% in the past year. And our export of wood products increased by 2.1% just from January to February. We need to be encouraged by these positive signs, and most industry analysts expect further improvements as the global economy recovers. The worst may be behind us, but we're not out of the woods yet. Canada's forest industry faces pressure from tough global competition. In British Columbia and Alberta in particular, we know the unprecedented infestation of the mountain pine beetle continues to cause strain. Mr. Speaker, as all members know, the Government of Canada is very concerned about these challenges. That's why we've taken such clear and decisive action to renew Canada's forest sector. Budget 2010 committed $100 million over 4 years to support the development, commercialization, and implementation of advanced and of new technologies in the forest sector. This support will help make Canada's forest industry even more competitive. In June 2009, we launched the $1 billion Pulp and Paper Green Transformation Program. Through this new program, we're working to make Canada's pulp and paper industry a greener, more sustainable industry and a leader in the new global bioeconomy. Now, Mr. Speaker, in April, this government made 2 announcements in British Columbia under the Green Transformation Program. At Port Mellon, we announced a $6 million investment in the HoC Sound Pulp and Paper Mill. Kamloops, we announced an investment of more than $57 million for 2 capital projects at Domtar. These initiatives are building on the unprecedented steps that our government's taken under Canada's Economic Action Plan to support the forest industry and all who depend on it. The action plan is providing $1 billion over 2 years under the Community Adjustment Fund to mitigate the short-term effects of economic restructuring. We're also making significant investments in skills and training. We've provided $1.5 billion over 2 years to the provinces and territories for skills training. Our action plan allocates $170 million specifically to help our forest industry develop new products and processes and capitalize on new markets. The initiative includes industry efforts to find new uses and markets for BC's beetle-killed timber. And perhaps a member does not know, a worldwide audience saw a great example of this at the Richmond Olympic Oval during the Winter Olympics. With 15 massive beams and a roof made from 1 million board feet of timber, beetle-killed timber is prominently displayed in this world-class speed skating facility. Mr. Speaker, we've taken many other concrete actions to deal with the effects of mountain pine beetle. I realize my time is running out, but our government, Mr. Speaker, has and will continue to support forestry workers and communities now and in the future while securing a sustainable and competitive forest sector for the future.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, another laundry list of patting themselves on the back and congratulating themselves in this Conservative government for initiatives that they had nothing to do with, including the Richmond Oval, which was planned and incorporating pine bark beetle wood long before this government was even in office. The fiscal situation, the pension plans, the banking system, all no thanks to this Conservative government, all decisions by Liberal government, but that the Conservatives fought and voted against when they were in opposition. We have a jobless recovery. We have unemployment that has gone from 5% to 8% under this government, and we have $1 billion spent on a fake lake summit. And what is being spent to reduce the risk of fire to First Nations and communities around British Columbia? Nothing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Oh, well, Mr. Speaker, there's a real litany of fiction. It's just very interesting. Let me go through some of the things she wants to hear about. We've committed over $1 billion over 3 years for Community Development Trust, and that's to support communities directly affected by the mountain pine beetle. $233 million of this funding is going to BC and Alberta to assist communities and workers. We continue to invest in combating mountain pine beetle, providing $600,000 in 2010 and 11 to support science on that very issue. Mr. Speaker, nature has presented us with a very difficult challenge in the mountain pine beetle infestation, but the Government of Canada, this government, is continuing to face this challenge squarely by working with the provinces, by working with industry, by working with forestry communities, and working with First Nations.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway on justice.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to follow up on a question about this government's approach to crime and justice in our country. It was a question about the cost of their agenda. It was a question that cut to the heart of issues of government transparency, accountability, and fiscal management. In question period, instead of responding to my concerns, the Minister made a number of accusations about the NDP. I want to respond to those first briefly because it gives me the opportunity to highlight the constructive and productive approach that New Democrats are taking in Parliament. The Minister responded to my question by asserting that New Democrats don't care about victims. Well, Canadians know that is false. All members of this House care about victims. As a New Democrat, I have stood in this House on numerous occasions over the past months and proposed concrete measures to meet the needs of victims. I have called for the government to spend $5 million for child advocacy centres to provide counselling and support to young victims of crime, a heinous form of crime, sexual assault. These centres were proposed 2 years in a row by the former Victims Ombudsman Steve Sullivan. He asked this government for $5 million in their budget. Twice. Twice this government refused. Now I'm here tonight to ask the government if they will support victims and agree to this proposal from New Democrats and from that Ombudsman. Because this $5 million for child advocacy centres pales in comparison with the $2 billion that this government will spend for just one of its crime bills, the bill that ends the 2-for-1 credit for pre-sentencing custody, which is the main subject of my question. When the government was first pressed to reveal the cost of its 2-for-1 sentencing bill, it adamantly refused. The government said these figures were a matter of cabinet confidence. It said that Canadians have no right to know the cost of the bills that are debated by their elected representatives. Well, New Democrats disagree. New Democrats think Canadians have every right to know the government's internal cost estimates. New Democrats believe that Canadians have every right to that information as a matter of democratic principle, because New Democrats believe in transparency. New Democrats believe in accountability. New Democrats believe in sound fiscal management. These are the three qualities that have been lacking in this government's approach to a number of different issues in this House. Now, eventually the government relented slightly. They refused to release any documents, but the Minister of Public Safety stated publicly that the bill was going to cost $90 million. Now, that figure contrasted starkly with independent analysis conducted by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Reports from that office suggested that the cost could be as high as $10 billion, with 75% of that borne by the provinces. In the face of overwhelming evidence that the $90 million figure was flat out wrong, the Minister revised his own cost estimate overnight. On Tuesday, he told Canadians the bill would cost $90 million. On Wednesday, he stated it would cost the federal government $2 billion. I notice there's silence on that side of the House. because that's tough to explain to people how you can go from 90 million to 2 billion in 24 hours. But, Mr. Speaker, that is a 2,000% increase in the government's cost estimate. This makes the government's handling of the G20 security budget look like fiscal prudence. $2 billion is in direct cost to the federal government, with billions more downloaded to the provinces. Does this government disagree with New Democrats when we say that Canadians have a right to transparency and accountability from their government? How does the government account for the 2,000% overnight increase in their own cost estimate for one of their crime bills? And I wonder if they can tell Canadians now, what is the cost of the 2-for-1 sentencing bill to the federal government and the provinces? And do they believe that spending $2 billion for additional time in prisons is necessary and appropriate, but spending $5 million on child advocacy centres to support child victims of crime is not?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Only a member of the New Democrats would think there's something wrong in having truth in sentencing. This government is proud of the work that has been done to protect Canadians from being victimized by crime. This government works tirelessly to keep Canadian communities safe from criminals and to provide law-abiding citizens with the kind of criminal justice system that they have been calling for. And I remind the honourable member that the Act was supported by victims groups, police associations, opposition parties, and our partners at the provincial level. The law ensures that criminals will pay their debt to society in full. This government accepts there is a price to pay to ensure dangerous criminals don't create new victims or terrorize previous ones. Now it has been suggested the government is concerned only with punishing criminals, that this government favors purely punitive measures over rehabilitative treatment. Let me be clear. For our government, public safety is paramount. And it is true that the Truth in Sentencing Act has as its very foundation the idea that criminals should serve the time prescribed by law and face consequences for their actions. But, Mr. Speaker, once public safety is addressed, there is without question a need to successfully reintegrate offenders into society. The cost associated with incarcerating offenders for longer periods of time in our existing institutions cannot be measured merely in beds or cells or correctional officers. We recognize the importance of programming, of providing employable skills to offenders, and of addressing mental illness and drug abuse. This government believes that offenders should serve their full sentence, and will make no apology for that. We also believe they should be provided every reasonable opportunity to earn their way back to society and to contribute to it positively when they return. Longer sentencing means more exposure to that program. Mr. Speaker, as I have stated, public safety must come first. Keeping dangerous criminals behind bars achieves that. And that is why our legislation was supported by the police, the provinces, and victims, and yes, Mr. Speaker, even opposition parties. Before the Truth in Sentencing Act, criminals, including convicted terrorists, were sometimes released the day after their sentencing. This was unacceptable to us and unacceptable to Canadians. The Truth in Sentencing Act rights a wrong. It comes at a cost, and Canadians tell us that they accept that.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honourable member that imprisoning Canadians can be measured in other things, but it is measured in dollars. And I didn't hear the honourable member answer my question. How much will it cost? Tell Canadians. If this is the party of fiscal responsibility, as they claim, if this is the party of transparency and accountability, tell Canadians here tonight how much will their 2-for-1 sentencing cost the federal government and the provinces. I didn't hear that answer, and I'm going to keep asking it until it is answered. New Democrats want to make our communities safer, and experts know how. They have told us we need to address the mental health and addictions crisis in our prisons. We need more funding for frontline mental health services in our communities. We need to focus on crime prevention and youth diversion programs, which are proven to reduce the crime rate, in addition to dealing with punitive measures. On the other hand, not one expert I've met with believes that building more prisons and locking up more Canadians will do anything to support victims or make our communities safe. Will the government listen and join with New Democrats in working towards practical and effective crime prevention to keep all Canadians safe?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague wants to talk about the cost. He doesn't talk about the cost to victims when they're offended against. And this laws, what the government has committed itself to, are aimed at making Canadian communities safe and providing justice to the victims of crime. In the case of the Truth in Sentencing Act, the goal of this government and of opposition members that supported it was to ensure that criminals did not escape the full duration of the consequences of the sentence that Canadian law deemed appropriate. The government's responsibility to the Canadian people did not end with royal assent. The government must implement that bill so the law exists in reality and not just on paper. This requires adequate resources, planning and consultation. Public safety must remain paramount. We accept that public safety comes at a cost, and Mr. Speaker, Canadians accept that.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert, Arts and Culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On April 19th, I asked a question to the Minister about royalties on MP3s and copyright. The Minister replied, once we've tabled our bill, the member will have time to, will have full knowledge of the fact, and now we've seen Bill C-32. Now, the Minister of Heritage said today that Bill C-32 has brought in deep support from across Canada, including students, consumers, provincial ministers, the software industry, the music, film and TV industries, small businesses, chambers of commerce, and photographers. Our legislation is balanced and has strong support. Now, nothing could be further than the truth, Mr. Speaker, but you will have noticed that neither the creators, the artists, or cultural organizations or publishers support him. So I don't know what planet he's on to state that he has a broad and deep support from across Canada, but I will show this to you. First, every day we receive press releases, open letters, and editorials to denounce this bill in Quebec and even from across Canada. The Canadian Consumers Initiative today wrote to the Minister to tell him that he was out in left field, and when he replied that he had support for his bill from consumers, and he said that the Canadian Chamber of Commerce upholds the rights of consumers, or rather defend the rights of conservatives and not consumers. So we set the record straight and by denouncing the consecration of digital locks and the circumventing provisions in the bill, and the heads of the Canadian Consumers Initiative state that the provisions of this bill, in our opinion, go against the interests of consumers, and this is the Canadian Consumers Initiative that comprises the Consumer Council of Canada, the Public Interest Advocacy Centre Option Consommateur, and the Union des Consommateurs. So it's true that when the Minister of Heritage confuses a consumers union with the Chamber of Commerce, we can ask whether there's any use debating. Today, the Quebec Book Publishers Association voted in its Board of Governors not to support the Bill C-32. According to the Quebec Book Publishers Association, which actually is across Canada, says that the new exceptions to fair use will deprive rights holders of income that they would normally receive. Now, by looking at this bill, the Quebec Book Publishers Association stated that school publishing would collapse and that their digital strategy would be ineffective. So this is an all-out attack on traditional Quebec values in terms of support for creators. Now, there is an organization called AGAM concerning music, and it wants the minister to force the ISPs to pay a financial contribution to rights holders of music. And I'm going to listen to my colleague before speaking about the EDSISC, the Honourable.
Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That was remarkable. The member just jumped back and forth between both groups on both sides and talked both in favor of stronger copyright legislation, more prohibitive copyright legislation, and weaker copyright legislation in the exact same speech, Mr. Speaker. It's remarkable. Now, when you write a copyright bill, like Bill C-32, it's about balance. It's about the appropriate balance. Now, I know the member, now she's going to get angry when I say this. She's advocated on behalf of an iPod tax, a tax on iPods, MP3s, laptops, PDAs, Blackberries. She wants to put a tax on that, and then she wants consumers to pay this into some conglomerate fund that would then somehow be trickled down to artists. But what we actually want, we don't want to tax consumers. Now, she talked about how consumers groups are upset about digital locks. Now, it's interesting. The member, I gather from her speech, is in favor of circumvention of digital locks. Now, these are the technological protection measures that would protect, say, a DVD from somebody being able to buy a DVD, put it on their computer, and then send it out to the internet. Now, under her provision, she's saying they should be able to do that. And she's going to be able to, well, it wouldn't pay actors, and it wouldn't pay, it certainly wouldn't pay the movie companies, but she'd put a levy on DVDs and on iPods and so forth that she could then give the money to music artists for people that would break the digital locks on movies and send it out. But this doesn't make any sense at all, Mr. Speaker. The people at home have to be confused. But as I talk this out, I mean, her positions are in complete contrast with one another. Bill C-32 is about balance. It's about balancing the rights of consumers and the rights of rights holders. That's why groups from right across the spectrum, musicians, actors, the film companies, students, schools, all of these groups have came forward and said, yes, this is a balanced act. Is it perfect? Well, it's pretty tough to write a perfect copyright bill. By its very nature, people are going to say, well, I would really like to have just a little bit more rights, one way or the other. Consumers would like just a little bit more liberty in some ways, and rights holders would like to have a little bit more protection in some ways, but it's about balancing the two off. Now, what you can't do is argue both in favor of stronger copyright rules and weaker copyright rules and somehow come out with a bill on the other end. What she has proposed in her speech just a few minutes ago would both anger artists and it would anger consumers at the exact same time. What she has put forward, for example, Quebec. She comes from Quebec. It's the #3 destination for the creation of video games in the world. I'm sure she knows that in Montreal. But the position that she's arguing is contrary to those software creators. They are the ones that are asking for technological protection measures to protect the work that they are doing in the video game software industry. I can't believe that she would in fact come and argue that we shouldn't have digital locks on these things.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, I think that all censuses should start with she proposes, because those are merely what he is positing and his preconceived notions, and he may say things that I have never said. But what I think is that a copyright bill must protect copyright and not to give anyone the right to copy, which is currently the case. And I'm not against digital locks. I think that there is a way, though, of using them properly. But I think, above all, this must not be the focal point of the bill. It is an accessory measure, but we can't say that it will protect artists. What will protect artists is to continue the private copying regime, which will allow them to be compensated for the work they are doing. Currently, this bill is not balanced. Artists will get nothing out of it, and they are all against it, as the Minister himself observed.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, once again, I'm going to point out the contradiction in the member's very first statement. She started out by saying that she's opposed to copying. But then she wants to put on a digital copying levy. If you're opposed to copying, then you support stronger copyright rules that don't allow copying at all. And you certainly don't propose an iPod tax or an iTax or a digital levy that encourages people to copy. This doesn't make any sense. She's on both sides of the argument, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, writing a copyright bill is about balance, and I can tell you there's not a consumer group in the country that would support a tax on digital media, on digital devices like iPods, like PDAs. She talked about consumer groups. That proposal doesn't have the support of a single consumer group in this country, and it certainly doesn't have the support of our Conservative government. Thank you very much.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.